In this video, you'll build CoinMarketCap Web 3.0 dApp with Next.js. We'll be using Solidity to write the smart contracts and Moralis' speedy nodes to deploy it. We'll use OpenZeppelin to ensure that our coins are compliant with the ERC20 standard. We'll use Moralis to authenticate every single user that actually signs into our app. We'll use Moralis' database to also create user profiles on signups. We'll also use Moralis to interact with the smart contract. And remember, Moralis makes it incredibly easy to do all this stuff out of the box, because otherwise you have to normally do so many things manually, and this just saves you hours or maybe even days of development time. We'll use Context API to manage our React state when we're coding in Next.js. You'll learn how to use cloud functions with Netlify, such as their edge function, and you're going to be deploying your CoinMarketCap Web 3.0 blockchain app on the internet, and we'll also be doing that using Netlify, because with Netlify you get the smoothest, most buttery experience. So if you're excited, smash the like button. I'm excited, and let's demo the app, and after that we'll get in to start building it. Let's get right into it.
All right, so let's take a look around. This is the finished CoinMarketCap. This is live, as you can see here. Let me just walk you through a bunch of the features. So the main thing is there's a connect wallet. Connect any of the wallets that you have here. Let's click MetaMask, and boom, already MetaMask is letting us know that we want to authenticate with Moralis. Boom, and we're already logged in. I'll show you guys how to use that, how to create that login button, and all the code that you need for it, which isn't a lot. So awesome. So as you can see, we're logged in. This is pulling from the CoinMarketCap API. If I click Bitcoin, we have dynamic pages. Look how this nice graph just generated. There's this BTC to USD converter. And on top of that, you can see here, but there's also a nice working chat app. You can say, "What's up?" Let's put post. And there you go. What's up is right there. Arthur Douglas. Looks good. And then if we go back to the main page, our API loads in. If I click on any of the prices, all right, we did Bitcoin last time. Let's click Ethereum. Notice how the price is for Ethereum. All these tags are here. It looks pretty clean. And next, the piece of resistance, the awesome part, the thing that I like the most, is there's actually a way to swap crypto. So let me just demo on how this works. So let's say you have all of these coins or tokens that you want to trade with. Let's say I have my ETH. In order to get these tokens, we need to pay with ETH. So let's say I want some DAI. Let's select it. How much do you want, guys? Let me hear you. You said 23. Awesome. I was thinking that too. Let's go ahead and hit swap. Beautiful. So again, here's another MetaMask notification asking us to sign, and notice how it says mint, right? Because we're taking our ETH and we're minting some new DAI tokens. So I'm showcasing how to simulate a DEX with this. The next one is going to be a signature for the contract interaction. Go ahead and hit confirm with that too. Nice. And then what we could do is take a look at MetaMask. Awesome. So it says transaction confirmed. I'm getting all these beautiful sounds. And if you look, 23 DAI, there we go. So we exchanged some of our Ethereum. I used to have 0.2, now I have 0.18999 for 23 DAI. So now you might ask, okay, we have DAI. What if I want to change my DAI for Doge, right? How much DAI do you want to change for? I want to send 8 of my DAI and turn that into Dogecoin. So let's see if that's possible. Let's hit swap. Okay, there's the transfer. We're transferring 8 DAI to the Doge contract. Hit confirm, another MetaMask notification. And when we send our 8 DAI to the Doge contract, the Doge will send us back freshly minted Dogecoin. All right, hit confirm. All we must do now is wait and see. It says sending DAI, and also the mint is queued up, ready to go. Usually takes a couple minutes, but doesn't usually take that long. There you go. As I was speaking, it's done. There's the send DAI, there's the mint. Let's see if it worked. 8 Doge, and we got 8 less DAI. So look at that. We have a fully functional exchange on our hands. And if you want more tokens, let's say, damn, Outlands, I wish you had more tokens that we could exchange with. Just create more contracts to simulate those tokens. With that said, that's going to be the demo. I hope you guys are excited to build this and add this to your portfolio. Let's frickin' go. What is up, guys, and welcome back to another video. It's Lance again, and just like Kazi said, we're making CoinMarketCap today. So I'm not going to waste any of your time. Head over to your terminal here and let's create our project. So if you didn't know, we're going to be using Next.js again, and of course Tailwind. So we can actually do that with one simple line, and I'm going to show you right now. So I'm going to say npx create -next-app at latest, and then just insert this E flag by saying -e. And if you want Tailwind with your project already installed, we can do a with -tailwind CSS. and then put space. And then we can decide, what do you want to name your folder? I'm going to name mine CoinMarketCap-clone-blockchain. I want to get all of these starter files into that folder name. Cool. I'm going to go ahead and hit enter. And all I have to do is just wait for this install. And as you can see, it's also installing Tailwind, so you don't have to install it manually. And once that's done, you guys can head over and type in code dot, which will open up your VS Code after you CD into that file. Or you can open it up manually, and I'll show you guys how to do that. So you're going to go to your VS Code, hit open folder, and then if you go to your project folder, which is for me here, CoinMarketCap blockchain, I'm going to head and select it. And as you can see, Tailwind is already installed. And if I press something like Command J and we do a yarn dev, you can see that we're going to start off a server. And if I go open up my page, Excel, let's do localhost 3000. And there it is. Our Next.js app is up and ready to go. Let me show you guys what else we need to install. All right, so now that we have our Next.js app set up, if you didn't know, we're gonna be using Netlify to deploy our project. So one of the first steps is head over into a new tab and go ahead and type this link inside the URL. It's gonna be ntl.fyi/clever. This is how we're gonna be able to sign up for Netlify. Go ahead and sign up using this link. And I'm already signed up, so I'll hit login. Once you're here, you're gonna see all the sites that we have when we deploy them. And the next thing we need to do is install the CLI tool. And if you guys didn't know, with that CLI tool, we can actually run a local development server through our command line. So instead of running yarn dev, we can actually write something like Netlify dev. The main bonus of this is that we can run continuous deployment from the command line. So how cool is that? So one way to get started is go ahead and temporarily clear your terminal. And what we need to do is to install it is to type in this command npm install netlify-cli-g. The only prerequisite you need is just make sure you have Node installed, which you should have already. I'm gonna hit enter. And this is how you install Netlify CLI tool globally, so that no matter what project you have, you can run any Netlify command inside your terminal. Awesome. So like I mentioned earlier, we can actually run a server through Netlify's CLI tool by writing ntl dev, which is just for Netlify. Okay, and look at that, it automatically opens up and it runs on localhost 8888. Cool. So now let's do the fun part and let's deploy our project right away by clearing this again. And let's just clear this to make it squeaky clean. And then we can say ntl init. What this does is if you already have a GitHub repo with your project, we can connect this to that. So whenever you do git push, it's gonna rebuild the site and make it live. So I already took the liberty of making the repo. And before we continue with this, let me show you guys what I did. Paste in the link of your project. So if you haven't uploaded our current project into GitHub, this would be a good time to do that. So take a moment to do that, pause the video, and I'll be waiting for you. Awesome. So if you have a project up on GitHub already, let's connect this directory to an existing Netlify site or create and configure a new one. So my goal with you guys is to show you how to do it all from the command line because that's the power of this tool. So I'm gonna hit the down arrow and create and configure a new site. Okay, and I don't have any team, so I'm just gonna hit enter. And here we can actually name the site or the URL that people can type in. So I'm gonna call it CoinMarketCap-clone-blockchain. I'm just gonna keep everything the same name so I know exactly what I'm talking about. To enter, and there you go. It's created a site for us, and then just have to type in the build command, which is yarn build. Okay, go ahead and hit enter for the next question, and you can go ahead and hit enter for that next question too. Cool. And again, if you're making a site with Next.js, there's this essential plugin that they ask you to install. Go ahead and say yes, and go ahead and say yes for this one as well. Cool. Awesome. And you're gonna see these two next steps, which is just push to your Git repo to trigger new site builds like I mentioned earlier, or you can type in Netlify open to just open the admin URL of your site. What we could do instead is remember how we logged in over here. If I hit refresh, look at that. We already have the site made on Netlify, and I did that all through the command line. If you click on it, it says site has not yet been deployed. Let's go ahead and scroll down and you can see that it's currently still building. All right, so we can actually follow the deploy logs. So in any case we get push and it says there's an error here, we can help identify what the problem is. Okay, so just checking down below. Let's wait for this to finish and let's see if our site is already live. Awesome, so I got the very nice message that our site is live. And one cool thing about the CLI tool, or just Netlify in general, is that we can click this preview button here to preview our site. Awesome, and again, of course, it looks like this, we just started, but it's live, and I could show you guys by coming back to Netlify. Go ahead and click on the main project, and now instead of saying in progress or site not deployed, this is our live link, CoinMarketCap clone blockchain clone.netlify.app. So if you click on it, let's go. Our site is live, and you might ask, Lance, the project's not done. Why would you make it live already? Like I said, anytime we do make a change and do a git push with our changes, Netlify is gonna read the repo again and try to redeploy it so that our project is always live and accurate to wherever we're at in our project folder. Sounds good? So that's how we set up Netlify. Let's move on to the next part. Okay, one thing I wanted to talk about is that for this app, we're also going to be using Moralis. So if you're not sure what Moralis is, let's go ahead and start by thinking about what we're going to need for this app. So with this app, I'm thinking already we're going to need to log in a user. We're going to need to fetch a user's balances. We're going to need to fetch transactions, fetch our smart contract events. How do we do that from scratch? It would be something like creating an RPC node and creating all the infrastructure around it, which might take some time. You might not be sure on how to do that and what process goes into it. But what if that was made a lot easier? That's exactly why we're using Moralis today, because it does a lot of the heavy lifting. If you guys are familiar with what Firebase is, which is backend as a service, Moralis is the Firebase of crypto. It gives all of that as a service, and we can just connect to their server. So how do we do that and get started? Well, go ahead to your browser and type in t.moralis.io/clever. That's all you need to do to sign up. For me, if I put that in that link, it already logs me in because I'm already logged in. But what you should see is a beautiful sign-in page. Go ahead and sign up Moralis to get started. Cool. So once you sign up, let's create a server so that we can connect our application and talk directly to the blockchain of our choice. So create a new server. I'm going to do the testnet for now, and we can name our project. So for me, I'm going to call it CoinMarketCap Clone Blockchain. Okay, and for the region, I click New York, which is the closest for me. Make sure you click the one closest to you. And like I said, you can click on anything you need for this point, and I'm going to just use Polygon for now. The cool thing is Moralis is cross-chain and it's compatible with all of these. And if anytime you need to change it, we can just select it right here. So I'm going to click Add Instance. And there you go. It's all set up. If you click this drop down here, you can check and click on this dashboard. And you can see this is the database that they provide for us, we can utilize. So anytime a user logs in, it's going to get logged in here, and we can actually fetch users and do what we need, as well as fetch transactions that come across it. So this is the setup from Moralis. There's going to be more later in our code, but that's just the start. All right, so that's enough setup. Let's go ahead and start coding. So what you want to do to set up your environment, you could say ntl dev to start running your server. Awesome. And you're going to see this beautiful page here. This is our starter app. And if you ever want to make any changes, just go to your pages, go to index. And if you say welcome to CoinMarketCap, if I hit save, you can see welcome to CoinMarketCap. It instantly updates with whatever changes we make. That said, we can go ahead and erase a lot of this because we're going to make and set up a bunch of our components now. So I'm going to erase this. Let's do Control B so you can make the code a lot clearer. And I'm also going to do an Alt Z here. Cool. So for now, we can just erase the class name and make a div because I'm going to add in a new one later. So I've hit save and now it's all blank. Good. So I'm going to use this index to plan out the components I'm going to need and talk about what we want to do next. So again, what we can do is set up a component. The first component that I want to set up, it's going to be the header component. Okay, it'll look a little something like this. If I make this a little bigger and go here, I have the finished version. You guys take a look right here. This is the header component, and this is what we're going to be making first, followed by something called the trending component like this. And then there's going to be a table with a graph that's going to be calling an API, which is not showing up yet because it's not set up. Cool. Okay, so then if I make this smaller, we can go ahead and X this out. And now you guys have an idea of what the header is going to look like. Let's set up that next component, and call it the trending component. That was the second thing I showed you guys that I circled. And then there's also something that I'll call the CMC, or the CoinMarketCap table. Cool. So these are the three main components. I might be adding more, but for now, the main one I want to focus on is the header. So before we get to the header, let's just set up some CSS, which you can just say min-h-screen. And then for the trending one, let's make another div and say class name mt-10. Oops. And then for this one, we'll have another one, not like that. And we'll do class mt-20. Cool. So those are the divs for this. Let's go ahead and make the header component. So we can erase these two imports because we're not really using it. And since these components don't exist yet, let's go ahead and make them. So what we want to do first is make a new components folder at the root, components. And then inside the components folder, I'm going to start with our header.js. Cool. And then if you guys don't know, there's an extension. If you do RAFCE, click it and there we go. It's all set up. Cool. So now that our header component is set up, let's head back to our index, and now we can import said header. So what we can do, uncomment this guy out and type in import header, and you should see it header from quote components / header JS, hit save, and there it is. If you see it, it's really tiny, but it says header. That means our component is all set up and good to go. Now, hopping into the header JS, let's go ahead and set this guy up. So what I'm gonna do is set up an import here. Let's import the next image from next image, and let's just set up these divs right here. So I'm gonna hit backspace, enter to format it, and then it's gonna disappear because there's nothing there. And I'm gonna give this div a class name, styles.header, right? And if you're unfamiliar with what I'm doing, we're using Tailwind CSS, and what we could do at the top here is set up a styles object, which will have all of the CSS within our divs, and it's just calling that styles object and passing in that name. Sounds good. So let's continue. The next thing I want to do is set up an image. Okay, it's self-closing, and the source is going to be this quote, and paste this right here. It's going to be this coinmarketcap.com/static. Okay, now hopping into header.js, you can see that if I take this header out and hit save, it's all gone. So let's go ahead and start styling it. What you want to do is put some space in here. Let's just give this a class name. I'm thinking we can call it styles, oops, not style sheet, .header. Okay, from there, what we could do is import image from next image so that we can apply any sort of image we want. So let's do that right now by saying image self-closing, and for the source of this image, let's say src equals quotes, and paste this right here. It's gonna be this long link s2.coinmarketcap.com/static/cloud/img/coinmarketcap. Cool. Then we can hit an alt, and then let's say logo. Let's also give it a width of 220, and we can also give it a, and that can equal 220 as well. One thing I want to talk about is notice how it says styles.header. That's because we're gonna be using Tailwind, and if I press save right now, you're gonna see an error called styles is not defined, right? Because if you want to put styling behind this div, what we have to do is come up top here and say const styles equals an empty object, and then we can write header like so. So this is how we can give our div styling. We have a styles object, and every key will be the div that we have. So this is header. So let's give it some styling, background color of just brackets, and give it a color of #17171A. We can also give it a text of white, H-20, give it a flex property, and then a gap of 100 pixels. We can say width full here, and then P-bracket 30 pixels. So that should be good. If I hit save, well, after I put a comma here, let's go ahead and hit save. Awesome, and now it's invalid source prop. Oh, I see, because you have to configure it under images. Cool, so what this tells me is I need to go over here and go to our next config, and you see this module.exports. Let me update it to something like this, and let's close it off. Cool. What we want is an images key now with the domains that we're gonna use. So like you saw, it was S2. We're also gonna use S3. Okay, hop over to next.config, and what we want to change this to, or update it rather, is something like this, where it says images as the key, and then it's gonna have the domains that we're gonna use. So remember, the one that I just did was S2. There's also gonna be an S3 in there, so make sure it has all of this. I'm gonna go ahead and hit save, and if you look down in our terminal, found the change in the config, restart the server. That's fine. I'm gonna hit Control-C to end that terminal, and then let's type in NTL dev once more. Okay, if you look, there it is. There is our image, and now we're getting closer and closer to the header. So anytime we make a div, we're gonna add styling for it. So what I'm gonna do now is let's create all the divs first, and let's go back ahead and do all the styling after. Okay, so continuing on with the header, within the header div, go right below it, and let's make another one. I'm gonna call this one, oops. Let's give this one a name of wrapper, or header wrapper would be better. Still curly bracket styles.header wrapper. Okay, and then within this div, we're gonna also have another one, which will simply just be styles.nav. And then within this nav, it's gonna have a bunch of different items. For example, like cryptocurrencies, exchanges, all the tabs that we see on the regular CoinMarketCap. So let's go ahead and start doing that. We're gonna do now another div with class name of nav item. Actually, styles.nav item, right? Nice. And again, we're gonna be reusing that nav item over and over again because we have a couple different things that need the same styling. So within that nav item, let's have another one called a class name, and this will be styles.nav link, and let's put the curly brackets in there. There we go. And like I said, this one will be cryptocurrencies. Cool. Last thing we're gonna need in here is another one, and let's do a class name of styles.badge. Okay, and actually we can make this one self-closing. Cool. And if you didn't know, the badge here is gonna be this nice blue circle around that cryptocurrencies, which only some of them will have. So with that in mind, I'm actually just gonna copy this, and let's just do this a couple of times. Oops, let's get the whole nav item. Let's do it once, 3 for now. Like I said, not all of them will have a badge. Like this next one is gonna be exchanges, and this one doesn't have a badge. Following that is gonna be, instead of cryptocurrencies on this one, it's gonna be NFT, which actually will have the badge, so we'll keep that there. Okay, next we have something called Cryptown, which does have a badge, and then the rest of them I believe aren't gonna have one. So I can copy exchanges, come down below here and paste for after Cryptown, and then there's gonna be one here, and let me see, let me think. Oh yeah, there is one more that has a badge, so I'll copy this, and that should be portfolio. And is that it? Ah, okay, there's one more, it's gonna be learn. Okay, cool. And let me just double check that by going on to the other page, which I have on localhost 2001. Let's see, we got exchanges, NFT, Cryptown, portfolio, watch list, and products. And if you look at guys over here, see that little circle right here? That's what the badge is. And again, only 1, 2, 3, 4 of them have that. Okay. So what I'm going to do is make this smaller again. Cool. So let's fill this in. We have Cryptown. The next one I said was portfolio. Then we have watch list. Then we have products. Oops, products. And then we have learn, which again doesn't have a badge. Cool. Let me see. Oh, and I'm just realizing it doesn't really matter that much, but I wanted to label this as nav, and that means this should be nav as well. Cool. And just for fun, so I can actually see my header up here, let's add the rest of that styling, which should just be the header wrapper. And for the header wrapper, the styling for that is going to be this flex property, justify center, and then page full, max, I believe max dash screen dash XL, MX dash auto, and a PX dash 4. So that's header wrapper, put a comma in there. Next we have the nav. Okay, and then in that nav it has flex justify center, and then it has an item center, and then I believe it's just a gap with, let's say, 20 pixels. Awesome. Let's see what's next. We have nav item next. Okay, for nav item, all we have to do is have a relative. Let's also give it a cursor pointer so that if we hover over it, we'll see the pointer. And then on hover, we can add this nice opacity of 60. That looks nice. Cool. Okay, last but not least, let's go ahead and get this badge going. And then we can do a rounded dash full background blue dash 600. And we can do a H-1, W-1. This one will have absolute in there. Bottom dash 5 dash 0, top dash 1. And let's add a nice ring of dash 4. And let's go ahead and do that. And is there any other things we need for now? Nope, looks like we're good. Let's hit save. Let's see what we got. Hey, look at that. All right, so if I go back over here, you grab this one. There we go. So it started to come together. It's starting to look like the header of CoinMarketCap, but there's a couple of more divs I want to make for the header. So let's put that back and let's finish the rest of this. All right, so let's continue working on the next part. After this closing nav tag, go ahead and hit enter because there's a couple of things we need to do here. So one of them is to make a div containing the connect button that we're going to use from Web3 UI Kit, which is going to let users be able to log in to our application. So for now, let's just set up the front end for it, which is going to be something like quotes here and just do flex item center. There's no need to give this one a name because the CSS is pretty minimal. So then again, opening that up, here we'll have the connect button, which I'll be setting up soon. Set it up like that so I know where it's going to go. And then right underneath that, we'll have something like an input container, right? That's going to have a class name of styles.input container. Okay. And then within that div, we'll have a component that holds an SVG, and I'll set it up so it's going to be called search, which I'll also set up. And that search component is essentially going to have this little magnifying glass with 4R search bar. Cool. And then within that, we want an input here, and in that input, we'll give it a class name of styles.input. Then we can do a placeholder of, let's say, search. Yeah. Cool. And that should be it for the front end. Let's go ahead and finish the rest of the styling. So let's scroll up to the top, and underneath badge, we can start writing out input container. And if you could see it in the auto suggestions, that means you actually typed it correctly. So for input container, it'll just have a flex property, and let's give it an item center and a justify center, just so we can center it. And then let's do a P-2 of rounded and do a BG of brackets here, and the color that I want for the background is 171924. Okay, that's the input container. And then for input, let's do something like this, where it's gonna be colon, quotes. Let's make the background transparent, and we can do an outline none, text white, W70, and ML-3. And let's do it as save. And we can make this a little bit bigger so we can see it. There we go. So now we have a nice search bar in there. And again, we don't see the connect button or the little search icon because we haven't set that up yet. So I'm gonna make this smaller again, and let's go ahead and do that. Now, to get that search button working, what you're gonna need to do is grab the assets folder, and it should be available to you on our repo. So I already have access to that. What I'll do is come over to our files, and I'll hit paste, and I should have the assets folder. And again, you can get this from our GitHub repo that has all the things here. And I just want to mention that the assets help all the PNGs. So for all the coins that we're going to use later for our CoinMarketCap, like Solana, Ethereum, Binance, Avalanche, right? All of those assets are gonna be here, as well as our SVGs. So if you open up this folder, you're gonna notice that there's some JS files. So what we're gonna need is search.js, and it's essentially a component that holds the SVG so that we can reuse it anywhere. That's one of the main benefits of components. It's essentially just reusable UI or functionality that we can use throughout our project. So we made it available for you here. Let us know if you need to get the assets. So remember, all right, it's in the assets under SVG. So that's how we're actually gonna import it. So coming up to the top, let's import search. So to do that, we're going to do import. It should be search from, and then put the path of the file. So if you remember, it's going to be /assets/svg/ and if you scroll down, search is where it contains the SVG. So if I say save, we have the search. Come down below here, and now hit save. And if I make this about this little bigger, there it is. We can see it now. If you take a look, there's a little icon if I circle it. Beautiful. And now the only thing we need to do to make this look a little nicer is, if you look, there's supposed to be a connect button in between learn and search right here. So in the next section, I'm gonna show you guys how to do just that. Cool. So like I said, we're gonna be setting up that connect button now. But before we do that, this is the current state of our app. As you can see, the header's coming along nicely. But remember earlier when we deployed our site to Netlify and we just saw the Next.js app, what we could do now is something really cool. So let's say I kill the server for now, and let's just do a git status. So if you look, there's a couple changes we made to the assets folder and the components folder. What we can do now is do a git add dot to add everything, commit, right? Header, add header front end, hit enter. Then we can do a git push, right? And check this out. I push that, go over to the website. Let's open up Netlify again. app.netlify. We can go to site overview. And if you look, I click on the link. This is what it looked like before. This is the actual live link of our website. But if I scroll down, look at this. Production deploys, building. The second I push to GitHub, Netlify is recognizing there's a change in the repo and it's rebuilding an app. So remember, keep an eye on this. This is the live link currently. Let's see what happens when it's building. Awesome. So look at that. The site is live. And again, like I mentioned before, you can actually preview this site through Netlify. Or what we could do, since it's already live, is this is the live link. I hit refresh. Hey, look, this is my latest repo already live. So this was really helpful for me and my team when we were developing projects. And whenever I made any updates, they could take a look at it live on their end. Instead of downloading the whole repo and pulling it, they could just see it right here. So I just wanted to showcase that. And the next thing let's do is let's set up our Moralis server with our app so that we can put in that connect button that I've been talking about. All right, so let's head over to moralis.io again. Make sure you log in, which I'm pretty sure I'm logged in already. Okay, there we go. And we have our coin, and go ahead and go to your Moralis server and go ahead and do view details. And I'm going to show you a really neat trick that you could do with Netlify. So we have our server URL and the application ID, both of which in order to start using Moralis. And again, to start using Moralis, so if I press comma here and I hit paste, I actually have, right, all the packages that we're gonna need. Let me just remove next because that's extra, but this is it. We may not use all of them, but we're gonna use a majority of them. For example, these come with, and what we need to add is the @Wallet Connect, the @Web3 Auth, the Chart.js for the graphs, for Gun.js for this cool chat app that we might install, Magic SDK, Moralis, React.js 2, React Moralis, which we'll need to set up Moralis, React Switch, and Web3 UI Kit, which is the main focus for this specific section. That's the connect button that we're going to use. Okay, so those are the dependencies. If I go ahead and hit save, let's go ahead and do a command called yarn. And what this does is it's going to download all the packages that the dependencies read over here, which is everything. So give this a couple seconds and we should be good to go. All right, so it looks like it's done. And one thing I want to showcase is in order to start using Moralis, we're going to have to go to our pages and then underscore app and start importing the provider and passing in the server URL and the application ID. Usually I like to put those in our .env files. So what we can do is actually use our Netlify CLI tool and set it up that way. So what we need to write is ntl for Netlify space env, and then we could do a colon here and set. All right, let me just format this so you guys can see it a lot better. How's that? Let's do this, set, and then you can type in the variable name. So what is your environment variable? Let's do next public underscore server, and then you're gonna hit space, and then the value of that can go right here. So if I copy the server URL, like so, come into here, right click, there we go. So this is my variable name, next public server, this is the value. So I'm going to go ahead and hit enter. Okay, so it's set the environment variable for us. We're going to type that again, but instead of next public server, I'm going to erase all of this. Let's do next public app underscore ID space, and then let's copy in the app ID. Okay, and you can erase this little tilde, enter, boom, cool. And then if we do ntl dev to run it locally, it's going to load up a new one. We can X out the old one. Awesome. And you can see that it injected the build setting of the environment variables. So now let's go ahead and set up the provider. Cool. To get started with the provider, let's go up to the top here and say import. And then we can say something like this. And then we could do Moralis provider from React-Moralis. Cool. And what we need to do next is come to the return here. Let's put it in parentheses and let's wrap our main app, which is under component, with that provider. So what we could do is indent it a little bit, enter here, indent it once more. And I'm gonna go here, type in Moralis, close it off, and then put our app in between. That's it, right? By doing this, we're making sure that our app is able to use Moralis. And one thing that we need to do is pass in our server URL and our app URL as well. Okay, cool. And if you see little squigglies, that's because we need to pass in an app ID in the server URL, just like I mentioned. And one thing that is cool, if I do console.log process.env.next public underscore server, and I hit save. If I do inspect element, look at that. In the console log, our server URL is there. And guess what? I didn't have to make any .env files, which I think is pretty cool. It's all connected with our build on Netlify, and whenever we run our build, we can actually pull those environment variables easily. So we can just copy this, take out the console log, and let's just pass in that URL. So to do that, we're just gonna go in here and say server URL equals, just pass in, not the console log, the process.env.next public server. Cool. Then from there we can do app ID is also equal to process.env.next public app underscore ID. And we should be good. Okay, now once that's done, let's head over back to our header.js. Boom. And what we can do now is import connect button from Web3 UI Kit. And again, if you're not familiar, Web3 UI Kit is essentially a package that Moralis uses that gives us front end with the functionality of the login. So I don't have to write any additional code. What do I mean? Let me just show you. So if you come down below and comment this out, and let's also save. Let's make this guy bigger. There's going to be a connect wallet button already here. And if I click on it, look at that. Literally a modal comes up with all the different wallets that you can connect to. I personally have MetaMask at the moment. So if I click MetaMask, wow, there's already MetaMask notification that pops up when I did it. And guess what? I didn't write any code of it. Moralis is doing a lot of the heavy lifting, which is pretty much why we're using it to build our applications much faster. So here it is. Here's the signature request with Moralis authentication, saying like I'm signing off saying Moralis can query any transactions I have and any information for their database, which is awesome. So I hit sign and there we go. Our app should be connected and that's the connect wallet button. Okay, let's make this bigger. Let's hit save. That's our connect wallet button. And what I want to do next is if I click it, this beautiful modal appears, and I guess what? I didn't have to write any code for it. If I click MetaMask, you should see it's gonna ask us to sign in. And besides MetaMask, there's also a bunch of other wallets that this button supports. And again, I'm using MetaMask, so if I click on it, I'll see the connect with MetaMask option. I'm going to do account 1. I hit connect connecting, and here's the signature request with Moralis authentication, and all I have to do is just sign it to confirm that Moralis can query my account and any transactions and add it to their database. So if I hit sign, bam, look at that. It automatically updated this connect button with exactly how much ETH I have and also my wallet address. And if we go back to, let's go to our dashboard, we can look at the Moralis database, and if you look under users, you'll see two, and you'll see the one that just registered. It's going to be my wallet address, right? OX1C. There you go, and that's exactly how much ETH I have. Look at that. Moralis does a lot of the heavy lifting, and now we already have a login and logout button. Cool. So that's the connect button. If you want to log out, there's this little section right here. Click it, and there you go. And I can feel free to connect to any other wallet that you have. Awesome. So that's literally the header. Let's work on the next part. Okay, so for this section, let's head over back to our index. And if you go to our index, the next component that we have to make is the trending component. And you might be asking, Lance, what's the trending component? Don't worry, I got you. So the trending component, I have it running on localhost 301, 2001. And if you just take a look at this whole section right here, like if this whole section that I'm circling would be the trending component. You guys see that? Cool. So if you break this down, especially if you're starting out with React, you want to be able to break things down into components. So if I'm looking at this trending component, I'm going to notice that this is probably a component as well. This is going to be called my trending card. And notice how I have more than one. So if I made this one, copy paste, there you go. We have 3 trending cards. And I'll probably have another component for trending row. Okay. But we won't get that far. Let's do it piece by piece. So with that, let's do the trending part first. Got it? Cool. So we can go ahead and switch to this, exit out, go back to our code, and we're back at index. Let's go ahead and make that component. So I'm gonna go into here, new file. Let's write trending.js. Cool. And you guys know the drill by now. If I do an RAFCE tab, and there you go. Our component is set up. I can hit save, go back to our index, and let's import said component and also bring it out now. So we can do an import trending from /components trending. Beautiful. Now we have trending. I hit save. And if we look back in our app, we can see that's the spot that it takes up, which lines up with what we want. So let's go over here, go to our trending, and let's get started. Cool. So to get started, I want to go up to the top here and let's import one of our React hooks. And that hook that we're going to use for this specific component is useState. Okay. Keep that in mind. And then the next line, let's import something that I'll call import fire from quotes. And then we can say /assets/fire.png. So remember we set up that assets folder that we get from the repo. I'm just getting the picture of the fire from there. Cool. So there's a couple of different assets that I like to import. I'm just gonna load them in really quickly. Okay, hit enter. There you go. So just for you guys to catch up, what I'm getting is BTC from our assets. I'm getting the USD tether from our assets, import gainers from our assets, and import recent from our assets. Okay. Another thing that we're importing that I'll do with you guys is import React Switch from React Switch. If you guys remember, there's this little highlight button, which I'll show you guys when we get to it. That's pretty much what this React Switch is for. Okay, cool. So coming down below here, in between these two lines, let's set up our use state. We're gonna have something called checked and something set checked. So that's gonna be equal to our use state, and we're gonna pass in false. This is going to be used later on for our React Switch, which again, I'll get to in a bit. Don't worry, I'll get to it. Thank you guys for patiently watching these tutorials. It's been a lot of fun lately. So what I'm going to do is open up this div. We can take out the word trending and we can go ahead and hit save. And you're going to see trending is gone. Cool. Going back to the code though, one of the first things we want to do is for the top div, let's just give it a class name. And for most of these, we're not going to even give it an actual class name. We can actually just give it some CSS already. I want this to have the text white. Okay. From there, we'll have another div. This one will have a class name. So let's set it up. And this one will be styles.trending wrapper. Here we go. And then it's going to have a child. For this one, we can put flex justify dash between. And then within that, let's add an h1 of class name styles.h1. Cool. And for the text, we just have to add today's cryptocurrency prices by market cap, right? That's what we saw earlier. That should be good to go. Awesome. And I'm just going to put a little bit of space here. And let's just add another div. This one will just have a flex property. And within that, we'll have a p tag, class name, text dash gray dash 400. That's the type of gray that I want to use. And this will be the highlights. And you want to do an NBSP here. Cool. Here we'll have that nice React switch that I was talking about. So to set it up, it's self-closing, and we want to have this property called checked, and we passed in our check state, okay, which is by default false. And then on change, it's going to be listening for a change. On change, arrow function, put these brackets here, and then we can do set checked to be the opposite of it. To always make it the opposite, let's say it's false, this not symbol would make it true. But let's say it's true now, the not symbol would make that false. So it's like always to the opposite. That's the purpose of why we're doing that there. So let me just take a look at it. We have the closing div here. We have some styles. Let's make some styles so that when I save, we can take a look at what we have. So coming to the top, about like right here, let's do a const styles equals object. And we just have trending wrapper. And for trending wrapper, it's just gonna be mx auto, max width screen dash 2xl, h1. Then we do a text dash 3xl and a text white for that h1. And I believe that should be it for now. If I hit save, we shouldn't run into any errors, but look at that, we have the highlights. Okay, and there we have the highlights, and we still see this thing because I forgot to go over here and put a semicolon. Now it's gone. But if you take a look, can you guys see the highlights? If I click on it, hey, look, that's how you do that little effect where you have this nice toggle. So it's purely aesthetic. I just think it looks pretty cool if I have it, but now we could do this, and it's making use of our use state. So there we go. There's that cute highlights button. What do you think I got? Awesome. So let's go back to our page. All right, we can make this guy a little bit smaller since you guys get the idea, or we could just click this and let's continue creating our divs. Okay, what I want to do next is after these two closing divs, we can have a line break here. And then what we could do is make another div. This one is just going to have a flex property. And what I want to happen here is just a p tag. Let me fix that up. Just a p tag. In that p tag, we can actually give it some styling already with text dash gray dash 400. Oops, there we go. And what it's going to say is something along the lines of the global crypto market cap is 1.74 T, which is trillion, which actually is insane. All right, we're at a market cap of $1 trillion. All right, so if we go A and B S P, cool, so we don't see it. Awesome. From there, let's add a span tag. And from here, I actually want to talk about it. What I want to happen here within this span is I want to have a component called rate. And if you guys are unsure what I mean by what rate is, if you guys look over here, let's open up localhost 3001. If you guys look and see this little arrow plus the 53%, that is a component that I'm gonna call rate, and we're just gonna pass in the number as well as if it's green or red. So if you think about where else am I using this component, it's actually gonna be used here. We just gotta pass it different props. So yeah, you get the idea. That's all the times we're using rate. So what we could do now is just set it up for later, okay? So Xing this out again, moving this back down, and let's go ahead and set it up. So to get started setting it up, let's do a Control B here. And what I want to do is in my components folder, I like to keep them organized, and later on we're going to be making a CMC table or a coin market cap table, and that's going to have a bunch of components. So I'm thinking ahead, and what I want to do is do a CMC-table folder, and all of those components will be located in here, as well as if I make a new file within that, my rate.js. Okay, cool. And then in my rate.js, we can do a Control B so you can see it. Let's just set it up, and what we're gonna need to is, like I said, we're gonna pass down props, and the props we're gonna pass down is something called is increment, comma, rate. Right, those are the two things we're gonna pass down. And in terms of the div, what we're gonna do is give it a class name. Let's say styles, dot rate. Okay, let's hit enter to line it up. Cool. And we're not done. There's a couple of things we want to import here. So if I import chevron, I think I spelled it right. Chevron, there you go, down, and we get this from our assets folder actually. So if we go dot again, now I see it, assets /svg, and it's actually the chevron down. Cool. We get down. We also should get up just in case the increment value is the opposite, which should be just up, and instead of chevron down, chevron up. Cool. So we have here, let's have some curly brackets, and is increment, right? If this value is true, this is called conditional rendering, or a ternary operator to be more exact. If is increment is true, we want chevron up, and we can do fill equals, we don't need the curly brackets here. We can actually just do quotes hashtag 17c84. Okay, 17c784. And if increment is false, what we want to load is, you guessed it, chevron down. Oh, cool. Don't forget to close it. There you go. Chevron down. Take out this quote, close. And chevron down is going to have a fill of hashtag E395. 43. Right, that should be the red color. And then we can close out that curly bracket like so. Again, ternary operator determining, depending on his increment, we're gonna load a different SVG. Cool, add a P class here, class name, right? And if the class name is increment, you can see we're already setting up a ternary, styles green, and otherwise we'll do a styles red. And then what we're gonna do here is make use of that last prop, which is what is the number that goes here, and depending on that number should also be the same color. Awesome. Don't forget we need to set up our styles, and for styles it's just rate will be rate, flex, items dash center, red will just be ml-2 text, and then give it that red color that we had earlier, which was hashtag EA9 or 3943 A39. Yep, green, and for green it's ml-2 again, and the text dash bracket hashtag, give it that green colors 17C784. Beautiful. That's it. Hit save, and now we have the rate component. So all we need to do now is hop back over here, import rate from CMC, /components/CMC table /rate. Okay, cool. Let me just double check something. CMC table is in components. So actually we should do something like this, /CMC table, then rate. There you go. That folder path makes more sense, so less words. Looks good, which means we can come back down below. And what I want to do is let's just format this a little bit better. Bring the rate in, bring the span in, and for the rate, you need to remember it takes props, so the increment one is going to be true, and the rate that I want for this one, or in other words, the number is going to be 0.53%. Yes, it's actually static, which is fine. And then from there, in the next line, let's have a p tag, and we can have this p tag have the and be, and let's do decrease over the last day, which will have a span, and in that span it'll have a class name. Just have an underline for it, and we'll just have a read more. So you have to span the p tag, that looks good. Okay, and the very next thing, come down below here, let's put another break, and we need this last div, which is going to contain our trending card components, which again, I didn't make just yet. So let's set it up, class name, I'll give this one a styles.flexCenter, and then let's insert the trending cards, which is going to be quotes like this, because they're not set up yet. I wanna have a trending card component, and what we wanna do is pass in a couple props. So for the title, I'll have something called trending, and I'll have an icon, and it's gonna equal that fire one that I set up, right? And we can actually just clean this up a bit. If we do an Alt-Z here, Alt-Z, then we're gonna pass in something called trending data, which is gonna be like static data that I'm gonna set up later, and passing in as trending data. Cool, so that's one of them. Since they're gonna be pretty similar, I'm actually just gonna copy paste. So there's gonna be two more cards. Let's paste them in, trending. Let's see, that didn't look right, and paste. So the thing we've gotta fix is instead of trending, this should actually set biggest gainers, and the icon will be gainers. That makes sense. And trending data is still trending data. This one is gonna be recently added, okay? And the icon will be recent, and again, trending data, still trending data. Cool, so our div for flex center is good. Let's add the rest of the styles object, which I believe isn't just much. It's just gonna be comma flex center, and then we can just add like a text, not text, flex, and items dash center. So if I hit save, see if any errors come up, and look at that, there is our rate. And if I pull up its comparison, let me make this bigger. If I pull up its comparison, localhost 3001, cool. We can see that it's pretty much getting there. There should be the rest of the words. Oh yeah, because that's white. And I know what to do to fix that. 1 second. And if you want to fix this so that it's not this white color, we just have to put the styling on there. So let's go to Control B, and I believe it's in global CSS. And what we want to do is come to body. Let's just do a background color of linear dash gradient. And then we can say to bottom, put in this value, which is hashtag 212430, comma, hashtag 17171A. That's our background color. And while we're here, let's give it a height of 100 VH and a width of 100 VW. We'll go ahead and hit save. Okay, hitting save again. And looks like there's a change, and let me just double check. This actually should be background, not background color. Boom, there we go. That looks more like it. If I look at the previous one, we're actually really getting there, guys. Just taking a look at the finished product and the one that we're doing right now, I'm noticing that like the nav links are like a little smushed up. So what I'm gonna do is like open VS Code. Let's head over to header and let me just see nav link. Oh, that makes a lot of sense. I don't have the nav link styling. So let me just add that in. We can just put it right here, keep it organized. Let's put nav link. Damn, why didn't you guys tell me? I would have seen it, but there you go. We're gonna add it now so that it looks a lot closer. So let's add a text dash white. And the thing that we just need is a flex with an MX bracket 10 pixels. Then if I hit save, now it's more spread out. That's more like it. We're getting closer, and just my fun little highlights button. Cool. There you go. So let's continue working on the trending.js. Let's see if there's anything more we need to do. Let me go back here, trending.js. And if I look, that should be it. The next thing we should probably start doing now is setting up for the trending card. Nice work, guys. All right, so next, let's work on the trending card component. But again, before we do that, let's actually set up our data, and let's do a const trending data is equal to an array of objects, right? So what is trending data? If you remember down below where we're setting up our trending card component, we're going to be passing something called trending data as trending data. And if you look at the actual project, the trending card is going to receive data, which is like the Bitcoin, the Tether, this Bitcoin, and all of it is. If you notice, it's actually the same. That's what we're setting up over here in our VS Code. So coming back to the top, the trending data is an array of objects. And for this first object, we can do number 1. The symbol will be BTC, which stands for bit. Name is going to be actually just the Bitcoin icon. It's going to be BTC, right? Where are we getting this BTC from? It's actually the image. Okay, cool. And then from here, we're going to have is increment. And if you remember, that's the one that it's either the chevron up and it's green or the chevron down and it's red. So that one we'll say is true. So that will make it green. And then the rate, which is the number on that, is going to be 20, or it's not 20, 2.34%. Okay, there we go. And we're gonna have about 3 of these objects. So let's just put a comma here. And then we're gonna do 2, and then we're gonna do 3, right? What we need to do now is make sure you change the values. Otherwise, it'll just be the same thing. So instead of BSD, let's do USDT for USD Tether. Anyone watching this is invested in Tether, or are you guys more into USDC? Leave a comment down below. Okay, cool. And then we're gonna do a USDT here as the icon, which is what we're importing. Increment, let's make it false, right? It's on the downward trend. All right, and again, it's not actually on a downward trend. I'm just putting it so. This is 9.23%. The number of this should be 3. And this one can also be Bitcoin, and it can also be 2.34. If you wanted to customize it, you can. But for now, let's just make sure the static data is like this. Okay, cool. So now that we have the trending data, we're actually able to pass in all of these things. So in order to pass them in, let's make the component. So what I'm gonna do is head over back to our components folder, make a new file, and let's just call it trendingcard.js. Yep, there we go. Do our magic little RAFCE, hit save. And now what we can do next is uncomment all of these guys out. So if I do that, hit save again, and we're gonna see, oops, I saw a little error actually. Trending card is not defined, and that's because I forgot we need to import it. And every time you make a component and you're using it, you need to import it. So trending card from trending card. Let's see, did that work? Trending card. Now let's hit refresh. There we go. So there it is. Trending card. It looks like that because we haven't set up any of the styling or the JSX. What it's supposed to look like, again, is going to be these, right? So notice how we made 3 trending cards, so we're going to see 3 of that. Trending data though, if you remember, it's going to be this. This is our Bitcoin on number 1 or 2. And this says number 1, but it really should say number 3. So I think I fixed that later on. But again, feel free to customize this, make this whatever coin you want, put your favorite coin in there, and we should be good to go. This right here is going to be the icon that we pass in. This is the, and again, here is going to be the title. And one thing that I wanted to point out is over here, this more with an arrow. This is actually a component that we're going to create in just a little bit. Okay, so let me move my fancy dancy drawings, and let me go ahead and come back here, and let's go back to not state.json over here. So going into trending card, the first thing that you want to do is let's go ahead and set up some of our imports, which is just going to be for now image from next image. And then from here, let's go ahead and set up our JSX. So for the trending card, we can go ahead and erase that, hit enter, and then up here, let's give it a class name. And the class name that I want to give this is styles.trending card. Okay, cool. And then from there, let's give it another div. It has a child. If we do a class name, styles.trending card wrapper, and make sure it's closed, we can put another div within the side of that. So within that one, we'll just have another div here with no name, just flexing out, and we should be good to go. And now that I'm thinking about it, we should also take in the props that we're passing in. So if I look at trending, what are we passing in? Icon, trending data, and I believe title. All right, so that's what we need to put in here. So destructure those props and do title, icon, and trending data. The reason why we're doing this is because if I were to do it the other way, what we'd have to do is something like this. We'd have to do props, and then all of these things that we pass down would be a whole prop object. And to get the title, I'd have to do something like props.title. Right, and then if I wanted the icon, I'd do props.icon. So instead of writing so much dot notation, we can do something called destructuring and get each of those individual keys. So here I can just say title, icon, I believe trending data. Right. So that is our React basics. Be sure to look at our other courses like PWR to learn more about that. Awesome. So we're passing in and taking in our props. Let's actually make some use of it. So in this div called flex, we can have curly brackets here and say icon and. So essentially, if the icon exists, what I want to do is have an image in here. This is why we imported image in the first place. And what I want as the source is the icon, right? If the icon or nothing, no icon gets passed down, this image wouldn't even load. That's essentially what's happening here. For the width, we can say it is 27. All right, let's make it a little closer. And let's also do the height while we're here, which should be the same, also 27. And most images need an alt here. I'll just say icon since it's pretty dynamic. Okay. And then let's add NB SP here, NB SP. Okay. From here, let's add a p tag, class name, and it's just gonna have some styling of bold font, right? So font bold. And then we'll make use of our prop and say title here. So this is where it says like gainers or whatever. And I think that should be it for this div. Over here, this is where we're gonna have that more button, right? I told you guys what this was a little bit earlier. Let me just set up the actual component button. Let's go ahead and set that up since we're here. To set up the more button, what I wanna do is go to our components. Let's just make a new file. Let's call it more button.js, okay? And then from here, let's go do our usual thing. And let's add import that we need for this. If you remember on localhost 2001, the more button has this little arrow, right? That's actually an image that we have. Cool, and yes, I know, if I hit save, we're gonna see the styles error. So I'm gonna bring back the code and let's import the right arrow from / and I see it, assets / SVG, and we already have it set up if you have the assets imported. So right arrow, hit save. And then for the styles, I'll set up the styles now since there's only one. We're gonna be making a div later on and it's just called button. That's just the right arrow button. Okay, cool. It's just gonna have a text of dash bracket. We can do a hashtag 6188F. And there we go, that's the text color. Give it a flex property. I want to do an item center, and if I hover over it, we can add a cursor pointer, and for white space do no wrap, justify dash between. Okay, I think I like that. That's pretty much it for the styles. Let me just do an alt-C. All right, can you guys? Awesome. No problem, Joe. I got you. Did I scare any Joes watching this? Cool. So what I want to do next is let's set up the div here, and you guessed it, it's just the class name button or styles.button. Sorry. Cool. And we want to add a more here. Luckily, that's pretty similar. And then we can add our right arrow right here. So if it's save, go to trending card. Let's actually go back and import the more button. So import more button, sorry, lowercase u, from quotes dot / there you go. Awesome. I hit save. We'll still get errors, and if I unlock this, it should be fine. We're getting errors again because we don't have our style object yet, right? Cool. So if I go back to here, there should be a closing div here, and then there should be a line break. Cool. From here, we're going to take that trending data and we want to map through it. Why do I want to map through the trending data? Well, if I ask you guys how much objects are in our array or how many items in our array, what would you tell me? Exactly. Good job. You said 3, you'd be correct. So what I want to do is for every object in the array, or in other words, every item in the array, I'm going to create a trending row component. So if I go back to here, notice how there's 3 rows because there's 3 items. Cool. That's actually why I use map a lot of the time. So that's a good thing to learn if you're just starting out programming or at least coding with React. Okay, cool. Going back to trending card, we're mapping through, and what you can do here is label what that item in the array is, and we could just call it item. Parentheses first because it takes in an arrow function. And what I want to call each object in the array, I'll call it item. And the map takes in 2 parameters. The second one is index, right? Whenever you're creating components through map, each of them should have its own unique key. We can actually give it a unique key by adding an index here, right? So what the index parameter will do is the first index of our component will be 0, and then 1, and then so forth, depending on how many items. So if that makes sense to you, let's keep on going. Let's do a return here, and this doesn't exist yet, right? So let's put quotes here. Trending, or actually we could put it last. So I'll just write it out first. So what we want to do is for every single item, and there's 3, let's make a trending card row. That's a component that doesn't exist yet. And for every trending card row, it's going to have a key. And like I said, the key will be the index. Number is going to be the item. Oops. And remember, what is item, guys? Item is the actual object itself, right? So item is going to be this thing that I'm highlighting. How would I get the number, for example, if it's an object? Exactly, dot notation. So then we're going to do an item dot number. Okay, and then for symbol, we're going to do an item dot symbol. All right, so you get the idea. I'm going to do this for the rest of the properties that the row is going to need, which will be name, item.name, icon, item.icon, and is increment, right, for our rate later on, and item.is increment, and then rate is going to be passed in as item.rate. Okay, cool. And again, our trending card doesn't exist. So what I'm going to do is like comment this out for now, or rather yet comment out this whole return, and then save that. And I know my computer's yelling at me, so let's make our styles object so we can make them happy. So if I do Control B, that's a lot better for you guys. Cool. Luckily for you, there's not much styles on this one, so let's do const styles equals object. And then one of the first ones that we need to style is trending card. And then all that's going to have is a W-P-5, a PY-3, a PB-0, a BG-bracket, hashtag 323546, 323546, yep. Then we do a rounded X-XL, then we do a text-white, MR-3, and then we'll do a trending card wrapper. And if you see the suggestion, I typed it right. Cool. And if you do flex items-center and a justify-between. Awesome. If I put a comma here, hit save. Are you gonna yell at me? No. Nice. Look at that, guys. I'm getting super excited every time I like build and it gets closer and closer to the finished product. Like, it just makes me just really happy to see that. And there's our more button looking nice and cute. And the reason why we don't see the Bitcoin stuff is because we haven't made that component yet. So let's go ahead and do that next. All right, so we're almost done with the trending section. Let's take a look at the final thing. You can see that we just need to do this row, all of this stuff. It's all set up, we just have to execute. So going back to here, let's go back to our code. And if you look, we need to make trending card. So to make it, I'm gonna go open this up again, go to components, new file. Let's just write and call it trending card row. And don't forget .js. Beautiful. Guess what do we do next, Hassam? Exactly, Hassam. We're gonna do RAFCE. And if I hit save, there we go. So that's trending card row. And what we can do now, since we have trending card row, is to uncomment this and let's see what comes up. If I hit save, let's hit refresh. Trending card row is not defined. And yes, I made the same mistake. Exactly, Kasumi. No, it's okay. If I just do import trending card row from /trending card row, save. Now we should be Gucci. And there we go. Beautiful trending card rows, and we're done. That's the video, right? Of course, we're not done. Let's go ahead and style it. So go to trending card row. And let's set up a couple imports. If you guys can tell, we were also using rate. So let's get rate in here. And we're also gonna be utilizing image from next image. That's pretty much it. And we also have our styles objects. I'm gonna start it up now because there's only one. And the only style object is going to be trending card row. That's the div name. And it's just gonna have a flex items-center, justify-between, and MB-4, and text-bracket 0.93 rem, blah blah blah. There you go. And again, if I'm moving too fast at all, feel free to pause the video. This is the only styles that we need. Yeah, cool. So I'm gonna hit save. That's trending card row. And what we want to do next is what I'll call like accepting the props that we passed down. And I was showing you guys this earlier. What props are we passing down? Key, number, symbol, name, icon, is increment rate. Let's do that. So that's what we're gonna write down. So it's number, icon, name, symbol is increment, which we'll use for rate, and again, rate, which we'll also use for rate. So I think that should be it. No need to put in the key. So let's go ahead and come down here, hit save. Let's start writing out the JSX now. So for the div, we can erase this guy, hit enter, and let's give this guy a class name. And it's gonna be the only one that has a styles, which is styles.trendingcardRow, okay? And for the row itself, it'll have a p tag with the class name, opacity-40. And we'll insert the number, which is the prop that we are deconstructing, or destructuring, I mean. And then here, let's add another div. For the next div, we're adding a class name with w-full flex. And then here, we'll add another div of, let's see, this one should be mx-5, cool. And then within here, we'll have the icon, and we'll do something similar that we did last time, which was the icon and end. If it exists, load the image, and the image is just gonna be source, the icon that gets passed. Yeah, and the width of it will be smaller than last time, which is 20, and the height will follow suit. Beautiful. And that should be it for this div. Coming on to the next line, but still in this main div, we're gonna add another p tag. And this one is just gonna be bold. So let's do a font bold. And here we'll have the name of that item, which is the Bitcoin or the USD tether that we have. And underneath, I wanna include the symbol, which we also pass down. So class name will just be this text gray-400, and the span will be symbol. Okay. Cool, that's looking pretty good. So that's closing p tag, closing div, and then we have, last but not least, we have the here. And if you remember, what are the props that we passed down for rate? It's gonna be is increment, which is gonna take in is increment. Yep, and then the rate, which is going to take in rate. So now if I hit save, what the, this looks awesome, guys. So there we go. That is the trending section. If you look, it's pretty one-to-one. Let's go ahead and work on the table. And again, you don't see anything because the API is not working on this specific build, but our job is to get that API working together. So let's go ahead and do that. All right, guys, so I cleaned up this browser a little bit so that there's only one tab. What we want to do next is set up our table that we get from CoinMarketCap's API, and I fixed it in my finished version. So if you guys take a look, 3001, boom. So this is what it's supposed to look like. Just like the demo that Kazi showed, it's supposed to see the top 10 coins, and we get this by using an API. So I'm going to teach you guys how to get started with this API. So the first thing you want to do is type in CoinMarketCap API, and after that, you should lead you to this page. Click on this link, get your API key now. And what it's gonna ask you to do is just simply sign up. So I'm gonna sign up real quick. And once you fill out all the information, go ahead and create my account and click I agree. Awesome, and then it's just gonna ask you to verify. Go ahead and check your email for the verification code. After you confirm your account and get that verification, if you click on this is your API key. So once you get your API key, let's head over to the next part. All right, so what you should do next is head over to your code. I'm gonna open up my menu, and what I wanna do next is go to my pages, go to your API folder, and you're gonna see this hello.ts. We're not gonna need it anymore, so I'm gonna go ahead and press delete. This is just starter files. Go back into your API, open it up, and what we want to do is make a new file in here called gettop10.js. Okay, once you do that, what we can do is something like this. We can make the menu smaller and we can make the code bigger. And what we want to do is simply just an export default and function, and I'll just call it handler. And the handler is going to take a request and a response. And essentially we're going to use the fetch method to make an API call for the CoinMarketCap. So let's press enter here. Let's say const get data is equal to async. And the get data function is actually the function that calls the API. Okay, then we can say const response is equal to and await, because you want to wait for the fetch to happen first. And inside this fetch, we're going to put the CoinMarketCap API link. And it's going to look a little something like this. Now if I press Alt-Z and let's spell response correctly, response. If you look, this is the link. I copied it because it's something that it gives you, right? The only difference is you should have a template literal here that says process.env cmc_API key, right? Which we'll set up in just a little bit. Another important thing is inside the parentheses of this fetch, there should be a comma because we're not done yet. I'll do this part with you guys. If you press enter here, after this comma, after the API key, we're gonna need to add this object looking thing because we need to add some methods and the headers, and sometimes we even add params. But for this one, I don't think we'll need params. We're just gonna do a get to define the method because we're getting the top 10 cryptocurrencies. Then for the headers, we want to do accept :*/*. Okay, then you can put a comma here. Then you can also put a comma here. All right, we're almost done. All you need to do is a const data equals await response.json, which means we gotta wait for the response to come through and gets turned into JSON. And after that, if it's successful, let's do a res.status of 200. And that's what 200 means. And if you do .json, we're gonna put in here brackets data, okay? And last but not least, inside here, let's call get data, okay? So far, this looks pretty good. I'm gonna go ahead and hit save. And that's gonna be our actual API route. Let's go ahead and set up our context now. Okay, so in this section, we're gonna be setting up our context file. So if you guys didn't know, there's a React hook out there called use context. And basically it lets us create variables and functions and state that we can use anywhere in our app globally. That might not mean anything to you, but if you remember, if I go over to my trending card, let's go trending. The only way I was able to give my trending card row the name, symbol, and icon was because I passed it down as a prop. You can't pass down props if they aren't a direct child, which eventually, imagine if I had trending.js, pass that prop to trending card, then pass that prop to trending card row, and then I had another child, pass that to trending card row, and then another trending card thing. So essentially, if I was to draw it out, there is a component. If you want to pass down something like, let's say, icon, right? You can't read it, but it says icon. You'd have to pass it down to a child, which is another component, which is another component, which is another component. That's called prop drilling, right? Eventually that will lead to problems down the line, but to make it easier, what if, let's say I had those components again, and this one had 2 children. In order to get the icon to this specific component, what I'd have to do is put that prop all the way down there. With our context or use context, what we can do is have that icon in a store, and then I could just call it anywhere. I could get it here, I could get it here, and I get it here. I don't have to pass it down. That's the main benefit and usually why we set up context. So let me just clear this and let's show you guys how to set that up, okay? So if I do Control B and come over here, what you want to do is create a folder called context. So I'm gonna go to the root, let's just clean this new folder, and let's say this is my context folder, okay? And then within that context folder, I'm just gonna make a new file and I'm gonna call it context.js. Cool. So once that's made, I can just hit Control B again to clear out my window. Okay, cool. So now we're inside our context folder. The first thing we'll do is let's import anything that we might need. So if I do import create context, right? This is a hook from React that helps us initialize our context that we want to create. We also might be using a use state and later on a use effect as well. Okay, and that should be it for now. If there's any more, we're gonna come back to our context and update it, especially if we add all the Moralis features later on. So if I do from React, there we go. Okay. The next thing I want to do is to actually create the context. We need to make use of this hook right here. So what I'll do is I'm going to do export const, and then we'll say market context, right? I'm going to be naming it because we might have a different kind of context, like our gun context. So if I say create CoinMarketCap context or CoinMarket context, it's going to equal our create context hook. Okay. From there, we also want to do an export const coin market, the name of our context provider. Okay, and let's make the M for both of these capital. All right, so it's camel case. Coin market. Okay, so it's the provider. It's gonna equal function. Okay, and as its parameters, make sure it takes in children. Awesome. All right, and then we're gonna be putting a lot of stuff in this provider, but the main thing at the bottom here, we should make it return something. And what it's gonna return is coin market context dot provider. Okay, this is different from the one above it. It's not returning itself. It's CoinMarket provider, and this is CoinMarket context dot provider. And then I'm gonna close it off. And in between the providers, the opening and the closing, it's gonna also take in that children that we passed down. Yeah, cool. The important part though is within the opening tag. If I go ahead and hit enter here, right, and then I could just format it like so, boom. If I go ahead and hit enter and I go back into here and put some space here, if you put something called value here, this is how we can make it, anything I put in here is global. For example, if I say const word equals hello, not const. If I want to make this variable global and I can pull it from anywhere in my app, you just pass in word into this value here. So this makes it so that I can go in like my trending card row and use that variable hello. Makes sense? Cool. Glad to hear it, Hassan. So what we're gonna do next is erase word, because that's not what we want to make global. We're not actually using that. Let's set up our get top 10 API route and make that global. So now that we set up our context.js file, we actually got to wrap the provider around our app so that we can pull it from anywhere. So that what that tells me is, let's go ahead and go to _app, right? And this is where we set up the Moralis provider so we could use Moralis in our app. We gotta do the same thing for our context. So come to the top here and say, all right, and then let me just format this because it's starting to bother me, but there we go. Coin market provider, I believe that's what we called it. Let me just double check. Coin market, yes sir, that's it, cool. So then we can say from quotes / find the context, find the file, boom. And again, I just have to wrap this component here, which is our actual app, with that provider. So again, we can put this within the Moralis one, which is fine. And let's just say coin market provider, open that up, hit X here. And then what we could do is place that component right here. And when we hit save, there we go. We're able to use our provider or our context within our app now. Cool. So then what we can do now is finish setting up the rest of our context and get our API call. Okay, cool. So yeah, we can go ahead and X that out for now. And what we want to do is come back to our context, which we're already in. Let's see, within this provider, we want to start making any functions that we're going to use. And one of the main ones is something I'll call const top 10 coins is equal to async and this function right here. Okay. And inside that asynchronous function, I'm going to add a try catch. I'm going to take in E for error. And what we could do is a console.log e.message if there is an error. Okay, cool. And what we want to do next is a const res is equal to an await fetch, and then we're going to use our own API route that we set up, which is quotes /API /get top 10. All right, what is this doing? We're basically making a call to the API route, which we set up in the folder API, and get top 10. It's going to make this call, this get data call, or this function call. That's what's going to happen right here. Okay, there we go. That's what's going to happen right here when I do a fetch that API route. What we want to do next is make another variable called const data is equal to await.res.json. It basically is after we make a call at the API route, once that's done, we're going to make a variable called data and wait for that response that we get back to turn to readable data for our code, which is JSON. Okay. And funny enough, the way that data would get returned to us is return data, right, which is the variable we created. And inside there is a object, which is data, like a key. We want to access that. And then we also want to access the data inside that object. So it looks really funny, but that's how parse that data and go inside and get the top 10 coins that we want. Cool. So I'm going to go ahead and hit save, and that should be good for now. And what we want to do next is over here in value, just say get top 10 coins, right? We're making that function to get the API route or the API data global. And there you go, it all tied in together. You with me? Awesome. All right, so I'm back in our index right now. And as you can see, the next component I want to work on is the CMC table. And if you didn't know, the CMC just means CoinMarketCap table. So what does that actually look like for us? If you go to here and take a look at the finished product, this whole section that you see right here, and I may have mentioned it a couple times, this is the CMC table, right? And there's a lot of different parts or components that go into it that you're gonna notice. But the main thing is, the main component that holds all of that is CMC table. So that's what we're gonna tackle in this section. Let's go ahead and get started. Okay, so coming back to here, notice the difference. And again, all this data is coming from the API. Okay, so come over here. Let's open up our files. And remember how we made a CMC table folder? That is where we're gonna put everything that has to do with the table, including the table itself. So within here, we have just Rate.js. Let's make a new file, and I'm gonna call it CMC or capital CMC table for its camel case and .js. Okay, awesome. So what we wanna do now is the RAFCE, okay? And from here, let's go ahead and go to import React from React. And let's get a couple of different hooks that we need. So what I need from this guy is going to be our use state, right? Because I'm gonna make some state variables here. We're gonna be using use context because remember in the table, we're using that API call. So I need to pull that here. And then we're also going to be using our use effect because we're gonna run the function that we get, okay? And I'll explain this later, but we're also gonna be using use callback. Okay, cool. So that's good, pretty good to me. And then in terms of assets, let's get BTC from here, the Bitcoin one. Okay, and that one's just gonna be // and then now we can see the assets. Go ahead and just type in btc.png because that's in this assets folder. Okay, cool. Oops, that's not what I wanted to do. I want to do Control B actually, and there you go. Cool. And then again, if you're using the use context hook, that means I'm trying to access that store with all the global variables. In order to do so, we got to pass in the context in that hook. So we're going to import coin market context from // context/context. Okay, cool. And there's a couple components that we're going to add later, but we don't have to worry about that now. So going down below to the CMC table, and now I'm thinking about it, this should actually be called not header, going back to index. Yeah, this is actually capital CMC. Oops. So this should be CMC. And in terms of file name, this should also be CMC, just to make sure it matches up. And this can be CMC. Awesome. That's how I know it's like the main table. And what I could do is hit save, Control B, and bring this boy out. And let's import them. Import CMC table, right? Table from, and I'm noticing it. Yep, I know. It should be here. From // components / folder / CMC table. So let's see if that is, there it is. There's our CMC table. Cool. All right. From here, it's going to get less confusing. If I go to this part right here, what I can do is let object equals use context, not use callback, use context. And in the parentheses, what we want to do is pass in coin market context, right? That's letting you know what context am I using, and that's my coin market cap. And here we can take what we want from the value. So if you remember in our context.js, we just passed in get top 10 coins. If I had multiple things, I can literally choose what I want to bring to this specific component. And for me, it's just get top 10 coins, I believe. Get top 10 coins, beautiful. So I'm pulling get top 10 coins function from my context and bringing it into this component. That's essentially it. And what I want to do is set up some state here and say equals use state. And this is a React hook that keeps track of data that can change. And in the parentheses here, the state should start as null. So it's basically saying like coin data will start as null. And then here we could just do coin data. And then usually the convention is to say set that variable name. Got it? Cool. So I'm gonna make some space here because I wanna make a function. This function, I'm gonna call it set data, and it's gonna be equal to use callback. Okay, and I'm gonna explain it in just a second. And to continue on, all we need to do is type in async here to create a asynchronous function, which will just have a try catch. Oops, and it's just gonna take an e, and then about in console.log e.message. And then here we can actually do a comma and do a get top 10 coins. All right. And for the try, we're going to say let API response, right, is going to be equal await get top 10 coins. Remember, we pulled got top 10 coins from our context, our coin market context specifically, and now we're waiting to call it and then storing that in a variable called API response. Okay, then we're gonna get filtered response. Why are we doing this? It's because when I make that API call, I'm not necessarily getting the top 10 coins, I'm getting a bunch of coins, and I only need the top 10. So here in the next line, I wanna start filtering for only the top 10 coins, whatever they are. So to do that, we can actually use a basic for loop. So if I say for let I equals 0, that's the initializer. Then I'm going to say the condition, which is API response.length. And when I say condition, basically it's going to run however long the API response length is. So if the response I get back is 100 items or 100 coins, this will run 100 times, right? That's basically what the condition means. And the increment part is how we get to the end of this condition. So that's the for loop for you. So then in the for loop, let's say const element is equal to API response bracket, right? I'm storing essentially a pointer to what response I'm on by using the index and storing that into a variable. And then what we can do is write an if statement here, if element dot CMC, right, coin market cap underscore rank, that's the key to get the rank, which I want basically number rank 1 through 10. And I can express that by saying less than or equal to 10. So all the numbers that are less than or equal to 10, which exactly is gonna be the 1 through 10. Yeah. And because I'm gonna make this one line, we can say filtered response dot push that exact element. Boom, there we go. So after that's done, outside the for loop, I want to take everything that gets added to filtered response, which should be just 10 things, and set that in my set coin data state. So I'll say set filtered response. Awesome. Okay, cool. Get top 10 coins. And again, notice how this is grayed out. It's because I'm not actually running this set data yet. So that's why I'm using my hook use effect, which basically, if you didn't know, use effect is a React hook. It lets us perform what I'll call side effects or functions at different points in that component's lifecycle. And arrow here, the side effect that I want to perform is set. And if I run comma here and then put like an array, this is called a dependency module, which ensures that this only runs once. Okay, I'm essentially using use callback, if you guys are familiar with use memo at all, to make sure that set data runs exactly how many times I want it to run, which is just when the get top 10 coins run. We don't want it to run over and over again. I just need it to run once. Okay, so use callback can help us ensure it runs exactly how we want it to. And then I'm using that in tandem with use effect because when the component loads, we should run set data. Awesome, cool. And if I save this here, this may result in its installed request. And oh, that actually brings up to my next point. If you remember, let's go to our, let's see, get top10.js. Awesome. We have that API call and it's running this process.env.cmc API key, but we haven't actually set up that environment variable. So let's go back to CoinMarketCap API. Just gonna go ahead and log in. All right, so this key, all we have to do is you can insert this here instead of doing a template literal, or we can just set up our environment variable or our .env variable through our CLI tool once again. So I'm going to do that real quick. That's why we're getting API resolve without sending a response. Okay, so I'm going to temporarily stop this and let's set up our CMC API key. Okay, and again, we can also set up our environment variables with NTL env:set. Right, we did this with the Moralis URL. We can do this by saying the variable name here, which I'll say CMC_API_key. I believe that's what it's called. Just double check. CMC_API_key. Cool. You do this and then just have a space and then paste in the value. And let me just make sure I have it copied. Yep. And the value is going to be this. Hit enter. Cool. So the environment variable is set, and you can see it's set for the site CoinMarketCap clone blockchain. So that means it would work even in the deployed link. So the typical way we do this is we have our .env file, but when I deploy that site live, we have to go to Netlify and then like manually put in that env variable. Here, I'm just already setting it up. So then we can just do an NTL dev. Like I said, I'm running NTL dev, and now let's see if it works. And one way we could test it is if I go over to our CMC table and I do a console log coin data, we should see about 10 coins. So I hit save, inspect, console. Hey, there it is, my array of 10 coins. The number one is Bitcoin, makes sense. Ethereum, Tether, BNB, USDC, so forth. There we go. So it looks like our API is working. All we need to do is make the freaking table. So let's go ahead. Now that we have the data, we can start moving on. Okay, so I'm gonna make this smaller and we can do a get rid of this console log and let's start making the JSX. Okay. So what I'm going to do is set this up by erasing this, and now let's set up the divs, which will have a class name, and it's going to have already some CSS, which is text white. And see, let's make the font bold as well. Okay, from there I also have a div with a class name mx-auto max-w-screen and do a -2xl, and here we'll start our table. Okay, so that's our table, and then within that table I want to give it a class name of widthful. And again, like I said, we're going to have some components here that I'm going to set up. This one is the CMC table header. Okay. And then underneath that though, we'll use coins data, right? Because we have it now. And if I say and coin data, we can set up a ternary, right? If coin data exists, what I want to do is comma here, a comma parenthesis here, and I want to map through it. Okay. And you guys, I explained map earlier. Basically, for every single coin or item, I want to do something with it. So coin index. Let's do a function in here. It's the other one. There we go. And what I essentially want to do is return, right, a CMC table row. Yeah, again, this is a component that doesn't exist yet, but it's going to take in a lot of props. So let's set that up. So if you remember, the key can be the index, which is just a parameter that I set up with the map. It's a cool function. We have a star num that's equal to the coin.cmc_rank. Then we have the coin name prop, which is going to be equal to the coin.name. Yeah, there's going to be a lot of properties, guys, so bear with me. It's all going to be worth it. Then we're going to be coin symbol, which is just coin.symbol. Coin icon is going to equal that BTC. Then we're going to have a show by. That's going to equal true. Then we have h rate, and this one's an interesting one. It's going to be the coin.quote.usd.%_change_24 hours, like the percentage change of that coin. And there's also a D rate, which is going to be really similar. So it's quote.usd.%_change, and instead of 24 hours, it's going to show us the 7 days. Okay. And then we have a h rate is increment prop, and that can be equal to true by default. Then we can have a price equal to coin.quote.usd price, right? The price in USD. Then we have the market cap value. That's going to be equal to the coin.quote.usd.market_cap. And then we have the volume of crypto value. That's going to be coin.quote.usd.volume_24 hours. All right, the crypto volume traded within 24 hours. Then we have the just volume value, which is the coin total underscore supply. Yeah. Then we have circulating supply. That's equal to that circulating underscore supply. Okay, cool. And then we want to do next is have a parenthesis here, have the curly bracket parenthesis here, and we want to close off this dot this. Okay, let's see, did I match this up correctly? Yep. Then otherwise we can have a fragment here. There you go. Awesome. So if coin data exists, let's map through it, generate the table row. If not, just put in an empty fragment. Okay, and taking a look at that, it's just closing table, closing div, export default to the table, and yeah, that looks pretty good to me. And again, this doesn't exist just yet, so we can comment it out. And we're getting error if I do that, so let's comment out the whole thing. And if you're wondering, where the hell, Lance, are you getting all of these props? What I did was, if you inspect element and do console, and you open up that array and open up one of them, you're gonna see everything that I said, the CMC rank, the total supply, the symbol, the quote, and then if you open that USD, and then you open that, you get the percent change, right? All that information is in this array of objects, and then inside the object is those keys that I'm talking about. So that's how I knew what to get. I basically just picked what I wanted from the API, and what we need is all of this. So the next step, let's start creating the components. I'm gonna start with the header. All right, so to get started, I'm gonna open up my menu, click on this, and let's create that new component. And remember, I'm organizing the components in this CMC table file. Let's make a new one and call it CMC table header.js. All right, then we can do an RAFCE, start out the component, and let's import that guy inside here. So import CMC table header from ./CMC table header. Right, so once it's here, we can actually uncomment this guy. Save, let's see if it comes up. There it is. So this is supposed to represent where our header will go. And it kind of lines up. This is what the header is, the hashtag name, price, yada. To get started on editing that, let's go into the table header. So if I press Control P or Command P if you're on Mac, click that, and now we're in. So what we need to do first is let's import anything we're going to need. For me, I know I'm going to need the chevron down, not the chart event, chevron import, chevron down, as well as import info. And if you're wondering where info is, it's coming from our assets that you can get from the repo. And info is just a component that has an SVG in it. Okay, beautiful. What we want to do next is coming at the top here. Since there's not a lot of styling, I'm just going to make that style object now, and I want to tell you that the div we'll be styling is called text icon. So then we're going to do flex items dash center. Beautiful. All right, cool. So now from there we have a return, and what I return is to clear this out like so. And I'm actually going to change this to T-body, right? That's just what I want to name this tag, /T-body, boom. Okay, cool. So from there we can do a TR, and then we could do a TH. Oops, that's HTH, just for spacing. And then what we could do next is another one, TH. This one's gonna have a class name though. I wanna give it a flex property of items dash center. If you're wondering what this header is, what we're making with the header is specifically this area here. And it's just gonna be static, so there's nothing fancy going on here, just styling. Okay, cool. I'm bring it back to this. Oops, it's not my pen tool. Okay. cool. So that's TH. And then we can do inside this specific tag, we want to do a B. Okay, and in this B, we have hashtag and this for end NBSP for spacing. And then within here, we can add our chevron down. Oops, there you go. Hit save. There it is. As you can see, there's the hashtag. We're supposed to get this set up. Awesome. Now we have another header here, which is going to be a name. And I want to do this about 4 times. Oops, 2, 3, 4. Right, and instead of name, we have price, 24-hour percent, and we have 7D space percent. Okay, cool. And then from here, the next thing you want to do is add another TH here, and that's pretty much what the rest of the headers are. So let's just do the rest of them, which is just this one and this one. All right. The difference with these 3 is that it actually holds a div. So they also hold divs. Boom, boom. And this one just says the last 7 days. Okay, but inside these divs, they all have a class name. Oops. And remember the text icon? That's the one they have, styles. Styles.text icon. Okay, cool. So what we could do is just copy this over since it's the same one. Now the differences between them is all of what they say. So inside this div is gonna be a P, right, with the class name mr-2, and actually all of them have P tags like that. Boom and the boom, beautiful. Okay, so within this P tag, let's have market cap. Then from here we have volume, and then we have circulating supply. Okay, last thing we'll need is in between the P tag, like the closing P tag and the closing div, there should be the info thing that I inserted. So just getting that real quick. Boom, boom. Let's hit save. And that should be it for the header. Let me just take a look. Okay, it's not looking bad. Let me just make this full screen. Awesome. Okay, cool. And I'm noticing that there's a little bit of CSS issues with the header. So let's just go ahead and fix that real quick. All right, so looks like it's a little too close over here. So to fix that, I'm gonna go into my code. Let's go to trending card. And it has to do something with this area here. If I put a space, there you go. It's less congested. I think that looks a lot better. Okay, and with that, the header looks pretty good to me. Let's start making the rest of that table. All right, guys, so coming back into index, let's take a look. This was our CMC table that we set up. Then we made the table. We just made the header. Now, if you look, the next thing we gotta make is the CMC table row. And it has a bunch of props that we passed in, as you can see, right? That's all of the API coin data that we're getting from CoinMarket, and it's going to be put into all of these components right here. So if you see this, right, that's what we're making here, right? Theory, tether. That's the idea. Let's go ahead and start working on that by going back into our code base, and let's make that component. So if I go to components, CMC table folder, new file, CMC row.js, boom, save. And now what we could do is comment this guy out. But also, don't forget to import them. Import CMC table row from there. Okay, so if I hit save, this is the complete version. Look at that. It's generating at least 10 of them because that's how many items are in our array that we're mapping through. And for every item, it's making that component, which is kind of the idea here. Next thing I do is just format it so it looks like this. So we're gonna take the info that we passed in. So if we looked back into the row, let's go ahead and destructure all the things that we're gonna add. And it's gonna look something like this. We're gonna get curly brackets here, star num. And if you're wondering where am I getting this from, just look at CMC table and look at all the things that we passed in. That's what we wanna destructure here, right? Because those are the props we wanna use, coin num. Otherwise, we have to say props.coin num, props.coin icon. So this is saving a little bit of typing right there. Coin symbol. And one thing that you could do is you can also set a default prop. So a default prop can look something like this. If you say equals minus, right? While it doesn't exist, this is what the prop is, okay? So as it's loading, you'll look at it, you'll see it like this. hrate equals drate is equal to hrate is increment. Actually, hrate is increment can be blank because that's because they're gonna be true or false. This needs a comma. Awesome. And then drate is increment, market cap value. This one can have a default prop. Then there's also volume value, volume crypto value. Cool. Then there's circulating supply, and that's gonna be 3. Awesome. Okay, cool. So those are all the props we are deconstructing. Nice and organized. Let's see. Next thing I want to do is Let me see, did I import anything? Yeah, so we're deconstructing our props. The next thing we should do is import any assets that we're gonna use at the top, which for me is just gonna be import image from next image, import more, and this is coming from the SVG assets folder. So there's the assets, SVG, and then we can say more. Import star from and star. Coin name row. Actually, this one doesn't exist yet. We're gonna do import rate. Cool. All right. Oh, and we're also going to import a React hook, and I'll talk about it later on, but we're going to be using the use router hook. And actually, this doesn't come from React. So let's do an import router from, this one comes actually from Nextr. There we go. So this should be, for the most part, everything that I'm going to include for now. So I'm going ahead and hit save. And while we're here, let's also just do the styles. So if I come to the top here, the const styles, this one's going to equal just table row. That's the only div that we're going to actually create here. It's going to have a text white border dash B border dash gray dash 800, and the text is going to have this 0.93 rem. Okay, there you go. That's our styles object. And the next part I want to do is working with the JSX. But before I do that, one thing I want to talk about is what goes into this. So if you notice in this row, there's this little graph here. We're actually just hard coding these graphs and we're getting it from CoinMarket. So what I'm going to do is take all those images and put them into the array. So you guys see that? Awesome. So going back to the code, what I'll do is if I go here and go before the return, but after we accept props, and if I hit paste here, I'm generating all these graph images. So if I press Control or Alt Z, this will take a moment. I'm getting these graphs. You guys can use whatever graphs you want, but if you want, you could pause it and this is the exact one. Or you can look at the repo and get the assets from there. So that's all I'm doing. These are all the graph images. The way that we can get a random graph to display is we can make a function to get a random one, right? How would we make a random function? You might be asking. So to get started doing that, come down below here. Let's say const get random graph is, and it's going to equal an arrow function. Okay. And what I want to do is say const random integer, right? Or random number. And to get a random number in JavaScript, all you have to do is a math.floor. Or really just a math.random. And this math.random generates an integer less than or equal to 0 by default. But if I do times 10, it's gonna be 0 through 10. Let me see, math.floor times 10. And I wanna do a +1 here. So that when we do a math.floor, it doesn't just go to 0 or like less than 0. I wanna make it start there. So we don't always round down to 0. It can round down to 0 or 1, 2, 3, 4. So now we'll get a random number from 0 through 10, okay? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. All right, so then we're gonna do a return graph images, and then to get a random number, since we're getting a random number through here, we're gonna pass that as the array index, so that means we will generate a random graph from here. Okay, so just pass in random integer, and that's our function. Cool. Okay, and after creating the get random graph function, I want to create a couple more functions that this row is going to need, and we're going to be making use of the use router hook. The use router hook lets us access the router object, and it helps us create dynamic pages with query strings in Next.js. What do I mean by that? It's going to be easier if I could show you guys. So the first step, let's do another variable. Let's do const router is equal to use router, and we should see the router object when we do that. And the idea with the router is if I do const view coin details, if I go to here and I click on Bitcoin, for example, it should lead us to a Bitcoin page. I'm seeing an error because it's not running. Oh, there we go. Cool. We should lead us to this page, and if you see above, you can see that the BTC is the symbol, the coin is Bitcoin, and the price, all of that is within the URL. We can do that by doing a router.push. So going back to the row, Control B, let's set that up. So if I say view coin details, all right, we'll do a router.push, and inside this push, right, we can format it. So I want to see currencies / info, right? This is the page. So that means we're going to have to make the actual page itself, currencies, and then the info page, right? Then you're going to put a question mark symbol. And this is how we can make it dynamic by making use of template literals. So for symbol is going to equal whatever the coin symbol is of what we clicked. Still with me? Cool. Then we're going to do and coin is going to equal template literal of the actual coin name, right? So coin name. All right. So that's how we can see BTC and the coin is equal to Bitcoin. And if I go click on Ethereum, instead of BTC, it's ETH for ETH, right? So that's what we want to set up here. So I hope that's making sense because the next part is going to be price, and it's going to be something super similar, $coin, or rather price. Okay, price. Awesome. Now you can just put a comma here, but that's basically it for view coin details. It's going to lead us to our info page, right? There's another function here that's going to be const view price, and instead of taking us to the info page, we're also going to have another page that's going to just deal with the price. So I believe if I go into here and I go back, so if I click the name, I get the coin details. If I click the price, I should see this page. The front end of this project is jacked, right? So there's a lot of front end here. Let's go ahead and set it up. So router.push, right? And the URL is going to be similar. It's going to be currencies/price instead. Question mark symbol is going to be equal coin symbol, and we got and coin is going to equal coin name, and price is going to equal price. Okay, cool. So as you can see, it's pretty much the same thing. The difference is that this page leads to a price.js and that one leads to an info. Got it? Cool. And one last function is I want to be able to format a number a certain way. I'm thinking like 2 decimal places, because if you look, the number is actually really long. So we do format num. We can just call this function to format the number when we need to. Do return number num to fixed parentheses 2, and go out here dot locale string parentheses to call it. Boom. Okay. Awesome. So that's pretty much it for the functions. Now let's work on the JSX of it all. We can go down to the return here and we can say erase this. We're going to do something similar with the t-body, and the t-body is going to have that div class name that we set up, which is going to be styles.table_row. Yep, cool. And then from here we just do a tr, not tra, tr, td, and then we have star here. Cool. So td, and then within here let's have another td. This one can be the star num, right? It's the star num prop that we are getting from here. Nice. Hit enter, and then we'll have some condition here, coin and coin. So if there's a coin icon, then we can set up a ternary for it, where if it exists, then we can load the TD with the class name cursor pointer, cursor-pointer, and then we have coin name row. Also, do you like this style of video, guys? That it's longer and I'm taking my time with it. Name equals coin. Right. So again, this is a component, coin name row, and we haven't made it yet, but I'm going to be setting it up real quick. So coin icon. Then we have clicked equals view coin details. So if this coin name row is clicked, then we're going to run view coin details, and remember that leads us to the info page. Right, that's how that functionality was working. Okay, cool. And then what we could do is after this TD, we'll have this opening parenthesis and then this closing parenthesis, and then if that coin icon doesn't exist, just have a fragment here and we're all good. Cool. And then in the next line, but still inside the tr, we'll have another T. This one will have a class name of cursor pointer as well, because if you guys notice the pattern, in between here, well, not in between here, after this, we'll also have an on click. Click, and guess what? It's gonna be the view price one, view price. Okay, and what we're should be clicking to call that function would be the format num, and then plug in the price. All right, so we're taking the price prop that we're getting, formatting it with our function, and then putting it in our JSX, and we're making it clickable, and when we click on it, we run view price. So see how it all comes together? That's the kind of process that you want to be thinking about for your build. So when this TD will include the rate, and this rate one is so useful because now I don't have to rewrite any, I can just pass in this rate function and it knows to take in certain props, and we're going to take in is hrate is increment is going to be template literal of format num again, and let's put the hrate in there. So I also want to format the hrate, and we can also include a percent, and don't include the space, or else they'll have a space percent. Okay, underneath that we have another TD with another rate actually, but this one is going to control the D rate. All right, so it still has is increment, but what we want to put is D rate is increment. All right, and let's double check that I'm getting that from somewhere. Yep, there it is. And then for rate, it's going to be the same thing where we do it equals, and then we do this with the template literal to format the num and pass in D rate. D rate. Cool, awesome. All right, we're almost done, guys, with this part. The reason we want to do is a TD. Inside that we have a div. Inside that we have a p tag, right? And we can actually make this one line because all it is going to be is format num, right? This is the reason why we made it a function, because there's a lot of things I want to format, like the volume value, right? You don't always have to take that API data as it is. You can reformat it as you want. So we're going to do another p tag with the class name text-gray -400, and again, guess what? We're gonna do format num again. Okay, so for format num, this time we're gonna do the volume crypto value, and another one. We also want to put coin symbol in here. So coin symbol. Okay, closing P, closing div, closing TD, another TD with another div with another P tag, which has format num. This one is going to be the circulating supply, right? So closing div, closing TD. Then we have another TD, but this time we're making use of that image we imported now. Closing, and for the source, it's going to be get random graph. So this is how we get the random graph onto our page that you saw and I was highlighting earlier. So if I double click this, make sure it's the same name. Yes, sir. Get random graph, right? It's going to call get random graph function and return an image as the source. That's the whole point. Then I can say the size of it. So once you get me that image, how big do you want it? I'll say 150 for both. Actually, no, do 60 for height. And then we'll do alt is equal to graph. Okay, closing TD, and we're almost there. I think I want to do another TD here where there's going to be the more SVG that I brought in. So more, closing TD, closing TR, and then finally closing T body. If I hit save, oh, that's right, because this guy doesn't exist just yet. So let's comment it out and see what the error is. Num.toFixed is not a function. Return num.toFixed. That's interesting. Let me see. Okay, so one thing I'm noticing real quick is the spelling of this should be crypto, and then that means the spelling of this should also be the same, crypto. And let's see, market cap value. Market cap value is not being used. Let's see, is increment TD. Oh, market cap value is actually supposed to go up here. It's gonna have the same deal, TD div, and then P tag with the $ format number. Format num market cap value save. Okay, now we're using it, and right now we're still getting an error that toFix is not a function. That's because probably when I'm passing in these numbers, I'm not getting them as data just yet. So what I'll do for now is comment out format num so we can see something. There we go, cool. So that's okay if it's undefined. The basic structure is there though, right? We have the random graphs, that's all loaded. Awesome. Okay, cool. So we're almost there. I think to get this format num up and running, let's make the coin name row component next, okay? All right, so the next thing I want to work on is the coin name row component. So again, repeating that cycle inside the CMC table folder, new file, coin name row.js. Okay, boom, REFCE, save, and coming back to table row, let's import him. So now this is what I was trying to import earlier, coin name row from // coin name row. Cool. Then what we can do is uncomment it. Cool, so there it is, coin name row. It's showing up nicely. And again, we don't see the numbers because we didn't format any of the numbers yet. It's not going through. So let's finish out coin name row. So if I go to coin name row, the only thing I'm going to need is to import image from next image. Okay, and coin name row, can you guess what kind of props it's going to take in? If this is coin name row, what should be here? What should be here really? For coin name row, or maybe this could be better as the column itself, it's going to take in a name and it's going to take in the icon, right? So if you guessed name and icon, you'd be correct. Okay, so what we want to do is coming down in this div, let's give it a class name or CSS property of just flex. And if I format it like this, should just be an image. The image of whatever icon is passed, right? Icon. The alt for this, we can actually pass in the name, and the size of the icon can be width 20, and the height of this can be 20 as well. Okay, cool. So if I want to display the name of the coin name that I passed in, just add a P tag and then just use that prop. All right, so that's why props are awesome. So I hit save. There we go. We got all Bitcoin, baby. So that means the names that we're passing in isn't exactly right. So we got to take a look at that. Cool, it's just all Bitcoin for some reason. All right, when in turn, it should be Ethereum, Tether, BNB, and so forth. Okay, cool. Okay, so yeah, that is the coin name row. And again, we don't see a price or any numbers because if you look but not to trending to our format num, we commented out, but now that it's all fixed up and ready to go, if I hit save, hey, that's looking a lot cleaner. Obviously, this should be different icons, but as we develop this project, it will get sorted out, okay? So that's the coin name row. Let's go to the next part. Okay, so for this next part, let's talk about the view coin details, right? So if you remember, we are pushing to that router object, and what I'm doing is creating that route of /currencies, /info, and whatever the symbol and coin is. But the truth is, it won't work until we set up that page or that route. So what we're gonna need to do is open up our menu and come over to the pages right here, And what we're gonna need to do is, it's pretty simple. Underneath pages, let's just make a new folder and let's call it currencies. In that currencies folder, right here, we're gonna make another file, info.js. So that's what should load, info.js. All right, so you might be asking, why the hell did we make a folder and then a file? If I typed in const currencies equals a component, and then I have the return here, and then we'll have like a h1. And if I say hello, let's see what happens when I go to localhost /currencies/info. We had the folder and then the file. Let's see what happens if I hit enter, and it says it's not a React component, and I think I know why. It's because we have to go down before here, export default currencies, hit save, refresh, and now when I go to this route, highlight this, there it is, there's the component. So that's what we're doing with that router. We're making dynamic pages with that query string that we pass in. So when I go to here, we should go to this URL with the symbol being the Bitcoin and the coin, and then we're gonna grab those params, those URL params within this info. Does that make sense? Cool. It'll make more sense as I'm coding along, but bear with me, guys. So going to info.js, let's get started. Okay, and to get started, let's import a couple things. What I want to import is our header from our header, not that one, from .. Let's get to components. Yep, components header. There we go, there's our header. Let's also get Solana from our assets folder. So that's a .. that we'll need here. .. assets. It's not an SVG, it's actually Solana.png. And then we can import USD, or capital USD, from, let's get to assets, and I believe this one's a SVG. If I look, there it is. So /USD. And again, while we're here, let's import the React hooks we might use, which is going to be use effect and use state hook. Yep, cool. All right, you guys are gonna get really good at React hooks if you keep following this tutorial. Cool. So those are all the imports that we're gonna add for now. I might be adding more later when it makes more sense, but next let's set up the styles object. So let's do the first div we're gonna make is gonna be called active tab, and active tab will just have a p-1, then p-2. All right, followed by an mr-2, and then a rounded large, and then a background color of, let's see, #171924. Okay, then we're gonna have a tab item with px-2. Then we'll have a tab container, and tab container is going to have a flex property with an item center p-2, and then rounded, let's make that extra large, and then the background color of #222-531. Then for border, let's give it a border gray. If you guys spell gray with the A, or it might be different from where you're from, right? -500 divided by 10. Let's do a text small, and I think that should be it for tab container. Okay, up next is info, which should be just min-h-screen. Okay, and then main will be a text-white mx-auto max w screen XL. Awesome. Then we do a flex start with a flex item start. Then we can do a flex between, which will have a flex justify between, which makes a lot of sense. Then we have a flex between center, which will just have a flex justify between items dash center. All right, so then there's a tab container wrapper. So p-10, oops, pl-0. Oh, code's all messed up. So we have p-0, or p-10 actually, and pl-0, pr-0, and w2/3. Boom. Okay, that's the tab container wrapper. Last one, flex center, and let's do a flex. Let's finish strong dash center. Cool. So that's all the styles that we need. Come down below to currencies, and what we'll need to do next is, remember how we got the use state hook? There's a couple of different variables that I want to keep track of on this page, and that's going to be const array equals use state, something like this. And what I want to keep track of first is the coin name, right? Because when I go to this page, right, go to this page, I click this Ethereum, it should load the info page with Ethereum as the coin name. So I need to be able to set that over here. So I'm going to set that state as coin name with set coin, not data, should be name. Okay, and then the initial state should just be empty, and then let's set up the rest. So equals use state. The next variable I want to keep track of is the coin symbol. So whether that's BTC or SOL for SOL, that's what I want to keep track of. Okay, then we can do const price as set price equals use state. Okay, then we're gonna have a use effect here. There's gonna be a function that's gonna call, but it doesn't make much sense for me to use it just yet. So let's actually just erase it for now, and then you'll see when I'll use it. But the function that I want to use is get URL data, right? And this should be capital, okay? And get URL data is exactly what it sounds like. It's going to be getting the parameters from the URL. So if we go back to not this code, but this code, it's gonna be table row. If you go back to here, if I click Bitcoin, the URL will have the symbol and the name and the price. I want to be grabbing that information from the URL. So we could actually do that and make use of it by saying const query string is equal to window.location.search. That's how we get that query string. And then what we could do is const URL params is equal to new URL search params, right? Creating a new instance of it and passing in query string. And then once we have that, what we could do is set coin name is equal to URL params.get, and then we get the coin, right? This is super clever because what we're doing is we're getting the coin, right? The whatever was passed in as coin and storing it into a variable here. Okay, that's something that's super cool that we're doing. So it's kind of like a way to do this without necessarily putting it in our context or passing it in as a prop. Okay, so then we do set price, same thing, guys. So if that's how we get coins, how are we gonna get the price? Yep, now you guys know it's price, and the format we can do to colocale string, and then for set coin symbol we'll do a URL params.get symbol. Okay, cool. So that is get URL data. One thing I want to point out though is when I click, for example, Ethereum, this is how it knows that I'm looking at Ethereum, right? That's what's the really smart thing we're doing here. Like, how does it know that if I click Ethereum that I should see Ethereum details, right? So again, that's what we're setting up here, this specific page. And by us setting all that state, it doesn't necessarily have all of this nice stuff here either, on top of this nice chat app that we're gonna be setting up in a little bit later. And it's a decentralized chat, by the way, which is a cool feature. So get excited for that. There's still a lot of awesome features left to go, so stay tuned, but let's get the rest of this front end done. Cool, so now that we have the get URL data, now it makes more sense to run this use effect. So if I say use effect here, remember this is a hook to perform functions at different times in the component. So if I put comma array here, or in other words, put an empty dependency module, I only want get data or get URL to run once. And I don't want that. Cool, I only want this to run once when currencies or the info page loads. Once we got the URL data, then we can populate this page with whatever we need. Okay, cool. So all that's left is to do the JSX, which is not as bad. And I have this return here, which we do not longer need. So if I do div here, let's give it the class name. And guess what? We already did the styling. So if I do styles.info, we can add the header component here. Because even though I clicked on this, the header should actually still be the same. So we can actually just reuse it and place it right there. Another benefit to components. And then if we do main here, let's give this a class name of styles.main. Okay, from there we got div. I want to name you styles.flexStart, and then the div with inside will be class name styles.tab container wrapper, and then the div inside that you can be styles.flexBetween. Okay, and then within that we'll have the actual tab container itself. So this one will be styles.tab container. Beautiful. Then we have a bunch of p tags here. So I will guess I'll set it up. Do p tag. So it has 1, 2, 3, 4, but they're gonna have pretty differing class names. This one is styles.active tab, right? There's a style for active, and then there's just the tab item. So price is the active tab. This one will just be tab item, and we can actually give that styling to the rest of them. Okay, so if that's price, this will be market, this will be trading view, and this will be history. Okay, and then closing div, and then we have another div here. We have another tab container. So let's make another tab container here. And if you're wondering where am I getting price, market cap, and trading view, right, it's over here. Notice how the active tab is this, right? Because it's symbolizing that's the price that we're seeing. Cool. So if you wanted to make it dynamic, you can by just swapping out the class name. Okay, so for this one, it's gonna have pretty much something similar, right? So we have the active tab, and I think the tab items on this one is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I believe 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. All right, 7. So what I'll do is I'll copy this twice. Okay, so this will give me 6, and then if I just add one more, that's 7. Okay, but the thing is, this is different. So we need a 1 day, and again, I'm basing it off this guy right here, right? 1 day. This guy is 2 days, because you know in CoinMarketCap you can see the graph at different stages. This is what we're setting up. So 3M, 3 months. This is the 1 year, YTD, and log. Okay, cool. Then it's closing div, closing div. Let's have a BR here, and this doesn't exist just yet, but there's gonna be some sort of graph component here, which is essentially what you're seeing here. We're using the chart.js to generate this. I'm gonna be setting that up a little bit later. So that's what the graph is. So for now, I'm gonna comment it out, but just give you an idea of where that component will go. From there, let's add another line break, and then we can start writing some more divs. So the next thing I wanna write is div with the little old name of styles dot flex between center. Okay, this one will have just the class name of flex, and then within that we have a div that I'm going to give the flex center to, and from here we're going to have the input, and then for this input we can make it closing, but for the class name let's just give it an outline of none, and then for type let's make it a checkbox. Okay, and then after this we could add NBSP for some spacing, and then just do USD. Cool. All right, awesome. So now that we have that input, in the next line I already know I want to add a couple of spacing things here just to make it easy, and then after that we could just do div with a class name of styles dot flex center. Okay, all right. If you're still following along, the next thing you're going to do is input, and input again, this one's self-closing, type equals checkbox, and we add our little spacing and BSP and BTC. Cool. Closing div, then we have a p tag, want more data, and then span with the class name of text, and give it this color for the text, which is just going to be hashtag 6188FF. Okay, cool. And just say check out our API. All right, if you want more data, check out our API. That's this little section right here. And here's that USD BTC thing that we just set up earlier. The 2 checkboxes. Awesome. So that's the span, then it's closing P, closing div, and then after that we have 2 BRs here. Okay, and then this doesn't exist yet either. Okay, so taking a look at it now, you're gonna see that these 3 things are grayed out. That's because where I'm actually using them, I commented out. So just to take note of this, we have 3 components to make for our info. It's gonna be graph, it's going to be CMC price converter, and it's gonna be the chat. So let's get started on that. Let's keep on crushing it. Okay, so for this next part, let's talk about the view coin details, right? So if you remember, we are pushing to that router object, and what I'm doing is creating that route of /currencies, /info, and whatever the symbol and coin is. But the truth is, it won't work until we set up that page or that route. So what we're gonna need to do is open up our menu and come over to the pages right here. And what we're gonna need to do is, it's pretty simple. Underneath pages, let's just make a new folder and let's call it currencies. In that currencies folder, right here, we're gonna make another file, info.js. So that's what should load, info.js. All right, so you might be asking, why the hell did we make a folder and then a file? If I typed in const currencies equals a component, and then I have the return here, and then we'll have like a h1, and if I say hello, let's see what happens when I go to localhost /currencies/info. We had the folder and then the file. Let's see what happens if I hit enter, and it says it's not a React component, and I think I know why. It's because we have to go down here, export default currencies, hit save, refresh, and now when I go to this route, highlight this, there it is, there's the component. So that's what we're doing with that router. We're making dynamic pages with that query string that we pass in. So when I go to here, we should go to this URL with the symbol being the Bitcoin and the coin, and then we're gonna grab those params, those URL params within this info. Does that make sense? Cool. It'll make more sense as I'm coding along, but bear with me, guys. So going to info.js, let's get started. Okay, and to get started, let's import a couple things. What I want to import is our header from our header, not that one, from // let's get to components. Yep, components header. There we go, there's our header. Let's also get Solana from our assets folder. So that's a // that we'll need here. // assets. It's not an SVG, it's actually Solana.png. And then we can import USD or capital USD from, it's get to assets, and I believe this one's a SVG. If I look, there it is. So /USD. And again, while we're here, let's import the React hooks we might use, which is going to be use effect and use state hook. Yep, cool. All right, you guys are gonna get really good at React hooks if you keep following this tutorial. Cool, so those are all the imports that we're gonna add for now. I might be adding more later when it makes more sense, but next let's set up the styles object. So let's do the first div we're gonna make is gonna be called active tab, and active tab will just have a p-1, then p-2. All right, followed by an mr-2, and then a rounded large, and then a background color of, let's see, #171924. Okay, then we're gonna have a tab item with px-2. Then we'll have a tab container, and tab container is going to have a flex property with an item center p-2, and then rounded. Let's make that extra large, and then the background color of #2225531. Then for border, let's give it a border gray. If you guys spell gray with the A, or it might be different from where you're from, right? -500 divided by 10. Let's do a text small, and I think that should be it for tab container. Okay, up next is info, which should be just min-h-screen. Okay, and then main will be a text-white mx-auto max w screen XL. Awesome. Then we do a flex start with a flex item start. Then we can do a flex between, which will have a flex justify between, which makes a lot of sense. Then we have a flex between center, which will just have a flex justify between items dash center. All right, so then there's a tab container wrapper. So p-10, oops, pl-0. Oh, code's all messed up. So we have p-0, or p-10 actually, and pl-0, pr-0, and w2/3. Boom. Okay. That's the tab container wrapper. Last one, flex center. And let's do a flex, let's finish strong, dash center. Cool, so that's all the styles that we need. Come down below to currencies. And what we'll need to do next is, remember how we got the use state hook? There's a couple of different variables that I wanna keep track of on this page. And that's gonna be const array equals use state, something like this. And what I wanna keep track of first is the coin name, right? Because when I go to this page, right? Go to this page, I click this Ethereum, it should load the info page with Ethereum as the coin name. So I need to be able to set that over here. So I'm gonna set that state as coin name with set coin, not data, it should be name. Okay, and then the initial state should just be empty. And then let's set up the rest. So equals use state. The next variable I want to keep track of is the coin symbol. So whether that's BTC or SOL for SOL, that's what I want to keep track of. Okay, then we can do const price as set price equals use state. Okay, then we're gonna have a use effect here. There's gonna be a function that's gonna call, but it doesn't make much sense for me to use it just yet. So let's actually just erase it for now, and then you'll see when I'll use it. But the function that I want to use is get URL data, right? And this should be capital, okay? And get URL data is exactly what it sounds like. It's going to be getting the parameters from the URL. So if we go back to not this code, but this code, it's gonna be table row. If you go back to here, if I click Bitcoin, the URL will have the symbol and the name and the price. I want to be grabbing that information from the URL. So we could actually do that and make use of it by saying const query string is equal to window.location.search. That's how we get that query string. And then what we could do is const URL params is equal to new URL search params, right? Creating a new instance of it and passing in query string. And then once we have that, what we could do is set coin name is equal to URL params.get, and then we get the coin, right? This is super clever because what we're doing is we're getting the coin, right? The whatever was passed in as coin and storing it into a variable here. Okay, that's something that's super cool that we're doing. So it's like a way to do this without necessarily putting it in our context or passing it in as a prop. Okay, so then we do set price, same thing, guys. So if that's how we get coins, how are we gonna get the price? Yep, now you guys know it's price, and the format we can do to colocale string, and then for set coin symbol we'll do a URL params.get symbol. Okay, Cool. So that is get URL data. One thing I want to point out though is when I click, for example, Ethereum, this is how it knows that I'm looking at Ethereum, right? That's what's the really smart thing we're doing here. Like, how does it know that if I click Ethereum that I should see Ethereum details, right? So again, that's what we're setting up here, this specific page. And by us setting all that state, it doesn't necessarily have all of this nice stuff here either, on top of this nice chat app that we're gonna be setting up in a little bit later. And it's a decentralized chat, by the way, which is a cool feature. So get excited for that. There's still a lot of awesome features left to go. So stay tuned, but let's get the rest of this front end done. Cool, so now that we have the get URL data, now it makes more sense to run this use effect. So if I say use effect here, remember this is a hook to perform functions at different times in the component. So if I put comma array here, or in other words, put an empty dependency module, I only want get data or get URL to run once. And I don't want that. Cool, I only want this to run once when currencies or the info page loads. Once we got the URL data, then we can populate this page with whatever we need. Okay, cool. So all that's left is to do the JSX, which is not as bad. And I have this return here, which we do not longer need. So if I do div here, let's give it the class name. And guess what? We already did the styling. So if I do styles.info, we can add the header component here. Because even though I clicked on this, the header should actually still be the same. So we can actually just reuse it and place it right there. Another benefit to components. And then if we do main here, let's give this a class name of styles.main. Okay. From there we got div. I want to name you styles.flexStart, and then the div within inside will be class name styles.tab container wrapper, and then the div inside that you can be styles.flexBetween. Okay, and then within that we'll have the actual tab container itself. So this one will be styles.tab container. Beautiful. Then we have a bunch of p tags here. So I will guess I'll set it up. Do p tag. So it has 1, 2, 3, 4, but they're gonna have pretty differing class names. This one is styles.active tab, right? There's a style for active, and then there's just the tab item. So price is the active tab. This one will just be tab item, and we can actually give that styling to the rest of them. Okay, so if that's price, this will be market, this will be trading view, and this will be history. Okay, and then closing div, and then we have another div here. We have another tab container. So let's make another tab container here. And if you're wondering where am I getting price, market cap, and trading view, right, it's over here. Notice how the active tab is this, right? Because it's symbolizing that's the price that we're seeing. Cool. So if you wanted to make it dynamic, you can by just swapping out the class name. Okay, so for this one, it's gonna have pretty much something similar, right? So we have the active tab, and I think the tab items on this one is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I believe 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. All right, 7. So what I'll do is I'll copy this twice. Okay, so this will give me 6, and then if I just add one more, that's 7. Okay, but the thing is, this is different. So we need a 1 day, and again, I'm basing it off this guy right here, right? 1 day. This guy is 2 days, because you know in CoinMarketCap you can see the graph at different stages. This is what we're setting up. So 3M, 3 months. This is the 1 year, YTD, and log. Okay, cool. Then it's closing div, closing div. Let's have a BR here, and this doesn't exist just yet, but there's gonna be some sort of graph component here, which is essentially what you're seeing here. We're using the chart.js to generate this. I'm gonna be setting that up a little bit later. So that's what the graph is. So for now, I'm gonna comment it out, but just give you an idea of where that component will go. Okay, from there, let's add another line break, and then we can start writing some more divs. So the next thing I wanna write is a div with the little old name of styles.flexBetween center. Okay, this one will have just the class name of flex, and then within that we have a div that I'm going to give the flex center to, and from here we're going to have the input, and then for this input we can make it closing, but for the class name let's just give it an outline of none, and then for type let's make it a checkbox. Okay, and then after this we could add NBSP for some spacing, and then just do USD. Cool. All right, awesome. So now that we have that input, in the next line I already know I want to add a couple of spacing things here just to make it easy, and then after that we could just do div with a class name of styles.flexCenter. Okay, all right. If you're still following along, the next thing we're going to do is input, and input again, this one's self-closing. Type equals checkbox, and we add our little spacing and BSP and BTC. Cool, closing div, closing div. Then we have a p tag, want more data. And then we have, and then span with the class name of text and give it this color for the text, which is just gonna be hashtag 6188FF. Okay, cool. And just say check out our API. Check out our API. All right, if you look, want more data, check out our API. That's this little section right here. And here's that USD BTC thing that we just set up earlier. The 2 checkboxes. Awesome. So that's the span. Then it's closing P, closing div. And then after that, we have 2 BRs here. Okay. And then this doesn't exist yet either, but taking a look at it now, you're gonna see that these 3 things are grayed out. That's because where I'm actually using them, I commented out. So just to take note of this, we have 3 components to make for our info. It's gonna be graph, it's going to be CMC price converter, and it's gonna be the chat. So let's get started on that. Let's keep on crushing it. All right, so the next thing I want to work on is the coin name row component. So again, repeating that cycle inside the CMC table folder, new file, coin name row.js. Okay, boom, RAFCE, save, and coming back to table row, let's import him. So now, this is what I was trying to import earlier, coin name row from / coin name row. Cool. Then what we can do is uncomment it. Cool, so there it is, coin name row. It's showing up nicely. And again, we don't see the numbers because we didn't format any of the numbers yet. It's not going through. So let's finish out coin name row. So if I go to coin name row, the only thing I'm gonna need is to import image from next image, okay? And coin name row, can you guess what kind of props it's gonna take in? If this is coin name row, what should be here? What should be here, really? For coin name row, or maybe this could be better as the column itself, it's gonna take in a name, and it's gonna take in the icon, right? So if you guessed name and icon, you'd be correct, okay? So what we wanna do is coming down in this div, let's give it a class name or CSS property of just flex. And if I format it like this, should just be an image. The image of whatever icon is passed, right? Icon. The alt for this, we can actually pass in the name, and the size of the icon can be width 20, and the height of this can be 20 as well. Okay, cool. So if I want to display the name of the coin name that I passed in, just add a p tag and then just use that prop. All right, so that's why props are awesome. So I hit save. There we go. We got all Bitcoin, baby. So that means the names that we're passing in isn't exactly right. So we got to take a look at that. Cool. It's just all Bitcoin for some reason. All right, when it turn, it should be Ethereum, Tether, BNB, and so forth. Okay. Cool. Okay, so yeah, that is the coin name row. And again, we don't see a price or any numbers because if you look but not to trending to our format num, we commented out, but now that it's all fixed up and ready to go, if I hit save, hey, that's looking a lot cleaner. Obviously, this should be different icons, but as we develop this project, it will get sorted out, okay? So that's the coin name row. Let's go to the next part. Okay, so what I'm thinking of tackling first is let's work on the price converter, which again, is just this little guy right here. There shouldn't be that much to it, and I think we can get it out of the way now. So to work on the price converter, let's head back to the code and let's make that component. So I'm just gonna do one of these, and you don't have to necessarily put it in the CMC table component since it's not really on the table, it's on its own page. I'm just gonna make a new file and call it CMC price converter.js. Okay, cool. So let's do it. RAFCE. Yeah, there you go. So going into that should be fine. And let me see on the table row or the info, it takes in a lot of properties. So let's accept those properties in the parameters here. And what we're gonna get is the from, the to, the from symbol, the to symbol, the from logo, to logo, and the price. So those are all the props that we are accepting. Awesome. Let's go ahead and import a couple different things. There's something called import converter from our assets folder. So that's in our assets folder that we got. Let's do converter.png. Then let's import BTC. This is the Bitcoin icon. If I do assets, btc.png. Cool. And we're going to import the rest of the coins in here. So basically the 10 coins that we want to use. So I'm just going to take some time to do that now. feel free to customize this with the coins that you want to use. Okay, let's do USDC, let's do USDT. All right, this is Tether, XRP. Okay, and then we got Cardano. Any Cardano holders watching this video? How you guys doing? Assets Cardano.png, and we also got Terra, which is also looking pretty interesting. Assets/Terra.png. Okay, we got import, and then assets/Solana.png. Then we can import Avalanche from same place. Then we got BNB from assets/BNB.png. Nice. Okay, cool. All right. So that should be all the imports for now. Oh, and of course we got to import image. All right, so if you want to read the image, we need to import an image from next/image. There you go. Cool, so that should be it for now. Let's go to the styles object now, since there's not that many. So we say const styles equals, and then for the styling, the first one is gonna be converter. And for converter, what we'll do is gonna be flex items-center justify-between, and then we'll have a BG bracket hashtag 171924. Okay, then we can do, I'll give it a border, a nice border gray here. I keep doing the 8 thing, gray or gray, 500/10, and then the pixels px-5, pys-5 as well. And let's also make it rounded and make it extra large. The next one we have to do is the convert button. And for the convert button, it's gonna have a BG of this 1D4ED8, okay? With P-2, px-5, and then do W-min with rounded-XL, MT.5, cursor-pointer, and then a hover opacity. And then for the opacity, give it a -60. Okay, comma here, and that's gonna be it for the styling. Cool, and if I do an Alt-Z, that should be easier to see. And if I went too fast, feel free to pause it. I think you guys got it though. This is just it for the styling. Cool, so working my way down, I'm thinking of making a function here. So depending on what is the coin icon, I want to load a different kind of image. If it's Bitcoin, right, then load the Bitcoin image. If it's Ethereum, load the Ethereum message, right? That's why we have all of these guys set up. What I'll do at the top here is say const coin icon is boom boom. It's gonna be just a bunch of switch statements. So the first one is going to be switch from, and then the case will be Bitcoin, okay? And if it's Bitcoin, then return this image. Oops, and return image and self-closing. And for the source, it will be the BTC, which makes sense if it's Bitcoin. And the class name is gonna be equal to rounded. Let's make it rounded full, okay? And the width will be 50 and the height will also be 50. Cool. And then the alt, we can just make this blank. Cool. So that's the switch for Bitcoin. You're gonna do this again for different cases for different coins. So with that said, there's 9 more to do. And to make this a little bit faster, all we have to do is copy the case and just repeat it 9 more times. So if I go here, that's 1. Oh no, maybe it's either just to write it all out. So like I said, we're doing one for each coin. So this one will be simply just Ethereum. So Ethereum, and for the source, just gotta put ETH. All right, that's it. That's all we have to do to switch it up. Everything will be pretty much the same. The next one is Tether, and the source is USDT. Okay, after we have BNB. So yeah, just put the corresponding ones where it belongs. We have a USD coin, which will just be USDC. Then we have XRP, which will have the source XRP. Cool. This is gonna be super cool when it's done. And we have our Cardano. Then we have Terra. Then we have Solana, Avalanche. I know I'm moving fast. So this Terra should actually be Terra. This will be Sol or Solana. This one will be AVAX or Avalanche. And awesome, cool. So then we just need a default case here. So the default will be return image, and the default can just be Bitcoin. So to make it Bitcoin, we can just say src equals BTC. Do the class name, know the drill. Rounded dash full, width 50, height also 50. And for the alt, we'll put that. Cool. So that's our switch statement. Let's actually work on the JSX. So to work on the JSX, let's come a little bit more down. Okay. All we'll need to do first is erase this guy. And for the div, let's just say h2. And let's write from symbol and then to symbol. Is that how I spelled it? This should be symbol. Oh yeah, I see it. To symbol. To symbol. All right, cool. We Gucci. So to symbol converter, right? This line, what this line is actually doing is when I click on Ethereum, it's the ETH to USD converter. That's literally what we wrote out. So going back to this guy, converter, that's gonna be it for the H2. Then we have the BR here, and we'll have a div with the name, styles, oops, skip partially emitted expression, wow. Styles.converter, which will hold a div, which will in turn hold another div with a class name, flex, which will have another div with the class name, avatar-container. Okay, cool. Then we have a from logo, and from logo with the coin icon, right? This is where we're calling that function to see what the coin icon we should be displaying is. And if the from logo exists, run it through the switch statement. If it doesn't, make this div empty. That's what we're doing here with the ternary. Cool. Then it should be closing div and our favorite spacing thing and BSP. Okay, awesome. So it's closing div and then an opening div. Okay, within that we'll have a P tag, and this is where we just want to show that symbol. So we'll see from symbol followed by H4 that shows the from. So it'll be like BTC Bitcoin. Okay, so it's closing div, closing div. And then in the next line, we'll have another one with the class name of flex with class name text-3xl. And in the P tag, it just says 1, and it just says NBSP and another one. Let's keep the nice spacing consistent. Okay, and that's closing div. And before that closing div, we just need another one. And this will hold the actual image itself. The alt source will be the converter, and the width will equal 40. Okay, and then the height will also equal 40. Okay, closing div, and then this guy again, and BSP and BSP. And then let's have another div here. This one will have the class name of flex, followed by inside of it, we should add the to logo somewhere. So let's add that right here, to logo, and BSP and BSP. Okay, cool. Followed by another div where we have the P tag here with the to symbol, and then another, not a P tag, but an H4. Kind of similar how we did the from, we're gonna do that for the to, and this will just have 2. So that's closing div, closing div. Then we'll have a P tag here, which just has class name, class name text-3xl, and let's include the price in there. That has price. Okay, and that should have closing div. In between these guys, last one will be div, class name, the styles.convert button. Yep, and it will also have an on click, not have an on click just yet, but that's fine. It's just a convert. So this button doesn't do anything yet, but you can add that functionality later on. So for now, let's see if it's saved. Cool. So let's just go back to our main page. Okay, and then one thing I want to do next is I'm getting tired of looking at this and seeing just Bitcoin. Let's go ahead and fix that by coming over to our code, go to coin name row, and let's finally add all the things that we're gonna need. So if you remember the, what's it called? The switch statement that we made, if it's Bitcoin, do this, if it's Ethereum, do this. We're gonna do the same thing for coin name row. Okay, so what that means is import all the images from there. So if you remember, I have it saved. I'm just gonna do something similar, which is gonna be this, import all of these assets for coin name row. Okay, cool. And then from here, let's give it some styles. So I can go to const styles, then I can say the styles equals coin name row, and it's just gonna have a flex of an items dash center. And then the buy button is gonna have this CSS. Yep, it's gonna be BG of this color, which is just gonna be hashtag 1A1F3. Okay, and then the text will have this color, which is just hashtag 6188FF, and then it's just P-1 PX-3. The text will be small, and then we can say rounded-LG, then we can say cursor-pointer, and then we're gonna add a hover with colon, and then the opacity of the hover will be -50. Okay, amazing. So after that, I think that's pretty much it for styling. There's not much we're gonna add. I remembered we have to add the buy button. That's why it looks a little wonky, but that's okay. And then we also have a property called clicked in here because that's what I had. So clicked. Okay, that assets USD. Let me just check something. Oh, okay, because coin name is in CMC table. That makes sense. This doesn't have to be in CMC table. This can just be in components. Yes, update imports. So if you remember, where are we using coin name row, which is gonna be in here. The path should just be .. coin name row. Awesome. So now if I hit save, there we go. Okay, cool. And again, no CSS yet because if I go to coin name row, I'm not using any of the divs that I set up here. So we can actually do that by coming down below here. And the main div, it's just gonna be a modified version of this. So what I'll do is I'll just change it up. So this one, yeah, this was the old one that I made. Let's update it with styles.coinNameRow. Okay, and let's just erase this. We're gonna put it back, but starting fresh. If I say div give this a class name of mr-3 and then flex, and then the on click of it will be the clicked property that I passed in. Okay, and then cool, within here there's another div that's gonna have a class name of mr-2, and this is where that coin icon. So now it can actually be different because it's gonna call a coin icon function that we're gonna make in a bit. What is this? Okay, coin icon, awesome. And then over here we just need a name property, and that div can be closed there. Put some space, this will be the p tag, and for this you can have if the name is equal to Bitcoin, or the name is Ethereum, or if the name is Tether. Essentially, if it's one of the top three, then what I want to happen is it should load a span. Okay, and this will make more sense in a bit, but there's gonna be like a open modal thing here. But for now, it's just gonna be span class name styles.buy button, and it's gonna have an on click that I'll set up later, but we'll just have buy here. Cool. And if it doesn't, then we're just gonna have, oh, that's strange. This should actually be here, and then we can just have the fragment here. There you go. That looks good to me. Go ahead and hit save. Let me see, we are missing one more thing. Oh, I know. Yep, we're not using icon yet because we have to make the function. So if I come back to the top here, we go above the return. Here we're gonna set up the coin icon function, which is gonna be similar to what we did last time. So it's just gonna do const coin icon equals this. Okay, switch takes in a name, and again the case for this will be Bitcoin colon, and if it is Bitcoin, what we want to return is the image of the Bitcoin, right? This is how we decided which image to use without making multiple. Just gotta do it once like this. BTC, a class name equal to rounded dash full, the width equals 20, and the height equals 20. If it looks familiar, that's because it is. So what I'll do is I'll just copy the coin icon function from the info.js. Okay, so what I ended up doing was copy the coin icon function from the CMC price converter because it's pretty much the same thing, and I pasted it in there, and we should be good to go, right? Bitcoin, Ethereum. The only thing I would change is the height and width of this. It should not be 50. So what you want to do is to change multiple is if I do control D all the way until the last one. It's a cool, neat trick. Okay, so now I'm at all the 50s. So after you use Command D or Control D, just press backspace, and then just press 20. Boom, look at that. We changed multiple 50s at once, save you and me the headache. So if I hit save, that's looking way better. So the only thing I would fix is the formatting of the buy. It should just be like a one single row. So we could fix that. Let me just go over here and see what's missing. Okay, so I'm taking a look at this and I think I see the problem. My autocorrect put children when this should be class name. Oops, like this. Hit save. There we go. That's more like it. And if I go back to here, okay, and if I go back to CMC table, I remember that these are the three things that I'm passing down, and this is a clicked property. So if I go to coin name row, we can now add the on click clicked, and that should link us with our page. So let's see if that works. Okay, so if I click on Bitcoin, will we get Bitcoin? Okay, so if I click it, I'm able to see the correct URL. It should say Bitcoin and the price, and if I click on this, it should say Ethereum and the price. Awesome. So the URL is working, but it seems like the page isn't. So let me just try something. Let me just do Control C. Let's do that like dev again, just to restart the server. It's gonna make a new one for us. It's been a while since I did that. Awesome. There's the API call. Click on Bitcoin, and we get nothing here. So let's see what's going on. All right, so our console log is fine. No immediate error, blocked by client. So let's take a look. Okay, and again, we don't see anything here because I just remembered we need to import it. So let's import the CMC price converter from that components to the CMC price converter. So let me just double check if that's right. Yep, we gotta go one more time, and we gotta go to components, and we gotta go here. So if I hit save, and if you remember, let's see, this guy right here, that's where it's passing all the information. If I hit save now, let's freaking go. That's Bitcoin, guys. Awesome, that's our price converter in action. If I click Ethereum, ETH, the number is different. Let's go. This is what it is in USD. That's what we set up. Awesome. So it looks like it's dynamic. That, guys, is the CMC price converter component. Okay, up next, remember, we still have a couple components to make. So in info, we want to start working on the graph component. What's the graph component? I'm glad you asked, Hassam. What you're going to do is go to click Ethereum. And if you notice this little bad boy right here, this graph is something that we're getting from Chart.js. And we can set that up in a component and make it reusable. It's just a random graph. I'm sure if I refresh this, will it be the same? Nope, it's different. So see how it's generating a random graph? It's just for show. This is how you can make it look like this. Don't worry about that. So let's go ahead and get it working. So to get that graph working, it's a component. So you know what that means. Go over to your components folder and let's just make a new file. And we can just call it graph.js. Amazing. And then in graph.js, we can set it up like this, Control B, and let's import the things that we're gonna need. So what we're gonna need is import the line, right? We need to get the line from React chart.js-2. Next, we'll need import chart, right, from React chart.js. Nope, we actually want this one from chart.js and then slash. Cool. So these are the two imports that we need. This one doesn't need to be destructured. It can just be import chart. Cool. And if you're wondering how I got the random points on the graph, right, next this out, the random points. To get that, I just made a chart or an array of random points, an array of arrays, if you will. So const random points is equal to an array, and you know, it's literally just random numbers that I wrote out, which I'll just paste right here. So feel free to use random numbers for you, or you can pause the video and this is it for the random points. All right, cool. And then now you might ask, how do I pick which set of random points do I use? Right, these are the about 5 possibilities. But remember how we generated a random graph image? Well, we can do the same thing here. If I say const get random points, and that's a function, right? What did we do? Well, we did const random integer, which will be a random index that we'll use. And what we want to do is math.random, which is just a random number between 0 and 1. If I do a times 4 here, then it's going to be 0 to 4. The thing is, it's going to be all the numbers between 0 to 4, which is like 0.11111, 3.7776. So let's math.floor it to round down and then add a +1, because otherwise we'll never get to the 4. We want to get to the 4. This is making sure instead of just math.flooring it down to 3, like say if it's 3.9999, we wouldn't get to 4, we would actually just floor it to 3. This ensures that we get that number as well. So there we go, get random points. That's good with me. The next thing, we should have a graph called, a variable called data, which is an object. And this is essentially the labels for our chart. So if you look at our chart, this 604, 904, 1204, that is what data is going to represent. So data is an object which has a key of labels, which in turn has an array of all the times that you want. So again, in theory, they could be whatever you want. What I did was just made like 904. It just feels more realistic if it's not an exact number, but this could be whatever you want as long as the time is incremental. So there you go, that's the labels. Awesome. So that is the data object. Well, at least the labels part. There's another property here. If I did like a comma, right after this array, there's also a data set part, well, data sets. Okay, and this is also an array. It's an object as well. And basically here you define the properties of your graph. For example, if there's a fill, I want to say false. Okay, so same thing. What do you want the line tension to be? This is how you customize. Line tension can be 0.1. And then what do you want the background color to be? Background color can be red. Border color can be quotes 3773F5. Border cap style can be just but, and border dash. Yeah, so these are just all properties of the graph. You can feel free to just copy what I have. This one is the dash offset, which would be 0.0. There's a border join style property, and that is okay. Then for point border color, there is hashtag 3773F5. Okay, point background color is going to be not 3 actually. Oh, actually it's the same one. 3773F5. Okay, then there's gonna be point border width. You can make that a 1. Then there's gonna be a point hover radius, which can make a 5. Then there's gonna be a point hover background color. Yeah, it's very detailed, and this will be the same as well. So it's hashtag 3773F5, and I know what you're saying. I see it too. Thank you. Nice catch. Nice catch, Cody. Cool. I hope that every time I say a name that you guys pay attention more. So any Codys, I'm glad you're watching. Okay, awesome. So then we have a point hover border color, and again, same color. Keep it consistent, 3773F. So that's the point hover border color, and it's not hover, it's hover. Okay, let's do a point radius, which will also be 1. And there's a point hit radius, which is 10. And there's the data, right? What is the data? It's basically going to take an array that we pass in. So you can manually put the data and it'll be the same graph throughout. Or we can do a get random points to generate a random array of data that we have, which is one of these. Cool. Pass that in. Just add the commas here just because for formatting. And then we need to pass in const options, or create a const options. Right, so then the plugins is going to be this, the legend is going to be this, and display.false is going to be this. Okay, cool. So that looks pretty good to me so far. One thing I want to mention is if you don't have chart.js, make sure you have it. You can check by doing a control P and checking your package.json, and just double check if you have chart.js. If you don't, React chart.js too. If you don't, then you're gonna need it in order to get this. It's gonna say like dependency or module not found. Okay, but we did all of that in the beginning together, so if you're watching the video, awesome, you paid attention, so you're ready. In terms of styling, there's no styling. All you gotta do is make use of that line component, right? And this line component, just pass in the data as data, the options as options. This is why we made all those variables. We're gonna just pass it all in here, okay? And then the width can be, of the table could be, or graph, will be 400, and the height, let's just make 150. Okay, if I save this, what we gotta do next is in our info, we can bring the graph out, and we also should import said graph. So import graph from the / components and graph. Save, and if there's any errors at all, it'll yell at us, but let's see. If I refresh this, just cause, click on Ethereum. Ooh, okay. We have the graph, but it looks like it's not generating anything. See the console, any errors? Okay, so that's a good sign. We see a graph at least. What that tells me is that there's something wrong with this data. Okay, data's not showing up because we're getting it from here. And oh, I didn't even finish the function. So I got the random integer, guys, but we still need to return the random points bracket random integer, and then we should see something beautiful. And every time I hit refresh, we'll just see a random graph. That was the same one. There we go. Cool. So that's the graph component in our info page. I think I'm pretty satisfied with that. Let's work on the next one. So if you take a look at info, we can start working on the chat part. Okay, and then for the chat component, same deal. If I do Command B or Control B, go to your components folder, let's just make a new file. This one will be called chat.js. So it's just chat.js, FCE, boom, cool. So once we're here, let's get any imports we might need, which is just going to be, for now, import chevron down from, if you guys remember, this is one of our assets. It's SVG and it's the down one. Cool. Next, we want to just import, let's see, do I have this in my package.json? Let me do one of these. Oh, okay. Yep, we can install it later. But for now, we can do a chevron up from assets, SVG, chevron up. Okay, next we can import Shiba. Let's get Shiba here, because we can do /assets/shiba.png. And I forgot to mention too, if you're wondering where all this is coming from, if you look at our finished app, oops, switch to this one, finished app. This is this little chat area here. We can do a live Shiba Inu chat. You can put whether you're bullish or bearish, right? And that's your status. And then you can put like what's happening on Bitcoin. Cool. It's like this little bonus feature that I want to include much later, but we can set up the front end at least. Okay, and that's where it should go. Boom. If I click on this, as you can see, there's like the perfect slot for it right here. Yes, sir. Awesome. So let's erase that and let's get started. Yeah, so we should get this Shiba icon since that's the chat, and then we do import image from next image. Amazing. Okay, cool. While we're here, let's just start up the styles. Sometimes I like to do the divs first, and then it makes sense where these styles are coming from. For now, let's just do the styles first. So the first one is a div called bullish label, right? That's the little like toggle thing. And then you can do a flex cursor dash pointer, and you can do an active BG green dash 600, and then we could also do an items dash center. Okay, and then after the items center, what I want to do next is a text dash green 600, and let's see, we can give it a border. Let's make it the border also green dash 600. It's the exact green that I want to use. Hmin px dash 2, and then let's do a rounded dash large. Awesome, cool. Okay, if there's a bullish label, there's also a bearish label. If you're feeling bearish on Shiba Inu, regardless what you have, this is if you're feeling bearish, which will have very similar features, except it's going to be mostly red. So flex to pointer, active, BG-red-500, items, center, text, and then we'll do a dash here, because what I want next is this array brackets with, because we want to do an EA here, EA 3 943. Okay, that's the color. Then for the border, give it a border of red, and this one will be actually 600, and then it's going to be h-min, and then px-2, and then rounded -lg. Okay, awesome. Dash white border dash green dash 600, and an h-min, and a px-2, and a rounded dash lg. Awesome. And then we're just going to do active bearish. It's exactly what it sounds like. Let's just do the CSS for that, which again, literally similar to the other one except different color. Cursor dash pointer bg dash red dash 500 dash items dash center text dash white border dash red dash 600 h-min px-2 rounded dash lg. Awesome. Hit save. Booyah. Okay, looks pretty good to me. The next thing I want to do is come down here, and I guess I could set up the toggles right now. What I want to do later on is get a couple state variables here. So let's do import comma, and then we could say use state. And while we're here, let's just get the other hooks that I'm using, which is use state and use effect, which we'll get into later, and use context. Okay, again, we're only really going to use effect at the moment. We'll come back to this. Okay, so for the chat, there's going to be something called message that I'll set up now. Set message equal to use state, then the initial state is empty string. Then we also want to set the state for the bullish value, right? Whether it's bullish or bearish. Bullish value. Okay, set that equal to use state, and the default will be true whether it is or not. It's going to toggle, so this state is setting up a toggle. Nothing over here because we are not setting up the functionality just yet, but we'll do the front end. And for the front end, it's going to be a couple things, but I want a fragment up here because it needs a parent component. And let's see, it's going to have a div, and now let's insert all the class names. So this one will be styles.chat. Okay, styles.chat, go inside of that div, and the child of the chat will be the flex between. The child of the flex between will be these two p tags that I'm thinking of using. So let's do class name is styles.boldtext, and this is going to be the live Shiba in your chat. This is that text that you see if you go over here. This is what we're writing, right? So that's the whole section I'm making. And then remember, there's also a see more if you saw that. Let's actually make that here. This one actually doesn't need a class name per se, but it should have a text of dash hashtag 6188ff. Okay, well then there's a C. Amazing. Then after that closing div, let's have a break here, and let's put the rest of the divs. So the rest of the divs, it's all part of the chat. This div is going to be the chat container itself. So what do we do to get it to be the chat container is styles.chat container. Okay, within that same div, let's do a class name. This one will be the styles.flexbetween once more. And in the flex between, right, we'll have this div, which should be flex container, styles.flex, or not flex container, flex center. And flex center is going to have a div, no name needed, with containing the image of the Shiba, beautiful Shiba Inu. So the source is going to be Shiba. And again, something I just want to start doing now is I want to see proof that you guys are actually watching the whole thing and not skipping around. So if you're watching to this part of the video, congratulations, you made it this far. We only have the smart contract functionality, a little bit of front end, and then we're done. So if you're watching this, you're at this point with me right now and you're almost done, go ahead and comment down below, okay? So if you comment Shiba down below, I know you finished it. So that's gonna be our little secret. So let's see how many people comment Shiba. After that image, what we can do is it's going to be a closing div, and then after that closing div, there's another one, and then there's class name, a text left. Okay, text left, and let me just add this, margin right 10. Cool. And there's going to be this little B here, which is just Drac. If you want, you could put this, make this your own. This can be like your name. So this would be Lance for me, or Kazi, or if there's any Abels watching, right? This is where you could put your name. So I'll put Lance. Why not? David already put his name, so I'm going to put my name. So let's put Lance, and let's go underneath here. We'll have a P tag with a class name of text-gray-400. And here for the P tag, you could put your @ and if you guys want to know, it's just Lance. That's my tag. Feel free to put your own. Then it's going to be closing div. All right, and then within here, okay, closing div. Within here, let's do a class name flex center. Oops, let's flex it in the center, and let's add another div here. This div is going to have a class name, and this one's a little tricky, all right? Essentially, if the class name is not bullish value, the opposite, then I want the styles. Let me put this here, and let's just format it so you can see it a little better. Okay, cool. So not bullish value, then the styles dot bullish label. And then here we'll have the or, then we can do styles dot active bullish label. Okay, cool. And after we do that, we can add an on click. This is still part of that opening div, by the way. And what we want is that function. I think I made it earlier. Yep, set bullish value. This is where it's gonna go. So here we can write set, or make it like this so it doesn't run right away. Set bullish value, and you wanna set it to true, okay? So when I click bullish value setting, you set the bullish value to true. Awesome. So then it's just the closing like caret for the opening div. And what you want to add here now is the chevron up. So add the chevron up here because we're bullish and we think everything is going to the moon. And for the fill, we can just do hashtag 17C784. Okay, for this, we're gonna have small. The class name will be ML-1, and then we're gonna have bullish here. Okay. Then we're gonna do end BSP, cool. And then after that, another div. If you guessed it, this is gonna be similar to the one we just did, but for the bearish one. So I'm gonna add space here. Class name is curly brackets. So if it is bullish value, right, not the other way where it's not, then I wanna load styles.bearish label. And if not, then I wanna do act styles that active bearish label. Right, so this is how we do it. So we can make conditional class names, right? Before it was like conditional rendering of components. This is how we can make the class names conditional, okay? And then after the class name, let's add our on click, right? If the last one we set to false, what should this one be? Exactly, you got it. This one's gonna be set bullish value to false. You guys are crushing it. Yeah, if you understood what I'm saying, we speak the same language. So this should be, instead of chevron up, chevron down with a fill. And the fill of this one is going to be, not that, quotes, hashtag 852B2B. Yeah, I know, cool. And then we'll add another class here, small, with a class name of ML-1. And we can just do a bearish here. Awesome. And then it should be closing div, closing div, closing div, closing div, closing div, and then awesome. Here, a couple more things to do. We're gonna have another div, class name, let's just flex on them. And after we flex on them, let's make a div within that. Let's make a div within there. And let's just do a class name, flex, items, dash center, text, make the text green. Oh, it's because of the quotes, isn't it? Green, dash 600, okay. And then let's add a chevron up here with the same fill as before. All right, which is the same fill as before. Well, actually, no, the fill is actually different now that I'm looking at it. It should be hashtag 22BC64. Okay, that's the fill. And then we have another small here, small, and the class name of the small is ML-1, and we could say bullish. Yeah, so for this part, we want to do, if it's chevron up, it should be bullish, right? Closing div, and then we're gonna add another and here, and BSP. Perfecto, cool. So the next thing I want to do after that is another div here. Let's put the class name of flex items, dash center, text dash red, and the red color should be 500. Okay, within that we have the chevron down. The fill for this one is going to be an A5 to B, just like before. Cool. And then we're gonna add that small class again. Yep, of the ML-1. Yes, sir. And then we're gonna have a bearish small here. Yep, cool. Closing div, closing div. Here we'll have the input, which is self-closing, and I'll just have a class name of styles.input. And then we can put a placeholder in here, and the placeholder should just indicate what you should put in the input, which is always going to be what's happening on BTC, or I could put whatever. The value is always going to be message. And what we want with this input is every time we type the input field, we should be recording or capturing that input in a state, which we're setting up earlier. So we can put E here for event and set the message to e.target.value. All right, just to visualize it, if I were to type hello, like H, the on change is triggering and I'm setting the state. So the state of message is going to be what, guys? Yes, it's just gonna be H. If I press E again, on change triggers, it's gonna grab e.target.value, which is HE, updating the state of message to HE. All right, so the idea is when I post, I just have to take whatever the state is for this and then post that. All right, so that's what we're setting up here. e.target.value is how we can get it. Okay, then it's the closing tag for the input. Now let's make the button, or at least the container for the button for it. So that's why I'll say styles.post button container. And here again, we're making the button, so self-close. And we're gonna have label equals post, right? And this actually doesn't have to be capital. And then we have on press, right? That's an interesting one. And we're gonna send message. And if you notice, guys, this is actually a component that doesn't exist with a function that doesn't exist yet. Remember, we're not doing functionality, just the front end, so don't worry about that. Cool. So over here, make a comment here, and I'll say basically the chat format, the messages, and also we want to insert the chat card component. So there's a chat card component that goes into this. Okay, so if I hit save, there you go. So this should be it for the chat. Let's see if we can get, it's not gonna be working, but it should see some front end for it. So I'm gonna go back to info, comment this guy out. Let's actually get the chat in place by importing it. Import chat from there, hit save. Voila, there she is. And there is your handle that you imported, bullish or bearish. Hey, it's working, nice. The arrow though is a little funny, so I think I have to go back and fix that. Okay, yeah, so there's that funny little arrow thing, but it's fixed when I click on it. That's probably because if I go to bearish label, the item center, I see. Okay, cool, save that. Bam, and now we're good to go, we're Gucci. Another thing that just happened is when I have a message, there's some UI elements over here that should pop up. You should see the chat. And that's what the chat card is over here. And there's also the button that we need to work on next. All right, cool. So we're gonna do the button and the chat card in one go. So for the button, super simple. Just gonna make another component and literally call it button.js. Cool. And button.js, all you're gonna do is come over here, refce, and the button, what all it is doing is this post button right here. Notice how we don't have that? Well, we're gonna include it in this one. So the post button is just gonna be this with const styles. The styling for this is super minimal, just the button, and we can just say bg dash this. And the point of us making this into a component is if I ever make a post or just a button anywhere else, I can just use this button component and just pass in the name, especially if you know that the styling is going to be consistent. So that's what I'm doing and showing you guys right here. So that's the background, px-5 and py- and we'll do a rounded dash large. Oh, that's it. That's not so bad. And for the button, if you remember, it takes in two things. It took in the label of the button, which we know is post. You see that? And this on press, it's not actually an event, that's just still the prop name, passing down a function that doesn't exist yet. Okay, so let's take that into account and destructure the props that we're getting, and that's label and on press. This way I don't have to say post or prop that label. You with me? Cool. So then for the return, all we're returning is literally a button, right? And that button is just gonna have a class name of the styles.button, and it's gonna have the on click. Right now that event is happening on click of the on press, or whatever I pass down. And the label for the button is simply just going to be like a label like this, okay? All right, so that's the button. Let's go ahead to my chat, do one of these, bring that guy out. There's no on press yet, so let's just make an empty one. So if I go up to here and say const send message, all right, we'll make this functionality later on, but for now we can just leave it blank. All right, and just to not confuse you guys, it's not there yet. Actually, no, we should keep it there, or else it'll be undefined. Awesome, cool. So we got this guy out. What we need to do next is import that button. Import button, not from Web3 UI kit, but from /button. Okay, cool. Now going back to this. Hey, there she is. There's the post. I'm liking this a lot better now that there's a post button. Okay, let's go. I'm getting excited, guys. We're almost done. And then last thing is the chat card, which is gonna be a little bit more styling. Okay, and then for the chat card, let's just make that component as well. New file, chat, damn, there's a lot of components here. It's gonna be chat card.js. Okay, RAFC, oops, not RFCE. Boom, there we go. Now it's there. I think for the button, I didn't fully finish it out before I pressed tab, so this is RAFC, this is RAFC if you want to know the difference. The export is inline here, this one is export default. Cool, doesn't really matter as long as you're importing it correctly. Okay, cool, so what we want to do is import a couple of SVGs from here. Let's get the comment. So that should be the assets /SVG/comment. Yep, we have that. And let's import the heart from same place, // assets svg/heart. Okay, don't need a comma here. Import more horizontal from /assets/svg/more horizontal. We got it. We got a share one. Oops. We got share. We also got bearish. Oops, sorry, no. Remove that part. So we also got share from assets/svg share, and we also have import image from next image. There you go. Okay, cool. That's gonna be it for now. There is 2 more things you should import, but I'll talk about it when we get there. What I'm gonna do next is set up the styling, and for the styles, let's do post action. That's a div that I'm gonna make later, which is gonna have properties of flex items-center. Then we have check. Now that check card, this check card, and that's gonna have border of -b, border -gray -700, PDB and an MB-6. All right, cool. Chat card wrapper was next. Okay, all that's gonna have is flex items-center justify-between. All right, and then after that, it will have a flex center, which will be a flex items-center, and gray text gray -400, and we'll do an ML-2, and we'll do a 400 and text gray 400. Flex between, flex justified between. Then we're gonna do a message content, which will just be my-4 empty. Sorry guys, I didn't notice that menu was up there. How's that? Better? Cool. Then we'll do a labels container, and we'll do a flex W-full with an ML-3. Awesome. Labels container. I think that's it. Yep, that's gonna be it for the styling. If I go save here, we didn't see this, but later on, we're gonna be passing props to this chat card based on the formatted messages. So what I wanna do is just set a lot of that up right now. So to set that up, let's destructure it. Go over here and we'll do like a content. By default is going to be empty string, timestamp, oops, empty string. The timestamp that we pass down, sender we're passing down. We're going to pass down that bullish state, whether that's true or not. The sender avatar, the likes, and the comments. All right, so cool. There you go. From there, let's start working on the return. So let's set it up. So the parent div that I want to put here is going to be a styles chat card. All right, that should be pretty obvious. From here, we can set up the wrapper. Chat card wrapper, and then within that div, it always happens, within that div we're gonna have the styles.flex center. Yep, and then in here, div with no name. Okay, and within that div we'll have the image that we imported, and the image will just have the person's avatar, which will be 40, and height equals 40, and the source is equal to sender avatar. And when we do this, it's going to be no picture because sender avatar is currently undefined. We're not actually passing down anything, but when we do, it's going to make more sense. Okay, we're almost done with this part. Class name is just going to be this rounded full to get a nice rounded image, and the alt can just be avatar. Okay, cool. And then it can just be closing div. That's it for that. Okay, coming back below here, if I do an Alt-Z, you guys should be able to see a little bit better. And now if I do a div with the class name styles.labels container, this will have the sender, like whoever sent that message, again, will be undefined because it's not there. So this will have some nice spacing, and I want to put this nice dot with the space here. Cool. All right, and yeah, let me see. Did I do that right? Oh no, it should be sender, and then it should be space, and then dot, and then another one. There, that makes more sense. Cool. After that, we'll have a span tag here. It's gonna be one line. Class name of this will be the gray one, specifically styles.gray400, and then that's where you put the timestamp. So when we pull all the images, each card should have the timestamp of when that image was sent. So that's something to keep in mind for later. And we're gonna do the same thing here. Cool. And we're gonna pass in if they were bullish or not. So if they are, there's these 2 buttons that I want to set up. They don't exist yet, so we're gonna have to make it later. So if they're bullish, there's gonna be like a bullish filled button, and if they're not bullish, then they're gonna be bearish. So there's a bearish filled button. Again, these 2 things don't exist yet, so I'm gonna comment them out. Okay, div closing div. Then we can do a more horizontal here, and then closing div, and then the important part is this p tag, because now we're getting into the message content, and that's why this div is actually called styles dot message content. All right, do I have message content? I do. All right, that's good to know. And the content of it will just be the content that I passed in, which by default I put as quotes if there's none. Coolio. So that's the p tag. We got div here, and for the div, this will be the flex between. And within that flex between div, I want to put another one with the class name of post action. So styles.post action, and there's going to be something called comment here, which is something that we're going to have to set up as well. Again, doesn't exist yet. Then it's going to be a p tag, class name, styles.greatText. Then greatText will just have the comments of that post. Cool. And let's do another div here. This is another styles.post action. Okay. P tag, class name, styles.greatText, and the greatText will just have the likes. All right. Oh, actually, do I have a comment? Oh, I do. I do have a SVG comment. I don't need. It does exist. I just started to think. Wait, we do have comment. We have heart. We're good. And there's like one more post action. That's going to be that share icon. So here we just have to do a share. Yep. And instead of likes, this can just be share. Yay. Cool. Then it's going to be closing div, close div, close div. And that is the chat card. So really we just have to make two things, the bullish button and the bearish field button. So let's just do that real quick. So to get started making this bearish and bullish field button, what I'll do is go to components, and you can organize this. You don't have to, but to keep it clean, we can just do, and inside the buttons folder, we'll have all our button components, which will be bearish filled.js. You know what to do here. Yep, exactly. And let's just import the chevron down from it. I love that it suggests that now. That's awesome. Cool. In terms of like divs, what we could do is something like this. Cool. Class name shall be just a flex property here with an item center. We want to center it horizontally. We'll have the chevron down and that fill color that we used, which is A2, or not A2, A5 to B2B, business to business. Cool. And self-closing. Awesome. All right, from here, let's do a small. And this is where we do that class name thing with the ML and the text color, which should just be something we've done before, which was the, I believe it was hashtag EA3943. A Sports 3943. Cool. Small, bearish. This is the bearish one, right? Yeah. Closing div. That's good to go. So it's the same thing for bullish. So what we're going to have to do is this. Okay. So in buttons, new file, bullish filled.js. Cool. And instead of chevron down, let's do chevron up. And for this guy, race enter, class name, same thing, flex property with an item center. And within here, chevron up with the fill attribute of hashtag 17C784. That's it. And then, oops, I just want the closing div. And then small with the MT stuff, or the ML, I mean, ML with the text of the same color. It's going to be hashtag 17C7, and we say bullish. Okay, save that. Now what we can do is comment this bad boy out, import those two things, import bearish filled from bearish filled, and import bullish as well. So I'll hit save. Let's see, this is not coming out filled. Oh, triple L's. There we go. Save that in there. And if we go to chat, if I comment chat card out, oops, that's not it. Gotta fix this guy. Then insert chat card for message. All right, so we're probably gonna map through something or format something. So keep that in mind. We'll just have one chat card here to test it out. Let's do import chat card, save, see. Any issues? Oh, there's no source property. Oh, yeah, no source property required. That's right. So for source, it's the sender avatar, but none of that exists yet. So I guess what we could do is this. We can make it so temporarily source is equal to quotes, and put this guy in there. What is it like that? Can I parse this? Cool. So we just need a sender avatar quote here. Actually, we don't even need to do that. All right, let's just try that again. Okay, cool. So if I hit save, there should be like a image is required a source property. That's fine. What we could do is go to Unsplash. I already have it saved. There's a dog. Which one do you want to be? Let's be this guy. Oh, wow. Copy image address. It's going to have a lot of stock photos in it. That's totally fine. What we really want is just to go to chat card. Where is our image? Instead, we can just say quotes. Oh, not a valid host name. Oh man, I forgot that. We have to update our next config. Let's see. Is there an image I can use? s2coinmarketcap.com. Let's go to here. Okay, let's just use something that I already know should work, which is just the assets. Does that work? Failed to parse. What if I just import Shiba from that same file? Let's go to the assets. Oh no, that should work. Shiba PNG, and then we can say Shiba. There we go. Awesome. There it is. And notice how there's nothing over here because it doesn't know how many comments there are and it doesn't know how many likes there are, and there's no message. But if we did have message, content is here. All right, hello world. There it is. So now you can see hello world. What needs to be here is the sender. But as you can see, if I had multiple chat cards, look what happens, guys. Going to chat. Try to imagine if I had multiple of these. So let's do chat card. Save. Boom. So now I can have a whole chat, different people, different likes and comments on each post. And there we have the front end of our chat app. Awesome. So what I'm just gonna do is just erase this, hit save, and let's move on to the next thing. Okay. Next thing you gotta think about is if you remember it on the finished version, that's what happened when I click the coin itself. But if I go hover over the price, there's also this price section here that we should set up. So to get that going, what we need to do is go to our menu. And remember how we set up currencies and we got info? It's gonna be literally very similar. So if you look at the URL for this, it's currencies/price. So that what that tells me is that we need to make the price.js and get everything we need. So let's make price.js. And price.js, if I just do like a const price equals something like this, and we can just add the export default price. Now we're good to go. All right, so if this exists, which means we can go to /currencies/price. All right, test this by having a return here, and the return can say hello. Save. Now if I go to /price, hit enter, what will I see? Oh, hello is not defined. Oops. Let's put it into a div. Now we can say hello because it thinks it's a variable. And there we go. So now we loaded that page. That's all you have to do to make another page on Next.js, which is beautiful. What we'll do next is literally set up the price page. So what we need to set this up, it's essentially the same thing. And what I mean by that is there should be an import here, and let's import the hooks that we'll need, which was useState and useEffect from React. And what we need also is import, let's see, import header, header from here because it's gonna also use a header. There it is, components, then let's find it, header. Cool, all right. Once that's done, I think we can save here, and there's actually no styling we need to do, but we do need to use this useEffect and set up the states. So to set the states, literally the same as info. So if I do Control P, go to info, click on it. This is everything we're gonna need, same thing. And also the get URL data is literally the same. Okay, let me just copy this real quick. And as I'm about to copy it, one thing I noticed is the price for this one should just be number, just to get the formatting of it correct. Number. There you go. That looks way better to me. And the number should actually end here. Yep, there you go. This should be a number. Get the price. Format it to local string. Nice. Cool. So we can get that and all of this. Because price is going to be very similar. It is looking at the params of the URL that we clicked, which we're making dynamic. We're creating a dynamic page, getting all this information. And all we need to do now is set up the divs, or the JSX rather. And what we need to do for that is just include, it's actually less than the info page. It's just a header with a component that's called coin details, right? Again, doesn't exist just yet. Coin name will be coin name. Price will be price. The coin symbol will end up being coin. Okay, and is that everything we'll need? I think so. Cool. So again, this doesn't exist yet, so let's go ahead and make it in components. Okay, and then to make it, what I'm going to do is in the components folder, new file, and it's called coin details, I believe. Yeah, coin details.js. Okay, coin details.js, the drill. Awesome. Hit save. Then we can also hit save over here. And what we could do next is for the coin detail, let's import everything we'll need, which I'll tell you is just import image from next image. Okay, and then we'll import rate. Look how much usage we're getting out of rate from ./CMC table, I believe. Oh, okay, I see it. CMC table. Oops. CMC table. Let's get the rate. Cool. Next, we can import the coins. So remember that view coin details, or not view coin details, the coin icon. We're gonna make that literally again. So we're gonna do a from BTC, or import BTC from .assets/btc.png. Literally, if you want to make this process faster, we can take from here. So what we want from this is not info, but I think it should be the price converter. Yes, this is what we need. So we need to copy all of this. And then if I go to price, what did I just do? Oh yeah, I'm doing coin details. So in coin details, it's the same path. Yeah, so this is the same. So with this we can erase. Yep. Cool. We already have next image as well. Boom. And another thing we can import, let's see. Another thing we can import is the coin icon function, which is going to be the same as info as well. I mean, the price converter as well. So let's import the coin icon function, copy. All right. And the size of this is going to be the same. So that's good. So coin details, paste. There we go. We're using all of it except for rate. That's fine. And while we're here, that's the function that we're going to be using to get the image. Let's do the styling next. So const styles equals object. The first div that we're going to label is coin details. Coin details just has a minimum height screen and the text of that's white. Okay, next is the coin details link, coin details links, which will just have a flex property, mt-3, flex-wrap, gray button, mr-3, and bg-slate-800, px-3, py-1, and the rounded-xl. All right, this is a great project for those of you guys practicing front end. This is very front end heavy. Border left, ml-10, pl-5, w-full, border-1, and a border or gray and 800. Okay, then we have a title one. The title is just gonna have gray text and it's gonna be 400 with the white space of no wrap, margin of 2. Boom. All right, so then there's also coin details wrapper, right? That one is just going to have coin dash details flex max with W with screen 2XL. That's the size that we'll use. Then we want a margin auto and a PT of 20. Okay, then we got coin symbol. This one we can size it like this. G slate, that's the background. And we have the flex property so that we can give it an item center and a PX-2 and a rounded-XL. Okay, after the coin symbol, let's style the coin info. And that will also have a flex property so that we can give it a justify between an MT-10, a P-4, a border-T, a border-gray-800 as well. And then we can do a coin rates with W-full flex property so that we can do an item start, justify between, and then we can do a flex between. Okay, so it's flex, justify, dash between. Awesome. So that's all the styling. Feel free to pause it if you just missed any steps or if you're not sure where your styling is wrong. Make sure it's all spelled correctly. And then the coin details, if you notice, it takes in a couple properties. So if I go back to price, it takes in these 3 props. Let's destructure those 3 over here. And it was just coin name, coin symbol, and not coin price, just price. Awesome. And then it's just this function right here, pretty long. Main thing now is just the JSX, which we can set up now. Cool. So funny enough, there's actually a main div here. Main tag, I want to decide to use that instead. Okay, and then there's a div that has no name, which then has the class name of the coin details wrapper. So this is styles.coin details wrapper. And if this is the wrapper, that's the wrapper. This is the main. So styles.coin details. Cool. Okay, and then within the coin details wrapper, we have this div, which will just have a flex property, and we could do it column, that's the direction, and W fit. Okay, and there's a div class name of flex items dash center. Here we can insert that coin icon function because depending on the dynamic URL that comes up, like whatever I clicked, that should be the corresponding icon. So let's actually get it by calling the function. Okay. Then we can add a anonymous div here and with the class name of just flex, and we can have a p tag with the text dash 3XL and the coin name. Cool. And there's a couple of spacing things here, so I'm just gonna paste that in. There you go. Okay, and then there's another p tag here. This one I have the styles.coin symbol one, and here is where the coin symbol will actually go. So if it's Bitcoin, it's gonna be BTC. Does that make sense? Closing div, and then we have a couple of breaks here. BR for spacing. So copy this and it should be 2, 3, 4, 5. About 5 is good. Cool. That way I can just get pretty precise by just adding that. Okay, and then we can do a class name of styles.coin details. And for here, we're gonna have a bunch of buttons. So let's do a div class name styles.gray button, and we can do a solana.com. Okay, and I want to do this a couple times, and it's not all gonna be solana.com, but the div that we use is the same. So it's gonna be 2 3, 4, 5, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, cool. These are all gray buttons. The content within them is different. That says explorers, community, chat, source code, or it doesn't have to be camel case, source code. And the last one is the white paper. Okay, again, these don't actually click into anything, but if you wanted to make them work, you can. And we can do a BR here, and we can add topics, just the word topics here. Oops, topics. Cool. So that was like the coin details. This should actually be coin links. Cool. And now we could just copy this because I'm going to do it again here. Okay, and this is coin details links and topics. All right, so it has like 2 CSS things, so we can give it an array so it's not going to yell at me. So it has 2 class names, style.coindetailslinks and topics. And there's only 4 buttons here, so 1, 2, 3, 4 on the topics section. And the content of each div is going to be different. It's not Solana.com. It's going to be mineable. And then POW SHA-256 with a store of value. Okay, cool. Then for the div here, we'll do a class name of -ml16. Then we'll have another div here with a class name of, let's see, this one actually should be a class name. So this will be styles.coinrate, coin rates. Oops, coin rates. Okay, there's a div, and inside of that div, we have a p tag. Class name text -gray -400, and it can just have the coin name and parentheses coin symbol. Yeah, anywhere you can reuse it, go ahead and reuse it. So after that closing P, another div, this one flex property my-3, and that will have an h1 text of -4xl. And the h1 here will just say price. Okay, and I also want my rate filled here. All right, so rate filled. And again, this might not exist, so I'll comment to that. All right, I don't think I have that asset yet. Yeah, so there's gonna be some things that don't exist yet that I'm gonna import later. So it's rate filled, closing div, and then another div here, okay? Yeah, and then for this div, the class name will just be flex items-start, which will have a p tag, and this one will have class name text gray 400 as well. Okay, but then in this p tag, it's just gonna have the static code of 5.26. It's static, not dynamic. Put space here. Awesome. And we gotta put these boys. And let's make use of our rate finally. And if you remember how rate works, we gotta pass in if it's increment or not, and this one will be false. It's pretty static. And the number also static, it's 0.53%, end quote. Okay, cool. Closing div's fine. Then we'll do a div here. Class name, flex items-start p tag with a class name of text gray 400. And again, still more static stuff here, just for show, BTC. Add in those guys again. And we can have the rate. This one will make the is increment to be true, so it's gonna go up. And the rate of this one is going to be equal to 0.99%, end quote. And that should just be a closing div after. Cool, closing div, boom. Another div here with the class name flex, and then we'll have the drop down button, right? There's gonna be something called drop down button, and again, doesn't exist yet, and the label for it is going to be buy. So that means we're making a couple other buttons here, or components, that we are going to set up to reuse later. Okay, so I want a button for buy, I want another button that I can use for exchange, gaming, and then something for earn crypto. So exchange, gaming, earn, crypto. These are all buttons. And since just to mark it for myself to make it later. So closing div, and let's add another one. This one will be the info one, styles that, or actually I didn't think I called it info. Let me just double check. Coin info, which will take a div, which will take another div, and we'll have a small with class name, styles.title, and we'll say market cap. All right, cool. And then market cap, closing div, then another small. Okay, and then here I have a number. You can actually put this number as much as you want, but it's just supposed to represent the market cap. And this is what I have here. It's really just for aesthetic, but then there's a rate with an increment, and that looks pretty good to me. So let's make it true. Let's do a rate equals quotes of 0.53%. Okay, closing div, and now let's add a couple borders here. So this one will be the styles.border left small, which will have a class name of the title. So let's use the title here, styles.title. That exists, and we can type in fully diluted market cap. Awesome. So closing small tag, closing div, and then let's add another small. And for this small, it's another big number to represent the fully diluted market cap, which I have right there. Feel free to copy it or just put in whatever number for now. And the rate component again, and its increment will say true. And for the rate, it's also the same. Again, this is all just custom data that you could do to make your app look really nice. Okay, so that's the rate, closing div, and let's add another one. This one will also be a styles.borderLeft. So styles.borderLeft. Okay, which takes div, which takes another div, which takes a small. Okay, small again just takes styles.title. Okay, and for the styles.title, it's just gonna be volume here with some spacing and another small class name of the coin symbol. That's the key here, coin, and we can close it off. Just put BTC here. So it should be BTC closing small, closing div, right? And then after that very closing div, there should be another small here. And this one again is just a big number that represents the title here. So there you go. That's the random big number that I have. Let's put a rate is increment in there. For true, rate is equal to quotes. It's gonna be the 0.92% one. Okay, self close div, then br. Then it's gonna be after the break, we should have another div here actually. Okay, so after that div, another div, and that will be the small. A lot of JSX on this one, and it's all just for styling, just like CoinMarketCap. So styles.title, and then we can do a volume / market cap. Okay, cool. And let us know which you prefer. Like, do you prefer for me to go through all the front end, or do you just care about doing the smart contracts? I personally like to go through the whole thing so you have a full project. We're open to feedback as well. So here we go. Small 0.03315, closing div, couple more, some space here so I can differentiate it. Let's do a class name, again, styles.borderLeft. If you're wondering, again, just take a little quick break, there's all of this stuff right here. This is literally what we're setting up, right? The volume, market cap, the max supply, the total supply. So that's what we have to work on next. Okay, all these things. So on this border left, let's see where we're at. The pattern is div and another small that has the class name of title. Yep. And the next one I want to write is the circulating supply. So that is small, that is div, and then there's a small. That wasn't very small. And the number that I have for this one is another big number, which really doesn't matter, but this is what I have for the number. And I put BTC after it. Then there's a closing div, then there's a break. Okay, cool. And after that break, there is a div with a div, but this inner div has the class name of the flex between. All right, something different found. Breaking that pattern. Wake up, guys, there's a new pattern. Styles.flex between, which has a div, which has a small. Okay, cool. And at any point I'm going too fast, remember, feel free to pause the video, or you can just scream at your computer, Lance, slow down, and I guess I'll hear you. Styles.title, styles.title. Okay, and the title of this, I can actually make it one line to just make the code a little bit smaller, which will be max supply. All right, so that's the max supply, closing div. After that, which will lead to opening div, which will lead to small, which will lead to number. And the number that I have is just 21 million actually. There you go, easy milli. And after the easy milli, it's closing div, closing, and then open div. All right, this one, I'm gonna give this one a name. This one should actually be styles flex between. All right, so scrolling down, styles.flex between should have a empty, which will have a small, which will have the name of title. Yeah, I bet you guys can predict it now. Then it's gonna be total supply. Okay, then after that closing div, there's gonna be another small here, and the number is really big again. It's 18,983,000, or not period, actually comma, 983,000 and 912, and that's it, small. And then after that, it's closing div, closing div, closing div, closing div, closing div. Cool, finally. All right, that's all the JSX for the styles. I think I got everything. Now we just gotta have the rate filled and the, I believe, drop down button. So let's work on the rate filled. And to do that, let's just go to my buttons, new file, rate filled. Easy peasy. Or as Naz used to say, chickapee. So from here, let's import chevron up. And for styles, it's pretty simple. Const styles is equal to rate filled. Oops, rate filled. And for rate filled, it's a background green of 600. Flex items dash center px dash 3 and ml dash 3 as well, with a rounded of exo. All right, cool. And the div here, this can just be class name of that same div. There's only one. It's gonna be styles dot rate filled. Cool. This is just going to have the chevron up and the small class here, or tag I mean, with the class name of P-1, and we can put 23.32%. So it's hard-coded numbers in the rate filled. Cool. So rate filled is done. Awesome. Now we want to work on the drop down button. So in here, new file, drop down btn.js, REFCE. Cool. This one will have import chevron down. Awesome. Styles pretty simple. Styles equals drop down. Oops, drop down. Actually, keep it all lowercase. Drop down btn, and we'll do a flex items dash center mr2 or margin right 2 rounded md px dash 2. Let's make the background blue 700 cursor dash pointer, and that's it. Cool. All right, and all we want to return is the div with the class name of the drop down button, and after that we have a p tag here. We can give it a margin right of 2. And whatever we get from label. So remember, we're passing down a prop called label, and it's just going to be the name of the button essentially. And we can just destructure that here. All right, because if you go to coin detail, if you look, the label is buy, exchange, gaming. That's what we're setting up over here, followed by a chevron down. Cool. So we hit save, go back to coin detail, take this guy out, uncomment this one, and uncomment this one, and let's import those buttons. So now we can import rate filled, and then we could also import drop down button. Cool. So if I hit save, why isn't this highlighted? Drop down button, dropped. Oh, I see. Yep, I labeled this component so. Yeah, I gave it a capital D. So let's keep it consistent to that. Boom. Now if I hit save, let's go back to localhost. And now the moment of truth. If I hit Bitcoin, I see the info page. And if I click price, I should see coin details is not defined. Ah, I see. So this one should be called a coin detail. And how did I import it? Yep, import coin detail. Should be details, but I forgot the S. But if I go back, okay, now I click on price, and yes, it says from is not defined. All right. Okay, from is not defined, and I think I know why. It's because we just copied it over. But if you go to coin icon here, what we're not using is from. What we're really checking for is coin name. All right, so basically bending on the coin name. So if we go back now, hit refresh. Now let's hit the price. Look at that. Let's freaking go. It is literally identical to this one right here. Just has different numbers. That looks good to me. So now we have the price page, the info page, and the main page. Wow, that was a lot of front end. We're pretty much done with all of the front end. The only thing that's left is let's get to the fun stuff, the Web 3.0 stuff. How can we make a smart contract and trade our tokens? So I'll see you guys in that section. Okay, so in this section, I'm gonna be showing you guys how to create your very own smart contract and deploy it straight to the blockchain. And we're also gonna be using Moralis to help communicate and pull from the users and just set up the database. So if you want to think about this, we made the pretty face of the front end. Let's bring that front end to life with some functionality. So to get started, what I want you guys to do to go to the root of your folder, and let's make a folder called smart contract. Boom. So now we have the folder called smart contract. Let's just bring up our terminal a little bit. And what we can do, notice the path. This is the root of our project. What we want to do is cd into smart-contract, okay? From here, what we want to do is we want to install Hardhat. If you didn't know, Hardhat is an environment that helps us compile, create, and deploy our own smart contracts. So to get started, all we have to do is just say npm Hardhat, okay? And make sure you're in the smart contract folder, okay? Do you want to install the following project packages? Say yes. And when it asks you to create something, you want to just say basic sample project. Add a ignore y for yes. And now the project's created. So if I open my smart contract, Hardhat gives you all the things you need to get started, which is wonderful. One issue that I ran into and some people do is that if you look over here, there is no dependencies. Sometimes it installs it, sometimes it doesn't. Lucky for you, I have the things that we need. So all you need to do is paste this, right? I'll put a comma over here, and this is all the things that we're using. It should have the Hardhat stuff, chai, ethers, and also install OpenZeppelin, which I'm going to explain in a bit, and Dotev, okay? So if you want to get this done, make sure the path that you're in, so if I do clear, is the smart contract folder, and then we can just do an npm install, right? Because this is using just npm. Awesome. All right, we're up to date. Cool. So after doing the npm, we should be fine. What I'm going to do is type in clear to clear my terminal. Oops, terminal's funky. Open it up. Cool, so now we're good to go. Okay, so the next thing I want you to do is you can actually bring down your terminal, take a look at the hardhat.config, And as you can see, we also have to configure our hard hat and set it up. So let's clean up a couple of the comments. We can also get rid of this tasks account. We're just gonna need require the Nomic Labs and this module that exports. And what we wanna fix is this stuff right here, okay? So save this. Let's also save your package.json. And that remind me, if I didn't save this, we have to do an npm i. Cool. So now we have everything just to make sure it's saved. Awesome. So back to this. What we want to do is set up our hard hat with the network that we're connecting to. So how do I know what network we're connecting to? What I'm going to do is open up our browser again. And what we can do is head over back to moralis.io. And hopefully you already signed up. Let's hit login and go to your project. And if you remember, let's see, view details. Go to EMV configuration, and we set Polygon last time. What we really want to do is make sure it's Rinkeby. You can actually set it up for multiple things. So if you want to work with the Avalanche blockchain, you can actually connect it there as well. But I know that I'm just going to use Rinkeby. So you don't take out the Polygon, just do Rinkeby, hit save configuration. Awesome. So now it's configured to Rinkeby. The main thing is there's something called speedy nodes, right? If you think about it, what we're gonna do is create a smart contract that helps us exchange our ETH for tokens, right? It's to simulate what's called a DEX, or a decentralized exchange. It's not actually a DEX. We're simulating that type of thing by trading and swapping tokens. The first step would be to take the smart contract we make and deploy it to the blockchain. How do we do that? We have to connect to the blockchain. And if you didn't know, the blockchain is made up of different nodes. And what you're supposed to do as a developer is you can create your own RPC node, set up your computer to become a node on the blockchain. Or what a cool thing that Moralis does is we can just directly connect to a node that they have and use that to talk to the blockchain. So if you go to Speedy Nodes, click Endpoints, go ahead and go to the Rinkeby one, and you can just click copy here to copy that Speedy node. And what we're gonna need to do is set up some env variables, okay? Cool, so since this is its own configuration, the smart contract folder, we can make a new file here and just call it .env, okay? All right, so there's two things that I wanna set up here. One, I'm gonna call speedy node, right? And they're set it equal to that Moralis speedy node link. It's gonna be different for you guys. It's not gonna be exactly the same as mine. And there's another thing that we need to keep track of, which is just the account or the private key. So I'll just call it account. So the account is gonna be your wallet's private key. So what do I mean by that? If you go to the browser and if you look, think about what wallet you're using. If you're using MetaMask, which I'm using as well, you need to put in something for your account, right? And for the accounts array, you want to put in your private key. And one thing to note is that your private key should not be shared with anyone, because your private key can give somebody access to your actual account. So again, my advice is this is just a burner account where I have just some Play ETH, and make sure you connect your MetaMask to the right test network, okay? All right, so if you're looking at the top here and it doesn't say Rinkeby test network, that means you should change it. Otherwise, this wouldn't really work. So to see or connect to the Rinkeby test network, click on your profile right here. You can see all my different burner accounts. I'll go to settings, click advanced, scroll to the bottom, and you're gonna see this toggle that says show test networks. Make sure you click it and it says when that's on, if you click this drop down, then you should see all the test networks. Click Rinkeby. Awesome. Cool. So now connect to the Rinkeby testnet. Make sure you have MetaMask installed also if you don't have it already. And what you want to do next is get that private key. So what we could do to get that, head over to this 3 dots right here, click account details, and here it is, export private key. Again, be careful putting your private key out anywhere. And I wouldn't use your real MetaMask account if you're just testing things out. I'm just gonna do an export private key, then it's asking for a password because it says never disclose this key. Anyone with your private key can steal assets held in your account. See? So if you don't want to listen to me, listen to MetaMask. I'm gonna hit confirm. So here's my private key. It's from my burner account. It should be fine. So I'm gonna paste that right here. Oops, I didn't actually, okay. And we'll hit copy, done. Cool, so then we put this as account, and now our ENV is good to go. What we should do next is set up our config now. So to set up our config, all we need to write is what Solidity version that we're using. And if you didn't know, that's the language that your smart contract is going to be coded in when you're working with Ethereum or Rinkeby. After you specify what version you're looking at, it might be outdated by the time you're watching this if you're watching this in the future, but I'm just doing 0.84. You can also do something like greater than, so you can say it's compatible with this version and greater than, but I'm gonna leave it like this. So if I do networks, it's a key that's gonna have an object, and here type in the networks that you wanna connect to. So for me, that's ring.gb, and it's gonna be the URL, which is gonna be process.env.speedy_node. And then for accounts, it's going to be process.env your account. Okay, hit save, and that is the hard hat config. Awesome. So after that's done, make sure in your package.json you have something called OpenZeppelin. If you don't see this, what you could do is just npm install @OpenZeppelin with 2 P's /contracts. If you don't know what OpenZeppelin is, it's essentially a library that has standardized contracts, right? If you're ever making a smart contract, there's like some sort of standard that you're gonna follow. So if you look for our contract, it's gonna be about tokens. So we're creating tokens that you can mint, and that is gonna be the ERC20 standard. So if I was gonna make this from scratch without OpenZeppelin, I would have to make sure that my contract is exactly like the standard. With OpenZeppelin though, I can just import it. It's a lot like, if you guys remember with object-oriented programming, if I have a class called car, you can build on top of it. So if I make a class called Ferrari extends car, I'm building off top of a car class, but specifying what a Ferrari is. Right? It makes more sense when I use it, but you can think of OpenZeppelin as a way to build on top of a standard. Cool. So what we want to do next is, if you go over here to your browser, let me show you how to get started with OpenZeppelin. All right, cool. And before we get started on working with OpenZeppelin to create our contract, we should brainstorm of what should our contract be. So if you look, this is a greeter.sol. So if I clean this up a bit, this is our example Solidity contract that Hard Hat provides. It's always the same greeter, but you want to think about what we want to do with this smart contract. I've mentioned before in previous videos, a smart contract is like a vending machine. You put in money, you select what soda you want, and that vending machine directly gives you that soda. With this smart contract, what we want to happen is I get my ETH, I send ETH to the smart contract into the vending machine, and what I should get back is tokens that I want. So what does that mean? If I send an ETH, I should get back USDC, right? So for this contract, the first one I'm gonna make, I'm gonna send ETH to get back USDC tokens. So let's set that up. Cool. So to set it up, go to docs.openzeppelin.com/contract/4.x/wizard. All this does is help you create each smart contract. So if I name my contract, right? So I'm naming my contract here. Look what happens under name. If I call this USDC, it automatically updated the smart contract to what it should look like. For the symbol, what I want to do is the symbol for the coin, which will be USDC. And one thing to note, again, this is not me actually creating the coin. This is me creating a token that represents the coin, right? And that's what we're trading. Keep an eye out for future videos where we'll actually implement and coin-to-coin swapping, and as well as fiat to coin swapping as well. All right, there's a lot of big things in the works, but this is how you can set up the contract. Notice how it says USDC for the symbol. That's how you set it up. And the only other thing we need to do is click mintable here, and then it's going to import the mintable or ownable contract. Awesome. And we also add the property ownable. So this contract will be able to mint DC tokens. So let's copy that. Let's go to our greeter sol. What we can do is rename it. Instead of deleting it, we'll just call it USDC.sol. Yeah. And what I could do now is click all here and click delete. And then I'm going to hit paste. All right. So I just copied and pasted the contract template that I got from OpenZeppelin. And pretty much we're almost there. What we do need to change now is, instead of only owner, make this payable so that we can actually send tokens to it. And another thing we can do is, underneath this function, we can have a receive external payable. So receive external payable, basically it's just going to be able to accept ETH, and you just need this here to get this swap working. Cool. All right. I think this looks pretty good, but make sure and keep in mind that this is only to exchange my ETH for USDC. You want to make as much smart contracts depending on how many coins that you want to establish. So for me, I'm going to make a couple more. Let's take a look. What I want to make is new file. Let's say dai.sol. Let's also make another file. Call it Dogecoin. Let's also just get some Doge in here. And we also should make a link.sol. Right, cool, awesome. And guess what? The contract is going to be pretty much the same. So what we could do is copy that paste it, copy that, paste it, copy that, paste it. Important part, you're copying and pasting, it's like la-di-da, but what the main thing is, the contract name, and the name should go here, and the abbreviation. So for example, if I click link right now, it's still, the contract name is USDC. That doesn't make sense. So double check for me that your contract name isn't USDC all the time and that it's consistent, and the name abbreviation for this is just link. Awesome. Save. For Dogecoin, it should be not USDC, it should be Dogecoin, and let's just actually make it Dogecoin, and then keep this the same as you wrote the contract name, Dogecoin. This will be the symbol, Doge, and again, that's the only difference. Okay, so that's Dogecoin. Then we're gonna work on DAI, and for DAI, it's just gonna be the same thing of not USDC, DAI, ownable, same as the contract name, and then the symbol right here. Cool, awesome, cool. So if you look, double check that it doesn't say USDC for all of them, and now you have 4 unique contracts that will make 4 unique tokens, right? So make as much as you want or as little as you want. I'll just make 4. I think that's a good size. One thing I wanted to point out about each contract is that if you look over here, this tells you what version of Solidity that you're looking for. And again, if you're watching this from the future, it might be a little bit different. This just says any version that's this one and up would be compatible, obviously unless there's differences. And if you see this little scribbly thing that says import not found, I have a fix for that. One note, if you want to start coding in VS Code, you might know about this, but if you go click extensions and search up Solidity or Juan Blanco, you want to have this installed, right? This basically provides Solidity support within VS Code. If you see the squiggly lines like this, that's because with the newest version of this Juan Blanco Solidity, it doesn't really work. But if I install another version and go to, let's do version, I think it's 0.134. It's gonna install it, an older version. Cool, reload required, awesome. So now if you look, there's no more squiggly lines on it and we're good to go. Cool, so if you run into that issue, that's the quick fix for it. So now that we created the smart contracts, the next step is to deploy them to the blockchain, which is the fun part. And I'll actually make sure it's Solidity. I'm gonna go back. You want version 135. There you go. So now there's no more squigglies. We should be good to go now. So like I was saying, now that we created our smart contracts, we need to put them and deploy them to the blockchain. So that's where this folder scripts comes in handy. And we're gonna use this file to deploy said contract onto the blockchain. And that's how we can make it permanent so that you can't edit the contract, and we're good to go. All right, so let's work on deploying our smart contract. Like I said, we need to set up the script for it. So what I'm gonna do is rename the sample script.js to deploy.js, because that's gonna make a little bit more sense. So what we can do next is let's clean this up. Let's see, you know what? I'm actually going to just highlight everything on here and let's just erase it. I'll just make it from scratch. So now I already have an empty deploy.js. The first thing that usually goes here is a main function, and it is asynchronous. Cool. And the important part here is to grab the name of each contract. So let's say const Doge factory, that's the variable name, and it's going to be equal to await hre.ethers, right? Not hero, hre.ethers, take this guy out, don't need it. Cool. hre.ethers dot get contract factory. So this is going to get the contract by its name. And remember, we named it Doge capital C coin, right? And then after that, we can make another variable called Doge contract. This variable is going to get the await the Doge factory, which is going to be us getting the contract. This one is actually going to deploy that to the blockchain. We're going to make use of the hardhat config, use the speedy node to connect to the blockchain as a node and deploy it using that. So it's going to be deployed here. We're going to wait for that to finish and store that into a variable called Doge contract. And then another thing we need to do is await Doge contract dot deployed. This makes sure that after it's done deploying, to make sure that's already deployed. Okay, cool. And then after that's done, we're actually free to console log Dogecoin deployed to, or deployed to, that makes more sense, space, comma, Doge contract, right? Dot address, right? So now this is how we get the contract address, and we're gonna need to save it for later. So keep in mind, we're gonna get it by console logging it after it's uploaded or deployed to the blockchain. Cool. So within this main function, you want to do the same thing for every single contract that you want to deploy. So we have link factory is equal to await hre.ethers.contract factory, and that should be link. Next step, you can make a variable called contract now, which is going to be await link factory.deploy. And after that, we have to await the contract.deployed. Okay, cool. And then this is pretty much the same, this console log, which will be link token deployed to this address. Because when this is actually deployed, if we do a dot address, that should hold the actual contract address where it lives, basically where it lives on the blockchain. Okay, same thing here. Die factory equals await dot get contract factory die, and you say const die contract equals await die factory dot deploy. Then we can do a const, or not const, sorry, await die contract dot deployed. Then we have the console log again, die token deployed to die contract address. Okay, last one. It's actually the first one I made, which was the USDC factory. Right, await hre.ethers dot get contract factory parentheses us const USDC contract new variable. It's going to be await USDC factory dot deploy block scope. That's interesting. USDC factory. Oh, I put await. Wait, there you go. Awesome. So then we do an await USDC contract dot deployed right after it's already deployed, and we just do a console.log USDC token deployed to. I actually don't need the space, to be honest. And then we can just do USDC contract dot address, of course. Awesome. All right. Cool. We're almost done. This is the main function, but then we have this semicolon async one as well. All right, this is where we can do a try, catch, and we await the main function. So if this is successful and it's finished, we're going to do a process.exit with a 0. Okay. And then the thing we're missing here is the catch, which is just error. And we can do a console.error actually, and then just type in error. And if that happens, we can do a process.exit with 1. Okay, cool. And the last thing it needs is something like this. This is because I need to put like an opening parenthesis there, and there we go. Cool. And that's the deploy.js. That's how we can use this script to send it to the blockchain. The only thing that we have to do now is open this up again, and let's go to CD smart contract. Okay, so now we're in the smart contract. What we can do next is actually to deploy it and run deploy.js, we have to do npx hard hat run scripts/deploy.js, and then type in the network you want to use, which should be rinkeby. That should be good. Oops, I put npx hard har. Let's do a hard hat. So this should work. Let's see, error 404. All right, so let's just try that one more time. npx hard hat run scripts deploy.js, and it looks like, okay, yeah, so it looks like there's something going on with hard hat. I'm gonna guess it has something to do with the dependencies. So I'm just gonna run an npm install all of this, guys, and hopefully that fixes the issue because it's not working as it should. So what I'm gonna do is npm install and make sure you have all of these packages: Nomic Labs, Hard Hat, Waffle, Ethereum Waffle, Chai, Nomic Labs, so forth. So pause it to get all the names, but this is essentially what it should have came with when you install Hard Hat. And I thought by doing this it would have it, but it didn't. There you go. So now we actually see node modules, so that's a good sign. Okay, now let's try to run the npx hard hat invalid undefined config. All right, so looks like it says undefined hard hat config. What I did was I looked at our hard hat config, and we're using the environment variables here, but it's not recognizing it. And that's because I forgot to just do a require .env and do a .config here, hit save. And now if I do the npx hard hat run and see if it works. Let's go. Compiled 9 Solidity files successfully, and all of these guys is the contract addresses. Go ahead and save them somewhere because we're going to be using them. But other than that, our contracts are live and on the blockchain, which is awesome. Okay, so like I said, the next step is to save all of these contract addresses because we're going to be calling them when we want to swap tokens and mint them. So to save this, what I'm going to do is come over to the sidebar over here and let's create a folder. The folder is going to be called lib, and inside this lib folder, we're going to have a file called constants.js, which we're going to be referring to later. So in constants.js, the most important things is by doing an export const doge address, and you want to set that equal to the contract that it's part of. So this one is this right here, paste it there. Then do the same thing for the rest of the contract. So this will be the link address, right? Set that equal to this and make sure you copy the right one. This is OXE, right? Then we want to do an export const die address equal to the die token one, which will just be all of this. Cool. Then last but not least, it's the export const USDC token, and that's going to be equal to, oh, it doesn't have to be USDC address, USDC address. Let's keep it simple. Cool. And this one will be the OXC. All right, so paste that on there and bam, we have all the addresses, but this is not the only thing that we want to do. If you hit save and open up your smart contract folder, you're going to notice something called artifact, right? It gets generated along with a cache folder when we deploy it to the blockchain. Click on contracts and click on the die.sol. And if you look, there's something called die.json, right? We want to get the .json of every contract. So we can do this by copying it and paste it into your lib folder. It's going to make sense in a bit. So there's the die one. Make sure you get the .json and not the .dbg, or else it's not going to work. So this one, .json, copy, right? Cool, so that's the Doge. Let's do link.json, copy, paste. Okay, that's the link. Last one, USDC.json, copy, and paste. Cool, so all 4 JSON files are there. Go back to your constants. We can push these guys down and let's import all of those JSON files. So you can say import Doge, right? That's the name of it, from the Dogecoin JSON. And then from there, we can do import die from die.json, import link from link.json, and then import USDC from USDC. Awesome. Okay, cool. So then we're not done yet. We imported the .json into our constants, but what we really want is the ABI from the .json. So if you look, there's an ABI attribute to it, and that's what we need to basically to communicate with our smart contracts. So if I do export Doge ABI, set that equal to Doge.ABI. Same process throughout the whole thing, just give it the name that it should. So this is the die ABI, it rhymes, die, right? Cool, now import, export const link ABI, link.ABI. Okay, and then export const USDC ABI equals USDC. Cool, so once that's done, this is your constants folder or constants file. Next thing, let's start filling out our context. Okay, so now that all the setup is done, let's move on to our context and make use of our constants. So what I'm going to do, Control B, you can actually bring this down, and if you do Control P, we can type in context and head over there. Cool, so this is the current state of our context. All it has is the get top 10 coins, but it should do a lot more. We need to tell our code when to run the mint function for each of our contracts. So to get started, let's do some imports here. So I'm going to import use Moralis, right? Because we're going to be using Moralis to help us out. We're going to do React Moralis, and then we also want to do import use Moralis query, right? We're going to be adding to the database soon. We're going to be using Moralis query because eventually I want to show you guys how to utilize the Moralis database to store what tokens that we use and then call them. So we're gonna get Moralis query from React Moralis as well. And here's the important part. If I do an import here, we can actually import the Doge ABI and all the others through our constants folder. So I'm gonna get the die one, I'm gonna get the link, I'm going to get USDC, and along with the ABIs, we should also get the addresses. So I'll get Doge address, link address, die address, and USDC address. Awesome, and all of this will come from constants. There you go, cool. So that's why we set it up. So now this makes a lot more sense. Okay, if I hit save, cool. And we're gonna take a couple of things from Moralis. So we're gonna destructure use Moralis, and what we're gonna get from it is this. So we say object use Moralis, and then you tell Moralis what you want to use from them. I want is authenticated and user and Moralis from use Moralis. Okay, cool. There's also another const here. I'm gonna add this later, but we're gonna use Moralis query here. So let's say use Moralis query, and I'm gonna comment it out because I'm gonna add to it later when it makes more sense. But next point is the states. So if you saw, I imported the use state hook because there's a couple things that I want to keep track of. So I'll say const equals use state, and we want to do this about a couple times. So we want to do this 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. Each one's going to be different though. This one is going to be current count, and then we're going to do a set current count, and the initial state for that will be empty string. This one is going to be open by crypto modal. So what this tells me is that we're going to be making a modal. So when I click on it, we're able to swap tokens. All right, so do set op by crypto modal, and the use state of that should be false. Set open by crypto modal. Yep. Then there's also going to be a from token and a set from token. If you guys watch the Robinhood clone, this is going to look a little familiar. Okay, so then there's from token, then we have to do a to token and a set to token. And then for this, we'll do an amount and a set amount. Okay, cool. All right. And what I can do here is make a use effect because we also imported that hook. Okay, arrow function here, and what we can use is if the user is authenticated, this is going to be true or false if they're logged in or not. If they are logged in, let's do this variable called account, and let's do a user, which we're getting from Morales, .get, and then we can get the ETH address. So I'm getting the user that's logged in, his address, and what I'm going to do is set that to our state. So current account, right? To be account, the variable. Cool. And then I only want this to run once and when is authenticated is changed. So once the user is logged in, run it. And if he logs in, if that changes at all, then we run the use effect. Awesome. Cool. So now I'm going to make a couple more functions underneath that use effect to get the contract address. If you remember the Robinhood clone, we had a modal that had two drop-down menus. So the first one you can select what coin you want. The second one is what do you want to exchange it for. So to do that, we need a function called get contract address. Okay, and that's going to be equal to this right here. And if from token is equal to DAI, then we should return which address? Exactly, the DAI address. Okay, so you want to do the same thing for everything else. So if from token is equal to Dogecoin. Well, this doesn't have to be capital. It just says as long as it's Dogecoin, we can return Doge address. Okay. If from token is equal to link, return link address. Okay. And then if from token equal to USDC, return USDC address. All right. So this makes sense, right? This is how we get the contract address. There's also should be a function called get the to address. Like what are we switching the token to? Or for, right? So it's going to be the same thing, except this time it's if to token is equal to the string. Okay, and then we want to return that address. So I'm just going to do the same thing for the rest of them. USDC. Cool. So we're able to get the contract addresses, but we also need to be able to get the ABIs. So we're not making use of that. We can also make a function to get the corresponding one. So get to ABI. Right, there's not really going to be from ABI or just get ABI. It's just only going to use this one. And then this one, it's going to be the same thing. If the token is any of these, but the difference is the word address. So again, let me show you guys that quick shortcut. Control-D, erase, and just do an ABI here. Cool. Perfect. So that is the get to ABI function. And now for the fun part, let's actually make the mint function. All right, so the idea is if I click the modal, I should pick the two coins that I want to swap from. And then when I click swap or buy, it should run the mint function, which is going to tell the smart contract, hey, we need to swap this and get the tokens that we need. The function name of that is going to be called mint. So I would say const mint is going to be asynchronous. Okay. A try catch. Let's just set up the catch part since it's easier. Error, and we just do console.error.message. Okay, cool. So if I hit save, cool. So this mint function is basically what we're gonna use to swap tokens. Like I said, if you want a visual to actually really grasp what I'm saying, if we do a local host 3000, I'm running the finished build. This is not ours that we were building together. This is the finished product. If I click any of these buy buttons, it's gonna open up the modal, right? So this is a component that we're gonna be setting up. But here, this is the from ETH, right? This is the options that we have, the two. When I click swap, well, after I put the amount, right? When I click swap, it's gonna run this mint function. So that's the goal. So to get the functionality for it, this is how we wanna code it up. This is the logic. So if the from token is equal to ETH, so what does that mean? If I open this up, if the from is ETH, right? This is the function that should run. All right, so if it's ETH, I also want to check if the user is authenticated. All right, because if the user is not authenticated, then we shouldn't be able to do anything. So just return. But if they are authenticated or logged in, we just do this await Morales.enable web3, right? And then let's get the contract address. So contract address. Remember, how do we get the contract address? We just say get to address, right? There you go. Okay, and notice how it says get to address, because if we're sending ETH, I want to be getting the address of what I want to swap to. So if I click link, we should be getting the link address. If I click Dogecoin, we should be getting the Dogecoin address. DAI address. So that's what get to address is for. All right, notice how it's not get contract address. Okay, so that's the variable. We also want to get the ABI. How do I get the ABI of what I'm switching to? You say get to ABI, right? And I think I just imported something by accident. Don't need this get right here. So save, come all the way down to mint. There you go. So we use the get to ABI function because it's going to return one of the ABIs that we have. So that's good. Cool. And then we also need to pass in some params. Well, not params actually. I'm going to get to ABI, and then we can pass in the options, right? Because when we do Moralis.execute function, we pass in this object in the parameters. So for the options, the contract address is just going to be literally contract address, and the function name is going to be mint, right? Just to quickly explain this line right here, after I put this comma, is I'm specifying that at that contract, run the mint function, right? So if you remember smart contracts DAI, I'm literally saying run this mint function of the contract, and they all have that. So that's why this is still dynamic. So I'll run the mint function, pass in the ABI as ABI, and the params for the function, right? So if you are wondering where these params are coming from, this is us passing in the address to and the amount, right? So the params will be the to of the current account, and the amount is going to be Moralis.units.token, and then pass in the amount. Okay, so that's it for params. Another thing that we need to do is the send ETH function. All right, so this send ETH function doesn't exist yet, so let's make it so it makes more sense. So coming down below here, let's do a const ETH. So I'm pausing the mint function to make the send ETH function. So this is const send ETH equals async. Okay, and we're gonna do if is authenticated, just return. If they're not logged in, just return. Okay, next is a const contract address, and it's gonna be get to address. Okay, all this function is doing is making sure that I'm sending Ethereum to whatever token contract that I want to send. So that's why we made this payable. I'm sending ETH here to this address. Okay, if I'm swapping for Doge, I'm gonna send it to the Doge contract. So this is literally the send ETH function. So we got the contract address. We don't need the ABI. Let's just do let options equals this, and the type is gonna be native because we're sending ETH. Then the amount is just gonna be Moralis.units.ETH. This is how much ETH it will cost to swap, no matter what the amount is, which is fine. Receiver, and we'll do contract address. Cool. So I'm saying that whatever contract address that we get, that's who's receiving that. All right, that's the options. Now we're going to do a const transaction variable, and we're going to set it to an await.moralis.transfer. This is how we can transfer that. So transfer and pass in options. Okay, then we're going to wait for the receipt. So let's make a variable for it and say await transaction.wait. So the .wait here, the await we know is waiting in terms of like Web 2. This .wait is waiting for the transaction to be completed on the blockchain. Basically, it's making sure that it's verified by miners so that it's true and it's done. And afterwards, we can console log it to prove that it is verified. So that's our receipt. Okay, cool. So send ETH function, that's done. Let's come back here and continue on this mint function. So once we create our options, send that ETH to the contract. Then we want to type in a variable for a transaction again, but this time it's for Moralis.execute function. So this is how we execute that mint function with the parameters that we're passing in. So that's why we made options here. Okay, then let's get a receipt for it. So again, we can do an await transaction.wait. So again, we're waiting for it to be verified by miners. If I put 4 here, this is how many blocks that I want verified before it's completed. Because the way it works on the blockchain, once the block is finished and the miners have verified it, the longest chain is the truth. So it can branch off. This one will ensure that it's more accurate if I wait for 4. Okay, so then we'll do a console log receipt, and then afterwards, this was a whole if. Let's actually make the else for it. So if we're not minting tokens with our Ethereum, that means we're swapping tokens instead. So that means for the else statement, we'll run the swap tokens function. So this one, think of it as ETH to token transfer. This one is the token to token transfer. Okay, and again, this doesn't exist, so let's make it. So in between here, let's do const swap tokens is equal to async like this, try. Okay, and if is authenticated, we're gonna hit return. Then we're gonna do an await Morales.enable web3. Okay, and after that we have an edge case here, so if we say if from token is equal to token, then we should just return an alert, and we can just say you cannot swap the same token. All right, this is if I was trying to do Doge for Doge. That doesn't make sense, so that's what it's going to do. Otherwise, we can just do const from options, right? We're gonna need to, if we're doing token to token, we need to make two options. So the type is ERC20, right? And the amount is going to be Morales units dot token, and pass in the amount, put 18 here, and there we go. And the receiver is going to be the get contract address, right? If you think about it, if we're swapping tokens, what should happen is, let's say, let me give you a visual. Let's go to the browser. Let's say I want to do Dogecoin for USDC. All right. What should happen is if I have Dogecoin and I want to get USDC, I should send my Dogecoin tokens to the USDC contract. And then that USDC contract should mint me some USD tokens back. Send Doge to USDC, get USDC back. That's the swap tokens function, right? For my vending machine, I give in Dogecoins, and when I get back from my vending machine, I get USDC. That's how the smart contract works. So there you go. So the receiver should be the get contract address. And then for the contract address itself, right, it's also going to be the same person. So get contract address. Cool. So that's the from options. Now I want to, like I said, we need to mint the tokens that we're getting it to. So let's do two mint options to make it more clear. So the contract address is going to be the get to address this time. And I remember I want to call that function name of mint. All right, so I'm calling the mint function at that contract. Yes, sir. And then we do ABI, get to ABI. And we're gonna do a params, and we'll do a to current account. And the amount that we send back should be the amount that we requested. So if I do .units.token here, we'll put the amount, which is again the state that it's gonna get updated, 18, comma here, and cool. So that's it for the option. Let's see, what am I missing? Oh yeah, the reason why I see squigglies is because we made the try, but we haven't made the catch. So let's make the catch pretty quickly. Console.error.message. Yes, okay, cool. All right, so now that we set up the options, come below here, we gotta set up all our transactions and their receipts. So if I say let from transaction, are we gonna be calling Morales.transfer or Morales.execute function for this one? Okay, take a guess. Let's see if you're right. What I'm gonna do is await Morales.transfer, right? Because I wanna transfer that token and send it to the contract that I'm sending it to. So that's why I pass in from options. And then the next variable, if I do to mint transaction, I'm gonna do now, I'm not gonna do transfer, I wanna execute the mint function. Like I said with the example, I wanna transfer my Doge to this contract address, and this contract should mint me USDC token, so bring it back to me. And then let's set up our receipts, which is gonna be from receipt is equal to await from transaction dot wait, and let to receipt is equal to await to mint transaction dot wait. Amazing. All right, so this is making sure I send the tokens first, and then I get minted the new ones that I wanted to swap to. Cool. And just to be safe, we can just console log the from receipt, and then console log the to receipt. Okay, cool. Hit save. And all we got to do now, let me see, is set all the states. Yeah, I think all we have to do now is actually just pass down a lot of the things from value. So get 10 coins, open by crypto model, the set open by crypto model, the coins, right? Oops, sorry, not the coins. The from token, the to token, the set from token, set to token, the amount, set amount, the mint function, oops, mint, and the open modal. Cool. Yeah, so open modal is a function. We haven't created that. That's why we don't see it yet. So let's go ahead and work on that. Open modal. All right, the open modal function, you can just put it down here. It's pretty simple. Const open modal. It's basically a function that controls the toggle of the open modal. So what we could do to do that is set open by crypto model, just set it to true. Awesome. That's all we need to do for open modal. And let's see this, open by crypto model. Why is that squiggly? Open by crypto model. Oh, this needs a comma, that's why. Okay, cool. And that should be it for now. We didn't set up the query yet, but what I can do next is set up the database to do just that. Okay, cool. One thing I'm excited to show you guys is that Moralis actually has a database that we could use. And for that database, I want to be storing my coins in there. Okay, so what I want to do, head over to moralis.io again, log in, already logged in, and head over to your server. Mine is CoinMarketCap. We can head over to the dashboard, and this is literally our database. As you can see, remember when we logged in for the first time, it stored the users. What we need to do next is, if you do this plus right here, we can add a new class. So the class that I want to add is just coins, and let's just create the class. Like I said, we're storing all the coins in here. What I want to do is add a column called name, right? It's a string. We're going to keep track of that coin's name. Cool. All right, so after you make that name column, let's add a row. And here we could just define all of our coins. So I'll just do it real quick. It's just DAI. Yep, so that's DAI. Just hit add. Now we have a DAI coin. All right, I'm gonna hit plus again. And for the name, we can put Dogecoin. Yeah, be wary of how you're naming this and keep it consistent throughout. So then this one will be USDC. And I think the last one was Link. So I just want to keep it like this. And after that, we have all the coin. So we set up our database. We manually put coins that we wanted to store. Now the question is, how can we access this database? That's what use Moralis query is for. So coming back to the top, see it's right here. We can actually comment back out to the query. And what we're going to do is just a little bit of destructuring. So what you want to do is a const object equals use Moralis query. And what we want to do after this point is let Moralis know, what do you want to query from them? I want to query coins, and it should be exactly how you spelled the class. And the next thing is the data is going to be passed in as coins. All right, then there's going to be an error here in case there's an error. And Moralis has this is loading state that you can define as loading coins. Okay, cool. I'm gonna hit save. And now that we added coins and loading coins, also make those two things global. So now I can add coins and now I can have loading coins. Okay, and that's how easy it is to query with the Moralis database, and we can make use of it now. So that's pretty awesome. They just did a lot of the heavy lifting there. So now we passed a lot more things to the provider to make them global. Now it's about taking those global variables and functions and making use of them inside our app. All right, so if you look, when did this modal come up? It's gonna come up when I press this buy button, and you could see the component loads. But where would this buy button come into play? If you go into here, it's gonna be in the coin name row. So go to coin name row and let's make a couple of updates. And one of the updates I want to make is come to the top over here and let's import a hook. It's going to be the use context hook. And if we import the use context, we got to specify what context are we getting. I want to say it's the coin market context folder, context file. Nice. Cool. So once you get that though, go inside the function component. And what we want from here is the open modal function, right? And it's going to equal use context, right? I'm pulling open modal from coin market context. What is open modal? It is just a function to set this to true. And we also passed it down here. Yeah. So now it's a question of when do we use it. The only thing you're going to add though is scroll down to the bottom and when it's closed. Over here in this span tag, just add the on-click arrow function so it doesn't run right away, and just do open modal. Okay, yep. And now we're making use of it. Hit save and we're good to go. Once you update that, we now need to make the actual component itself, this thing, right? How do we make that and where do we make it? You're going to want to go back to your index again. So head back to your index and go to underneath this header. There should actually be another component here called swap crypto modal. We're making our own custom one as opposed to last time where we had to import it, a React library. So again, this doesn't exist, so let's make it. So in components, new file, swap crypto modal.js and RAFCE. There we go. And now that we made the component, let's go ahead and start finishing it out. This is going to take in a hook. It's going to be use context. Okay. after we use context, let's import coin market context from the context/context. Cool. So import the hook, import the context you want to use. And after that, let's start with the styles. And for the styles, we could do a modal with W screen, H screen, BG gray-900 / then we do a Z index of 10, make it fixed with a top 0, left 0, flex property, and then we can do an items -center and a justify -center. Okay, comma here, and let's go to the next one, which is just going to be modal content div, which will have a background of white. Let's make it a little rounded, large, P-3, W max, and W-1 divided by 3. Cool. Next, let's style the input, which will be width-full, P-2, border, rounded, -LG, MB-5, border, -gray-600/50, and outline okay. From there, we could add a button. There, we can add a button of BG bracket #6188FF, P-2, PX-5. Let's do a rounded -LG. Text being white, hover, opacity -50. And for the label, I want a font bold, text -3XL. Close modal button is hover, text red, -300. That's the type of red. Then for the text, it's gonna be gray 600 and cursor -pointer. Awesome. All right. So for here, let's talk about what we're getting from the context, which is actually getting a lot of things. So it's const object equals use context. All right, pass in what you want to use, coin market context. And now let's get what we want from our context, which will be the open by crypto modal, the set open by crypto modal, the mint, the coins, loading coins, amount, the set amount, the from token, the set from token, the to token, and the set to token. Whew, that was a lot. But all the functionality lives in this component, and that's why there's so much. Cool. And there's some conditional rendering here. We can just make it from scratch if open by crypto model, if that's true. If it is true, then let's return the actual modal itself. So div.class name is styles modal. Then there's div class name styles.modal content, which will have a div. Oops, that doesn't have a name. It actually just has flex items-center and a justify between. Okay. For the P, the class name, class name of this one will be the label, so styles.label, and it's just gonna be swap your crypto, and from there it's gonna be a P tag again, which will have a couple of different things. First one being the class name of the close modal, or sorry, styles.close modal button. Okay, styles.close modal button, and then there's gonna be an onClick, which is just gonna have a function that sets up the set open by to false. This is how we close the modal. We're just messing around with state, and whenever we close it, let's set the amount to 0 and then clear out any of these other states. So that way when we open it, it's like fresh. Okay, cool. Then it should just say close and times. And I'm seeing squiggly because this shouldn't be here. This is extra one. And also because this close and times should be in between the P, like so. There you go. Awesome. All right, so closing P, closing div, then opening div. This one just has MB-5. Okay, this will have a label tag, which will have a HTML from token and the class name of block MB-2 and an ML-2. And from here we have a select, and the select has a couple properties too. Select has name as from token, class name as the input, the placeholder as token to swap, and on change is going to be e set from token to be the e.target.value. Okay, basically set the token to be one of the options. All right, and the options are going to be based off the conditions in context. Yeah, if DAI, if ETH, if USDC. Cool. So going back to this, e.target.value, and the value can be from token, from. Awesome. And I think we're importing, we're importing the coins that we get. So what we could do is in between the selects, we can do a coins.map. This is pretty cool here. So for every coin, I want to map through it, and if loading coins, right, if it doesn't exist yet, return. Alright, if it's not loading and it already exists, then we can return the option with the key of the coin ID. Basically, it's a dynamic way to get all the coins and pass it in as the option. I think it's pretty smart. So if you do a coin.attributes.name, that's how you grab the names and put it as the value. And then you can actually put the text itself, attributes.name. Oh, yeah, just close off the option here and put it in between. That looks good to me. No more squiggly errors. We're good to go. Okay, and then now there's another option that we're not going to be getting. This is the ETH one. The value is equal to ETH. And then ETH option. Just to show you guys real quick, this is how we're getting all of these guys right here. And that's why ETH is the last one. That's what we're setting up, because we didn't make an ETH coin inside our database. Okay, select label, and this is the HTML4 from token is equal to block MB-2 and then -2 ml of -2 as well. Then there's a 2, then there is a select. All right, the job of this select is to get all the 2 tokens. Right, we did the from, let's do the 2. So name equal to 2 token, class name styles.input, placeholder the token you want to swap to. Okay, then an on change, it's going to be an e.set to token with the target value and a value equaling the 2 token. Okay, and we can do the same thing. We can get a dynamic way to get all the coins. If we do a coins.map, we do a coin here. If the coins are not loading, meaning that it's already loaded, then we can return. Did I do a return in the last one? Yes, I did. Then we can return the options or option, and for the key coin.id, the value will be coin.attributes.name, and what we'll see as text though will be the same thing, coin.attributes.name. Okay, all this stuff select. Let's put label. This will be amount. Amount. The class name will also be a block MB-2 ml-2, and there's gonna be an amount here as the label. And after we put that label, we need to make the input field so that we can insert the amount of tokens that you want to get. One of these. The name of this will be amount. The class name though will also be styles.input, placeholder, token to swap, value is amount, and on change, right, we should be updating the state of set amount and e.target.value. Okay, closing. And then now we just need the button, and then we do a click. This will be mint. Click run the mint function from our context, which is going to handle the swapping of tokens. All right, it all comes together here, and here we can just say swap. You can name the button anything. This is just the label for it. Hit save. Otherwise, I'll just return. Oh, wait a second. This is the swap modal. Now, okay, and I just realized this if statement doesn't need these curly brackets, so it's still good. The main thing though is putting a return this, because if open modal is not true, then it should just be empty, so nothing. All right, so now for the moment of truth, let's also save our index. But before we can save index, let's import the swap crypto from save. This isn't the actual one. Okay, what we want is our netlify dev, which will open a local host 8888. Oops, not found. That's interesting. Let's try that one more time. NTL dev. Keep saying not found. Let's try it again. Localhost 8888. So strange. Oh, I think I know why it's not found. If you look at the terminal, I'm still in the smart contract folder, so of course there's nothing in there. If I just do a Control B real quick and I look in smart contracts, yeah, there shouldn't be a netlify here. So I'm just gonna delete the netlify functions folder from my contracts. There you go. So let's make sure the CD out of this. Make sure you're at the main root of your folder, and then we could do the fun stuff. And then we could do NTL dev. That makes a lot more sense. Boom, boom, boom. Yes, beautiful. Click Bitcoin. The price, the info page works. If I click the prices work. If I click buy, the swap crypto modal works. Let's freaking go. The front end is a-okay. Now, let me show you guys how to actually use it. So now the question is, Lance, how do I actually start swapping tokens? The answer is go to your MetaMask and make sure you have some Ethereum. If you don't have any Ethereum or test Ethereum, go watch our previous video, watch the Robinhood clone, and I'll show you guys exactly how to use the faucet to get more, okay? Cool. But if you already do have Ethereum and you want to start swapping tokens, one of the things that you're going to do is go over to your code, head over to your your constants, and remember all those addresses I told you to save. We're going to be needing those. So if I make this a little bit smaller and do like an Alt Z, let's see, awesome, cool. So click import tokens, and the main thing is you want to be able to copy each address. Look what happens if I copy over that address. Okay, and we actually should see the contract address, which tells me that I did something wrong. I might know the issue. I have it showed you set up here already, but this is what we did last time. Like we did an npx hard hat run scripts. We were supposed to add something onto that. So let's cd back to the smart contract, do the npx hardcat command, and we want to do network/network, and then we say rinkeby, like so. Awesome. So this is the step that I might have forgotten. Let me hit enter. And if the contract addresses are different, we might have to update some things. That's why I was so fast last time. So now it's taking a little bit of a second. I see. So that's the new address. Okay, so link token's done. Let's update these addresses as they come. So Doge is now UXD, link is now OX7, DAI is now OXE, and USD is going to be this. Cool. All right, and let's do that. Paste. So OXB is for USDC. Awesome. So again, whenever we deploy, our artifacts get recreated, and we have to update our lib folder. So all of these JSON files, go ahead and delete. Cool. So now we just have to put them back now that we have new ones. So this is the DAI one. Copy, paste. That's DAI. Let's do Doge. Remember, get the .json, not the .dbg. Paste. That's Doge. Let's get the link, and let's just get USDC. Paste. And we don't need to write anything else because it still should be the same. So there we go. All right, so now let's try this. If I get the Doge address now and take this out, replace it. Hey, so now it should automatically populate, right? Because it's what's at that address. So it's reading Doge token decimal 18. So now we add that custom token and do import tokens. And now when I get Doge tokens, I'll actually see a balance of it. So let's do the same for the rest. Take this. This is for the link address. Yep, so it's automatically says link. I didn't have to write anything at all. Cool. Let's do DAI, add custom token, import. Cool. And look how it automatically says USDC. Awesome. So now we have all these tokens. We have Ethereum to spend. We're on the Rinkeby testnet. Let's see if this actually works. So I'm going to hit buy. And the first thing we're going to need to do is make sure that we switch to ETH. And then we do one of the tokens that we want. So let's say I want to get DAI for ETH. The amount that I want, let's do, all right, so if I say swap, let's see if anything happens. Crossing my fingers and nothing. WebSocket connection failed. Yep, so if we see WebSocket connection, probably be a good idea for me to actually run the server because I forgot I stopped it. So cd ... let's try NTL dev. It's gonna make a new local host. Boom. There we go. And of course we can't forget, it's not even gonna work if I don't connect to my wallet. So let's click this, log in. It's so crazy that this is just a button. But other than that, let's get ETH, let's get DAI, and let's make sure that it's 50. I said swap. Still not working. Cannot read properties of undefined reading filter, and then there's a one in uncaught promise. Receiver is required. Interesting. Okay, so it can't read properties of undefined. My guess is because I switched this to ETH and I didn't really switch this. So maybe if I click USDC, oh nice. Okay, so the swap works when I click USDC, but that makes me realize there's some sort of bug here. If I don't swap this to anything, it's thinking that the to address is undefined. So what we could do to fix that is by going back into the code. And if we go to our states, we can actually make the from token default to ETH unless we switch it, because it's what it should be, I think. Let me see if I click, oh yeah, it's like DAI to DAI. So that just tells me the default from should be empty, but really the to one is what matters. If I don't change it at all, it should just stay as DAI. Yes. Okay, so now if I hit save, let's hit refresh. And now I don't even have to change the state, I believe. Cool. API, thank you. ETH, swap. Interesting. Okay, so I just hit refresh. Let me just do one more. And I think now if I hit ETH, I put 50, I click swap. There we go. So I just made the initial state DAI so that I don't even have to change it. Otherwise it's to be undefined. Cool. I'll hit confirm. Let's see if this goes. This is the contract interaction. I might have done something twice, but now I just open MetaMask and just let it pend. Yeah, this could take a couple minutes depending on the node. Oh, look at that, 50 DAI. let's go. So the contract interaction went through, and now I got 50 DAI tokens. So what I can do next, right, is go to DAI, and let's get some USDC. And I want to change like 13 of my DAI to USDC. Swap, confirm, right? Confirm. Okay, open MetaMask, and just wait for this mint function to process. And what you should see is I lose 13 DAI but gain 13 USDC. Okay. Hey, there it is. It went through. So now we have token to token functionality, which is amazing. So that's it, guys. That's the Web 3.0 part, the smart contract section. The only thing that you guys need to do next is if I click this page right here, let's get this chat app up and running. But so far, you guys are crushing it. Let's go to the next part. So like I said, I want to get this chat app working. And if you guys didn't know, this chat app is going to be utilizing something called Gun.js. What is Gun.js? Basically, it's a decentralized graph database, right? The best way I can describe it to you guys is if you think about a centralized database, think of something like Facebook. When you make an account, where does that data get stored? It gets stored with Facebook. When you send messages, where is that data? Facebook. So what if Facebook went down one day, right? Where is your information? It's gone, right? Because it's all in one place. The difference with a decentralized database is that there's a bunch of something called nodes. So if I draw like a circle here, can you guys picture that as a node? Think of a decentralized database as something made up of nodes. So here's one node, and this node can represent like a user. And this node can be connected to another node, right? Let's draw this one. This is another user, right? And the connection goes both ways. But essentially what happens is that the decentralized database is split up into multiple different nodes, which each node contains a piece of data. So this is a piece of a user, this is a piece of a user, and this is a piece of a user. They all communicate with each other and interact and have a reference to each other. It's called a node relay. So this is how they all are up to date with each other's information. And all of these nodes are part of a giant ecosystem that makes up the Gun.js ecosystem. So to get started with Gun.js and to send messages to different users or just to have a whole chat app, we have to set up one of these nodes. We can actually set up a node by using something called Heroku. And one thing to note, if you guys watch the Discord clone, my previous video where I show you how to set up a node, we're going to use that exact same node there. So if you want to learn how to set up a node, go ahead, watch that video, watch the first 10 minutes, and I'll show you guys how to set up the node. What I'm going to be showing you guys is what to do after you set up, okay? So let's head to our code and get it set up. So what we're going to need to do is make a new file, and let's call it gun context. So I'll say gun context.js. And what we're going to need to do here is Control B, and we can make this bigger. Let's add an import create context, right? Because we want to create a context. We also want to use state. Let's also use reducer. And we got this from React. Awesome. Okay. And after that's done, what we need to do is import gun from gun, right? Like I said, we're using Gun.js. To make sure if you have Gun.js, if you go to package.json, just double check you have it. Yeah, we're good. Cool. So now that you have gun, let's import it. And what you want to do here is const gun is equal to gun, and then pass in the array of your node. We use the Discord one from our YouTube, and it's going to be something like this, right? Taking this straight from the Discord clone. If you want to know how to do that, just watch the video. Let me show you guys what to do with said node, right? So after you set up the gun node, what we're going to do is set up the context. So let's do it. Export const gun context is equal to create context. Okay. And then from there, we can set up the reducer. So what I want to do is set up some initial state. Say const initial state, set that equal to messages, right? So this is the state I want to keep track of. If there's any messages around here, if right now at the very beginning, there should be none. And that's why it's the initial state. Cool. Next is I want to set up a reducer here, const reducer, and it's going to take in the initial state and an action. And what we could do is add a try catch. Okay, then we can console.error for error. And usually with reducers, you want to check for the action types. So if the action.type is equal to clear, then that means I'm trying to clear my messages. So if I want to clear my messages, what I want to return is the state with messages. That makes sense. That's what the action should be. If the action.type is to add, what does that mean? We're adding a message to that array. So to do that, what we want to do is curly bracket here, since there's a return, and what we want to do is messages, and we can use a spread operator for the state that's passed in, dot messages. So basically whatever message are already there if there is any, and then add action.data. Okay, cool. So those are our reducers. Awesome. And then what's next is after the reducer, let's set up the provider. So export const gun provider is equal to arrow function, and in the parentheses it's going to take in children. This is pretty standard stuff, just like last time. And then over here it's going to return the gun context provider. Okay, and in between it also takes children. And the key thing here is in the opening tag it should have value equals, and then you want to pass in whatever you want to make global, which will be the get messages function, which I haven't created yet, and the state. Okay, cool. So we have those things passed in: children, gun context provider. Okay, and while we're here, let's go ahead and create get messages. So in the gun provider, let's make use of useState and set it up. Sorry, not useState, use reducer actually. Use reducer, and we want to pass in the reducer and the initial state. Okay, and then we want to pass in state and dispatch. Awesome. Then we can do a const get messages here. Okay, so if we do get messages, that's going to equal function, and we can pass in underscore name. And essentially what we're going to do is const messages ref is equal to gun dot get the name. Okay, and then after that we can do messages ref dot map dot once, and then do a message here. Okay, cool. And then now we're actually going to use dispatch here to run a specific action. So if this is get messages, the type of this action will be add, and the data that I want as the payload, which will be sender, will be the message.sender. The content will be the message.content. Okay, the avatar will be message avatar. Created at will be message.created at. The message ID will be the message.message ID, and the is bullish will be message.isBullish. Cool. So if all of these properties are looking familiar to you, that's because this is something that we're going to be passing in inside our chat component soon. All right. So now that's set up. I think that should be it for the gun content. Awesome. Okay. And then after we complete the context, if you remember, we need to wrap our app with that same provider. So what we want to do is, I think it's called gun provider. Yep, there we go. Let's import that same provider, gun provider, and let's get it from the context, from .context/gun context. There we go. And now that we got the gun provider, let's wrap it around our app. So here, gun provider, take whatever was in there, just wrap that whole thing. Boom. So inside we have the Morales provider, which has the gun provider, which has the coin market, which has our app. So that's good to go. So now that the app is done, remember we have to update our chat component with the context now. So what I want to do is Control P. Let's go to chat and let's take a look at what we need to add. So if I'm looking, one thing that I forgot to mention, there's a package called Faker. So let's import Faker from @faker.js/faker. So what that means is we also need to install that. So if I do a yarn add @faker.js/faker, okay, then you can install with npm or yarn depending on what you use. I just install it. So now I have faker.js. So that looks good. And now let's get the context, right? So I'm using use context here and use effect, but I haven't used it yet. Let's also import the gun context, and we can get gun context from, cool. So once we import it, let's also destructure what we want from it. So it's const object use context. Let's get the gun, let's get messages, and let's do state. Okay, one of the first things that I want to do is come down here and let's start writing our use effect. Our use effect, it's pretty simple. All it's going to do is run get messages. I think it's get messages, right? That's why I wanted to check get messages, and it should be get messages. So run get messages, and what we could pass is the reference to our gun, which will be gun ref 7. Okay, and then from there we could do comma bracket. Awesome. And next I want to make a function, and I'm going to call it const formatted messages array. And basically what happens is gun stores messages in a really weird way. I want to use this function to convert those messages into an array so that we can render it with the UI. This is the function. Let's say a variable const unique array equals to state.messages.filter.value index. Okay, and then here we could say const underscore value is equal to JSON.stringify. Okay, and we can do a return. And for the index, make sure it's equal to the state. And when you get the state, you want to access the messages. Okay, that's what it's called, state.messages. And then find index. So we're finding the index in that state. And we want to make sure it matches. So if it does match, we're going to return JSON.stringify object, check it against the value, and it should return true if there is a message and it matches. Right, that's the key here. And then once we're done, we should have a unique array with the messages that our UI can understand. That's the point of formatted messages. All right. And we have this lonely send message function that I set up a while back, but now it makes more sense. Basically, we want to just trim the message, like the space in front of it or the space behind it. And if it equals empty, then just return. Okay. Otherwise, we can say const messages ref is equal to gun.get, the same thing, which was the gun ref 7. Cool. Then we can say const new message. So we're about to set up the variable that has the new message. The sender, whoever created that message, we don't have any users attached to it, so we're going to generate a random name using faker.js. So we can get a random name by doing faker.name.findName. Okay, comma, and then the avatar. Remember I set it to the little Shiba thing? We don't need to anymore because I have the link to it. Okay, and the avatar that I'm gonna use is this one. It's pretty much a default avatar. If you want to pause the video to copy this exactly, you can. I suggest just putting your own image that you want that every person should be. So that's the avatar. Then the content here will just be the message and then trim it. And then the is bullish value will be bullish value. Oh, don't forget to put the comma here. Then we could do a created at with a date dot substring for 11 and a message ID of date.now. That's how we can get like the current timestamp. Cool. So this is all of the data for the new message. Then we can just do a messages ref.set and then set that new message inside there. Cool. And then then we can do a set message here, right? Back to empty, right? Whatever we put in the input, set it back to empty after we set it so it's cleared out. Awesome. So is there anything I'm missing or took out? Set bullish, true, awesome. Ah, yes, this whole chat card thing. So remember, formatted messages array is gonna give back to us an array. So what we want to do is call it here, right? And after we get the array back, let's slice it 0, then reverse it, then map through it. So then do that. And then when we map through it, let's do a message and pass an index so we can give it a key. Then we can do one of these. And basically for every single message that is there, we want to generate a chat card. And we can actually make this a one-liner by removing the curly brackets, because all we want to do is return chat card. And then for this part, remember all the stuff that we passed down, it's going to be the key will be the index, the sender will be the message.sender, the sender username, this one is lowercase, equals message.username, sender avatar will equal the encrypted thing that I have. That's the avatar. Whoa. So after the sender avatar, we're gonna have the bullish property, which will be message.isBullish, and the timestamp will be the message.createdAt. It's basically what we set up earlier. I'm just passing it down as a prop. The content will equal message.content. The likes, this one's gonna be static. It'll always be 2.7. You can make this random using math.random and then concatenating a k if you want for an extra detail, but I'm gonna keep it static for now. Comments like so. Cool. Forgot to put the opening parenthesis and just another closing one here. Perfect. And since we updated these parameters, I just want to make sure chat card is updated as well. So chat card. So let's go to chat card real quick. And for chat card, we don't need some of the default props. The content can just be empty string by default. And I believe the sender avatar can be here instead of Shiba. Okay, cool. I hit save. Oops, I saw an error somewhere. Let me just check that. Oh yeah. That's because not running the server. Duh. So let's run the server until dev, and we should be pushing soon so that we can make this live again. Let's connect my wallet just cause it's really cool. Let's click sign. Okay, now I refresh and I'm getting this error. I just have to make sure to run the server, and now we're all good. Now I'm logged in, log back out. There you go, that's what's supposed to happen. The main thing that I want to check is if I click Bitcoin, what happens? Messages.ref is not defined. So if messages.ref is not defined, let's go check out the context. Message, it's saved. Let's try that again. Localhost, Bitcoin. Hey, okay, we're good. So now, let's see if this works. Moment of truth. Hello, post. Got it. So reading properties of undefined reading filter. That's fine. So this is under chat.js. I still got that error. Let me just show you guys again. It is the messages.filter, reading on the filter. So if that's a case, getting on context, using the context, get messages. Okay, so the next step is to console.log state.messages and see what it is. I don't even have to console log it here. I can console log it here. Let's just take out this array. Bitcoin. Okay, formatted array is fine, but if I check the console log, will it show? Okay, so we're getting array 0. That's a good sign. But whenever I put the filter now, it just keeps rebuilding. Interesting. Cool. Okay. All right, let's try this again. I click Bitcoin and it says cannot read messages.filter. All right, so let's go back to here and let me just go back to the gun context. And for the context, what I want to see is oh, I see. Initial state should have an I, and that should also have an I. But the real problem is the messages. This should be messages. So I hit save. Okay. Now let's see, I click Bitcoin. Hey, let's go. We got hi, we got hello, and let's freaking go. Awesome, look at that. There's our chat app working. Notice how it's all bearish, and let's go. It's lit. Now it's bearish. Awesome. So look at that, guys. We have an amazing app on our hands. We can swap tokens, we have smart contracts, and we have a decentralized chat app on the side. So this is awesome. This has been a lot of fun, my friends. If you want to see your GitHub live, all you have to do now is just go to your terminal and just type in git status, because remember with Netlify, if we do a git status, right, and do a git add dot git commit dash finished app and git push, what this is going to do is deploy and redeploy your live link on Netlify. If I go to app.netlify.com, you go to CoinMarketCap, I showed you earlier. Look, it's building, and pretty soon your site will be live. And once it's done, you'll have a live link that looks exactly like this with the table and everything. And all you gotta do is send it to your friends and you'll be good to go. All right, guys, this has been it. If you liked more videos like this, be sure to look out for the next one. And it says no localhost. Not running it on my localhost anymore. But once this is done, we should be good. And that failed because, again, I'm not like hosting my server locally. Right now, I'm focused on deploying it live. So let's just wait for this to finish. Deploy site. Come on, Netlify. Uploading all the functions. The fun part, post-processing done. Site is live, let's go. So our deploy preview is up, or we could just go to the top and just look at it and admire it from afar. So if I click on this, hey, there it is. And sometimes it's a weird bug, but the connect wallet button loses its styling, but everything should work a-okay. If I click this, sign in, next, sign, boom. We're in, boys. This is our app, and it is freaking live with all the functionality, all the pages involved with it. If I click on Bitcoin, we see this as well. There's our chat app. Amazing. So then if I go back to the main screen, this is the app. So I hope you guys enjoyed. It's been a pleasure for me. There was a lot of front end in this one, as well as a lot of functionality too. Not only are we swapping tokens, but we also have a chat app installed with this. So be sure to modify this, learn a lot from this, watch it over again, and claim your NFT from BuildSpace after you complete this project. Be sure to watch our last video on Facebook. And if you want to see videos on blockchain, be on the lookout. I'll see you guys next time. It's been Lance, and it's been a pleasure. Peace.